Hello at magandang hapon sa lahat mga nanonood dyan and welcome sa isa na namang mainit na Wild Rift Action Pack Philippines. I'm GGsphere together with Autolose at syempre nanonood kayo ng Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022 Group Stage at eto na nga RP. Let's move forward to yung pwede mangyari ngayong araw na ito.
True. Pero hindi ka ba umiwas kanina? Kasi nung nagbato ng kunay, siya Kali.
Muntik na.
Natakot ako. Grabe 5-point strike. Alam mo naman eh. Tapos susundutan ka bigla ng normal attack. Pero yeah, kidding aside, we are now here on our day number 3 and this is going to be the last day of our group stages. After today, malaman natin kung sino yung maghaharap-harap sa semifinals which will happen tomorrow. Tapos on Friday, oh my God, the grand finals. Naamoy mo ba? Spearing naamoy ko.
Nararamdaman ko.
Nakikita ko na this will be the very first ever grand finals ng Philippines team sa isang international tournament. Wala. We're just saying, but we're going to have a series of announcement muna. Siyempre, papakita muna natin yung tournament format and so on.
Yes, and syempre starting tayo sa ating day 10 format. Kung mapapansin ninyo, nung Monday, nagyari yung ating first group stage, day 1, day 2, yung ating Thursday kahapon. Still, doon pa rin tayo sa ating, yung ating group stage. At eto nga yung sinabi ni Autolose kanina, yung ating last day ng ating group stage kung saan maglalaban-laban ng mainit na teams dito. Still, the same pa rin naman yung mga teams na kasama natin. Syempre, wala nang pagbabago, pero yung ating prize pool.
Uy, grabe.
First to 8th place, kumbaga lahat sila meron.
True. And yung $12,000, saan ko ba i-multiply yan, Kuya Spear? Kasi alam mo naman, inflation is real eh.
No,
i-multiply ko lang by 57. 684,000 pesos para sa champion. At mukhang ayun na nga, minarkahan na. Playoffs secured. Ang ibig sabihin yan, RRQ and ROI has already secured their spots for tomorrow's event. Samantalang sa Group A naman, dikit pa etong Twin Flash and Flash Hoods and saktong-sakto kasi sila yung makikita natin mamaya. So magkakaroon tayo ng do or die match. That's going to happen third series. And then on fourth series, RRQ versus ROI, in where malalaman naman natin kung sino yung magiging first seed sa bracket B.
Yes, kumbaga sa Group B, konting galawan na lang sa mga pwesto dito. Sino yung magiging first, sino yung magiging second. Pero bago yan, pag-usapan natin yung ating schedule ngayong araw. Starting with syempre yung first game natin, USG versus KWANGDONG FREECS. Wala nang problema for KWANGDONG FREECS. Secured na nila yung first spot natin. Pero USG, ano nga ba mangyayari?
Well, kailangan nila mapatunayan na belong sila dito sa tournament na to by at least winning that one game. Sabi nga natin, that graceful exit, that curtain call as one song that, you know, most teams really would love to do in any type of tournament. So USG UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, they have that one chance to get that win and that is today.
Yes, really important for them. Siyempre kahit paano, importante pa rin na magkaroon sila ng mga win and at the same time, the experience that they can get from this one. Unsold Stuff Gaming para sa ating lineup still will be the same. We've been seeing a lot of, sobrang OP performance or napakagandang performance coming from Tatuki. I would say he's one of the carry of this team talaga together with Aphrodite.
Yeah, yung jungle and mid synergy nila bagamat kinukulang especially in this particular bracket in where mahirap rin naman kasing manalo sa Team Flash and Flash Rules. Not that we are biased with Southeast Asia, but we all know the caliber that we do have here when it comes to Wild Rift. My threes and Kaz will round up the 5-man roster that we have for Unsold Stuff Gaming. Then again, what I was saying earlier, if they want to have that swan song, now is the time to do it because after today, wala na silang laro.
Yes, kumbaga huling sayaw, huling kanta ang pwede nilang maipakita dito. Talagang all-in, papauti na ang pwede mangyari. KWANGDONG FREECS naman on the other hand, sila pa rin syempre ang isa sa mga nakakabiglang merong pinakita talagang improvement with regards to the region overall and at the same time as a team, Maru, Zeki, Zil, Acrobat, and North.
Exactly, the most surprising and the most welcome surprise of all teams that we do have here. Kwangdong Freaks, after their disappointing performance during the Icons Global, they just have shown evolution to the next level, and now is threatening to be really one of the favorites here in this tournament as we head over to the pick and bans ng game number 1 natin, Quizfear.
Yes, easy profit mga kaibigan. Looking at the draft right now, alam mo, RP, ang pinaka-excited ako dito kung ano ang papakita sa atin ngayon ni Noth, knowing that he's been able to do a lot of things ng mga previous matches nila. Imagine a support that's been going to the Baron lane, to the mid lane, to the jungle, to the everywhere of the map na makikita talaga natin.
True. So it's all about that, omniscient and jungle presence ng ating dalawang junglers dito. And again, when looking at the roster, Zeki has actually been one of the most stable and one of the star player ng Kwangdong Freaks. Talagang mas nag-level up pa yung kanyang play with the addition of their new mid laner in Zeal. Zeal so far has shown prowess on the Z, so most likely we will have, I would say, a tug of war kung sino yung kukuha ng Z dito, because Tatsuki 217 is also a Z lane.
Actually, lahat nga ng Z niya is talagang yung parang heavy carry yung may sasabi natin dito with regards to USG overall playstyle. And I think if hindi man ito maban ni KDF, Tatuki could actually ban it for themselves kasi pwedeng makuha ito ng KDF knowing na sila yung first pick dito. But looking at the bans, of course, matatanggal lang agad dito mga kaibigan. Wala iba si Shyvana, Camille Riven, and si Karma. Alam mo naman, Zeki has been using a lot of Shyvana the previous matches that they have. Shen will be the last ban coming in dito, and we all know naman din yung threat coming in from Shen na ginamit din ni Maro before kahit na sila mismo yung nag-ban ngayon.
Yeah, some changes, but Yumi's still open here, Quizfear. I don't think that Yumi will be left open here by USG, because if they do, medyo masakit din yan sa ulo. Pero looking at the carry junglers that we do have, tanggal na yung Riven, tanggal na yung Shyvana, what is left for us? I won't call Morgana as a carry jungler. She's a unique type of jungler that really scales well into the late game, and has a very good crowd control skill in the Dark Binding. Plus, syempre, yung kanyang Soul Shackles. So we'll see. So Yumi is open here. Okay, Zed. Yun ang sinasabi nga natin. There's going to be a tug of war. Paunahan sa Zed. And the Zed will head over to Zeal once again for Kwangdong Freaks.
Actually, this could be a bait para dito sa USG, no? Sige, let Zed be open and we'll think of someone na pwede nating magamit to counter out itong si Zed. And maybe potentially they could have Tatuki and Aphrodite once again to go for the mid lane. Ma-focus nila ng gusto si Zil pagdating sa paggamit ng Zed. Looking at the first pick na coming in from USG dito, that's going to be Senna. Remember kahapon, we've seen again the Senna Galio, Senna Nasus. Who else that we could see na pwedeng malagay nila dito with Senna? Pwedeng Seth, to remove the equation dito para kay Noth na magamit itong si Seth as their support.
That's true. One of the things na talagang nagpahanga sa akin sa mga Korean teams is the evolution of their support players. Yung mga playmaking supports na meron sila, they actually make the difference from their version a couple of months ago to now. Yung mga set plays nila and where hindi gumagamit ng Gargoyle Enchant, rather Protobelt Enchant. Yung mga Nautilus ni Noth, nakakatakot. Now, USG is actually a bit too greedy here. Going for double scaling, Senna and Kassadin. Ano bang inaasahan nila din sa KDF? Hindi magiging aggressive? I don't think so.
Knowing that they have Renekton as their second pick, we all know naman, as you mentioned before, yung champion na ito could go with a lot of places, could go for the early team fight, pero talaga siya magbigay ng malaking pressure dito. And having Kassadin, Senna as the first two picks na meron ng USG, we all know na medyo lugi na kagad sila in terms of damage department. Early part of the game, sabay-sabayan mo pa ng Lee Sin.
The exclamation point! For Kwangdong Freaks, they are really decided to win early and win strong, diba? Yun yung mangyayari dito. You have Renekton, that's a very strong Baron laner. You have a Lee Sin, a very one of the strongest early game junglers that we do have. I'm fearing for USG another scaling champion in the Jax. I don't know. Okay, so if this goes the distance, if we reach the 20-minute mark, 21, 22-minute mark, and where the gold lead is not that relatively high, then possible. It is possible that USG will take away this game. Pero outside of that, Quizfear, I'm fearing for their draft. 3 picks pa lang tayo.
Yes, totoo yan. No? Medyo talagang nagiging hesitant ako dito sa pwede mangyari for USG with regards to the lineup that they have, especially having these three champions kagad scaling. Nasus will be removed to reduce, of course. Mababawasan sila ng option dito with regards to the scaling champion. Siyempre, the Fimbul Winter, the Winter's Approach, na pwede din niyang buuin to go for the late game. But the thing is, yun nga, we still have a lot of open champions na pwede magamit. Set is still there. Pwede niyang i-ban dito ng USG or ng KDF to remove that. Kinamit yan kahapon ng RRQ, which will be removed right now by Kaz. That's going to be the last ban, I think, nila dito to remove Set. Pwede rin kasi makuha yan enough eh.
And then, parang kaya trap na lang din ng USG yung sarili nila dito with Set being banned, Nasus being banned. I think KDF will just ban out Galio, and the Senna will be forced to be paired up with a unnatural partner. So we'll see what will be the last ban here by KDF. They could still elect for a Senna Garen. What else? What else do you have in
Gragas
here?
actually pwede. Gragas.
Senna Gragas. Oh yeah, of course. Alright, so Senna Gragas will be banned. So it's going to be an automatic Galio, I guess, for USG.
Most probably. Unless yun nga, exotic. Pwede silang
Oh, Senna Nautilus.
Senna Nautilus? Is this real life or is this fantasy? I'm not quite sure, no? Pero medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng konting siguro parang paghulma sa lineup overall ng USG dito. It seems like they're gonna try to do something. Again, as you mentioned, this game for now, wala naman na ganong pairing with regards to magiging final nila na magiging score. But napahu ka doon, bibigyan Otto, kasi nakikita natin that we are having a pike. Could be a pike nga ba ito? But Oriana will be there para sa kanilang mid lane. Or could be, or most probably going to be the AP carry of their team.
Nakakalunod to. Kung makikita natin yung fight, may Nautilus na sa kabila.
May Nautilus ba, no?
Mga hindi na tayo maintindihan na ating mga audience. So, ayun. Let's see if they will lock this in. Again, for KWANGDONG FREECS,
no?
it's all about cementing their status as the number one seed. Pero yeah, they will go for the Galio. That makes sense. Actually, I was expecting a Lux and Galio. Oriana and Galio is actually another iteration. But you can see that they have an insurance by the time that they reach the late game. You have an Oriana na basically scales well into the late game, but still is a very big threat when it comes to, the 5-minute fights, 10-minute fights, or 8-minute skirmishes. Just because of that Shockwave plus Hero's Entrance combo. Now, this is a very good pickup, but this is basically saying to Aphrodite that you have to carry us in the mid-early game. And basically make sure to bring us towards the late game, because this is their only early game champion. Xin Zhao lang, KWASPHERE. Senna and Nautilus, okay lang, pero yeah, Xin Zhao pa rin talaga yung magbubuhat sa early.
I think having Nautilus is, this is the only champion that they have that you go of the early rotation. You could have Xin Zhao, pwede, diba? Pwede siyang gumawa ng early rotation to go against North, na yun normally we see with a lot of roaming around kagad early part of the game. So yun yung magiging problema dito ng USG, no? They don't have enough, I would say, yung talagang kaya nilang magawa early game because of the scaling champions that they have. And Zil could pretty much win the early matchup dito against Akasatian kapag walang gank, di ba? Kapag walang support. Kaya kailangan pa na nilang tulungan tong si Tatuki in the early part of the game in order to make sure that he can get that level 5 and, the scaling that he wants.
True. And malaki responsibility niya. It's all about surviving the early game, the mid game. It's all about controlling the dives that is very much possible with the Lee Sin Renekton. Remember, Renekton plus the Lee Sin, one Ruthless Predator, stun lockdown, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, goodbye Earth for our top laner. Not to mention it's Jax. Yes, you will have that counter-strike for potential outplay and syempre yung kanyang ultimate, pero you're still very vulnerable at the early stages of the game. Kahit Graswaf yan, dying pa yan, kahit yung build mo is Divine Thunder, it's not as tanky as the other tanks such as Garen. What else? What other tanks? Cho'Gath, maybe? Hindi, pero what I'm trying to say here is bakit hindi nila pinikin Garen, KWASPHERE, as a potential counter, di ba? Sa mid lane kay Zed. I think USG really wants to fight fire with fire, so we'll see.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna be seeing as well yung ating teams dito. Okay, so dito na makikita yung ating mga suwabiting teams. Pero, eto na hinihintay natin mga kaibigan. Game 1 for Group A pa din ito. KDF or KWANGDONG FREECS versus Unsold Stuff Gaming. Makakabawi nga ba sila dito sa ating laban or tuloy-tuloy na magkakaroon din ng unbeatable streak mga kaibigan ang Kwangdong?
Yeah, true. Imagine that, diba? After not getting a match win during Icons Global, getting a undefeated streak dito sa group stages just says a lot about the org and about the region that KDF does actually represent. Nung day number 1, sinasabi nga natin the evolution of Korean Wild Rift. It's actually on notice already. Tapos on day number 3, kung isesement pa nila yan with a 3-0, naku po, baka yung hinihintay natin biglang dumating na talaga agad-agad or this early in this tournament pa lang.
Indeed. Really excited to see more of Korean region in regards to overall na meta nila, and at the same time how they are adjusting moving forward pa. And it's really important to have this kind of tournaments talaga, no? The circuit tournaments kung saan nagkakaroon sila ng ways pa to learn more or also to adapt in the meta na meron tayo. Looking at the bot lane, medyo tamang chillis lang naman muna tayo. We're seeing a lot of movements here and there, pero ito na naman si Noth from downtown, coming from the bot lane, going for the mid lane to give the pressure para kay Tatukoy, habang siya from Light TV pagkuha ng scuttle grab, kasama niya si kaibigang Mai. Pero baka magkaroon ng T-fight dito, no? Moaru also seeing the movement as well coming in from Zeki to potentially go for the top side. Aphrodite, tatamaan nga ba ng kanyang Sonic Wave? Nag-safeguard sa loob, pero nag-counter-strike na, helicopter para sa loob. Ito rin sinasabi natin dito, we have the potential to go for the deep dive because of the damage with the Predator and the Shadow coming from Kwangdong FREECS, and the first blood goes to their team.
Kwangdong FREECS again. Sobrang aggressive nila with the tower dive, sending 4 people to the top side just to make sure to punish itong si Mai. And not just Mai, also Aphrodite. Actually, I would blame si Aphrodite at that point. It was actually a very greedy move to recall at that point. Although wala namang vision, the moves by Zeki, anticipating that there will be someone there in that tri-brush, did actually affect that or did actually cause that gank to happen. So, Kwangdong FREECS, again, with all that aggression, North coming from the bottom lane to the top lane, securing not just 1 kill but 2 kills and an overall game lead and tempo lead for Kwangdong.
That is 3 platings yata, hindi ako nagkakamali, or 2
Okay.
sa kamay ng Kwangdong FREECS after that team fight to the top side. At the same time, looking at their lineup, this is something that they should anticipate! Napakagod na ng safeguard sa may Dragon Stage! And Sonic Wave will connect! Not gonna make you cage, and because of that, another kill para sa kanila. 3-0 na! Lamang ang Kwangdong FREECS dito sa top side.
Oh my god, this aggression by Kwangdong FREECS, para silang naka-cosplay no? We are Chinese team now, pare. Parang ganun yung nangyayari. And I think they will be able to break down this first tower in the top lane. It's very early. Kumbaga yung mga tower plays, lahat ng defenses, hindi nila inenda sa bot side.
Bot side indeed. Nahuli nila dito with the taunt coming in si Kaz. Kaz is engaging. Tamang gamit lang ng kanyang dredge line para mapag-disengage doon. Kapit sa torre. So, the aggressiveness is still there. North just giving the pressure together with the Acrobat. Look at the damage, look at the moves, and the pressure being given dito kay Kaz. Ginamit ang Ignite, tinasunod lang ang damage dito. Here's the Durant as well, pero yun nga lang, teka lang, aabot nga ba? Aphrodite coming in from behind, papalok sa loob, binabol niya si Acrobat dito. Wala na siyang shockwave, nagamit niya kanina. Wala na siyang summoner spell, there's the slow, at pinatalbog. Kinagat at tinusok-tusok, and another kill para kita Tuki coming in sa ating second tier tower.
Alright. No problem for them, for Kwangdong FREECS still, kasi kung mapapansin mo dito, palayo pa rin talaga yung kalamangan nila, although Aphrodite was able to at least get something out of nothing. Here, Spear, it still is very apparent what's happening here. The early game prowess na meron sila. Look at this. Zeki. Alright, he's exhausted. Walang follow-up
No, here comes another team fight once again. Going for the bot side, hinabol lang isa. Tatuki will fall down. The Ignite will finish the job. At secure na naman ang isang kill dito, pero nagkakaroon ng sustukan sa gate. Hindi naman ang shield to run. Itong si Kaz, Sonic Wave to secure the kill. Not needed na kasi okay na yun para sa kanila. 18 seconds on the clock. Mag-up yung ating mga objectives dito. And up until now, we're looking at Kwangdong FREECS leading the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for angles para makabawi dito yung USG. Broken na yung top lane, tapos yung bot lane, hindi na rin talaga masyadong makaka-recover dito. They just have to possibly hope for Kwangdong FREECS to really make a series of mistakes, especially during this objective takedowns. They could elect for tradings. Yan, yung mga tulad ng ganyan. Wait for Tatuki to reach level 9 possibly and then go for some engages. They are being pressured eh.
Trade lang sa ating objective pero pinasok sa loob si North. That's gonna be secure Dragon for USG. Kapalit ang referral towards the mid lane na pinupush nila ngayon. Napakaganda naman Shield of Turan! Tatlong tinaman! Kapalit ang kanyang buhay! Pero kaya nga pa din naman panalo ito. 4v5 ang situation natin. Mahuli nila si Zeki. Pambawi ng mga api nga ba? Ang mangyayari sa loob. There's going to be a dominus as well coming from Maru. Acrobat, super low yung kanyang HP. Wrong move after what happened on that trade dito sa kamay ng USG.
Those are the wins na kailangan dito ng USG for them to be able to come back in this game altogether, right? Very greedy move from Kwangdong FREECS. Looking at the replay, it was actually not trying to start everything. But remember, if you are a Galio starting the fight, the ability to cast the hero's entrance won't always be available for you. Had it been Maru to start that fight tapos follow through ng hero's entrance, it could have been a lot cleaner for Kwangdong FREECS. So USG was able to get some things in return and they would bank on that to at least, further this game or lengthen this game because that's their goal. Reach the late game and basically give yourself a chance.
That is right. Especially having the Dragon. This is an Ocean Drake and it's really important for a scaling lineup to get that Drake in order for them to be able to win the upcoming team fight, especially second Drake, kung sakali man magkaroon tayo dito syempre ng isa pang bakbakan doon sa part ng ating Dragon. Pero both sides, we're seeing that they're Kwangdong FREECS actually making a lot of movements here. Tatuki with the damage against Azil. Now moving towards the mid lane. The duo, of course, going for the mid lane. Ito yung mga talagang natural na ginagawa ng ating mga players dito with regards to yung rotation. But knowing at both side, both the junglers and the mid laner will be there. Sonic Wave, safeguard. Going to Aphrodite. Aphrodite is engaging lamang. Tamang chillings lang tayo dito kasi wala namang mangyayari. Meron pa naman tayong crescent card kasi kung sakali man na pumasok sila doon.
Pero kung papansin mo rito, si Acrobat ang aga ng kanyang transformation to the Seraph's Embrace. 7 minutes pa lang tayo no? Which means that he's really way ahead of the curve. Actually, hindi pala siya nag-boots, kaya naman pala. Mabilisan niya rin na secure yung kanyang Archangel staff and now the transformation is already complete. Mamaya, ahapdi na rin talaga yung si Acrobat. But so far, has been the Zeki show, making plays happen from top to bottom.
Oh no! Zil, tinamaan dito ng silence, pero kapag gamit siya ng kanyang deathmark doon, paano makapag-disengage sa Tuki? Wasn't able to finish the job. But still, that's the pressure being given para kay Zil dito. This time, sumama si Triz, no? Kay Tatuki para tulungan sila na mag-push towards the bot side. But Zeki is still here. Low na yung HP ni Zil. Wala siyang deathmark dito. Habang yung mid lane ay pinupush nitong si Mari. Was able to get that first tier turret. And Zeki together with Zil, hindi nila kaya patayin yan. Mahirap yan because that's a Casa din.
Yeah, all across the map, pinsan movement.
Aha! Naku, makakasalubong si Maru Mali. Siyempre, pinasok nila dito. Ginamit ng Dominus para makapag-buy ng some time. Yun nga lang, ginamit din yung Dawning Shadow. Zeki so deep in this team fight. Pero Heroes entrance. Ang bayani na tutulong sa kanila. Hindi nga lang sila talaga natulungan sa nangyari team fight kasi wala silang nakuha ni isang trade.
They tried to collapse kay Maru, but Maru was actually a bit tanky enough and plus the hero's entrance secure na kagad. Yun yung sinasabi ko nga kanina, had it been Maru that started the fight, Not will be able to give yung necessary resistances off of that ultimate to make sure that he will be A-okay. And Kwangdong FREECS is actually making things work here. Kung baga ang nangyayari din kasi with the Sen and Nautilus, I'm not really a big fan just because the wave clear is not as effective than a Sen and Nasus. Sen and Nasus kasi may Spirit Fire ka and one Spirit Fire kadalasan ubus kagad yung wave Pero kasi pag Nautilus ka, Riptide lang nga asahan mo
Speaking of Riptide, dito mama yung kanyang death charge doon. Rather, first kill niya. Pero as you mentioned kanina, RP, sa pa din napansin ko dito yung item ni Kazi. I would expect for him to get a silver K, pero not a burst for Zil dito. Because of the silent, he wasn't able to use yung kanya death mark so they can disengage.
Good trade para sa side ng USG. Again, it's all about, getting those trades. If KDF goes for the Rift Herald, go for the play on the other side of the map. So far, USG is doing just that. It's all about making sure that they continue to go for these trades. Wait for Mai, wait for Tatuki to scale up. Baka mamaya makakita naman tayo ng miraculous team fight off of the Kassadin. Kasi nga, itong Kassadin na to, gaganyan-ganyan lang yan sa ngayon. Pero pagdating ng 13 minutes, dating ng 3 items, naku, mararamdaman mo na rin talaga yan, GGsphere. In 10 seconds though, there will be a big objective that will spawn up. So USG, they could posture in going for another trade, going for that top lane in place for that Infernal Dragon na magre-respond in 2 seconds.
Actually, yun nga yung nakikita natin dito, no? Having Maru going towards top side to make sure that he can clear the minion wave immediately. Dragon is up as well, Infernal Drake. They have to make sure they can get this one. Remember, scaling lineup ang USG dito. They can win this if ever na makapagputuloy sila makakuha ng mga Dragon dito. That's a damage. That's Infernal Drake. That's overall damage for their team. They're now moving towards here in the Dragon Pit. Mukhang Dragon Dance lang muna tayo dito. Zeki going in. Ginamit ang Sonic Wave niya. Meron tayo doong ward sa may Geddy. This is of course yung ating Elemental Drake being Ocean Drake. Meron tayong extra bush sa loob ng Dragon Pit. They're just giving the pressure, trying to make sure they can get this one. Hindi nila magtatago yan. Ayaw magtago ng Dragon sa ating bush. Pero pasok sa loob, ginamit na. Uy! Shockwave! Tatlo ang tinamaan. There's going to be the death mark as well. Pero nakuha nito ng Kwangdong Freaks yung kanilang Dragon. There's going to be the heroes entrance as well. One by one. Kami pa na isa mga USG dito. Naiwan si Kad. Tumama yung Sonic Wave. Hindi nga ba? Hindi pa. Pero pilit na Pilipinas. Lalo. Pilipinas nila yung trabaho nila. Entries. Slowly recalling back home. The Herald will push down towards the mid lane. And Maru with the flash. Ruthless Predator. Tamang kalmot lang ng Alligator. And the turret in the mid lane will fall down with the Dragon and the Herald towards Kwangdong Freaks.
What a game for Kwangdong Freeks. Such clean macro from them. Sama ng Rift Herald tapos diretso dito sa Dragon fight kung saan ang nagsimula nito was actually not. But the difference is meron na siyang Gargoyle Stone Plate, was able to survive well, naikas niya yung kanyang hero's entrance, and then clean up duty na lang dito yung ibang members ng KDA. Sinabi mo nga rin kanina that the Shockwave was actually felt because of the ball delivery system with the Galio. Pwede mo rin kasi talagang gawin yan with the Justice Punch. Available, pasok sa loob, tapos higop, vacuum agad ng Shockwave ni Oriana.
Kumpleto di ba? May Durand, may Dragon's Rage, pretty much everything na kailangan nila. So make sure na talagang ma-choke point lang sila doon sa maliit na spot na yon, and that's what happened. Yung spot na yon, yan ang weakness talaga ng red team, I would say, no? Yung that choke point in the Dragon fight. That's always the problem pagdating sa mga team fight natin. They have to be very careful pagdating sa mga ganung positioning. And once again, Kwangdong Freaks winning that one gave them a lot of advantage on this game. Once again, Maru going in. Ruthless Predator, mag-miss yan because of the counter-strike, pero di pa tapos ang laban. Zeki with the Dragon's Rage! Hindi lang isa, dalawang ulti ang ginamit para ma-secure yung kill sa bot lane.
Looking at items of my dito, kahit pa paano, gusto niya talaga mag-survive sa mga ganong instances no? Going for that Divine Thunder plus Frozen Heart, you expect the Jax to be at least tanky enough to survive any engages. But against 4 people, he doesn't stand a chance.
Kaz, sobrang lalim. Nag-flash in. Ginamit niya yung kanyang third skill dito para magkaroon ng slow. Pero super low na yung kanyang HP. Acrobat will fall down. That is there. Hero's entrance. Magbabalik ng mga api. Subukan nila mahuli dito ang isa. Nakapag-flash out naman. Kita Tuki. Di na kailangan magamit ang kanyang ult. And a 1-for-1 trade lang sa nangyaring team fight na yun. Sa
Acrobat being at the wrong place during that team fight, tapos nakita kagad siya ni Kazeno and talagang diretso na kagad. Isang easy lockdown lang din naman itong si Acrobat, and she should die instantly. Pero wala pa rin yata kasi siyang stasis enchant at that point. So ngayon na may stasis enchant na siya, mas mahihirapan na siyang mapitas ng USG. So Kwangdong Freaks again is well in the lead. When it comes to scaling naman, meron naman silang Oriana for the insurance. USG has the stronger late game, but the question is, will it reach that point? Because I don't think so. With the pressure that is being put on here by Kwangdong Freaks, what they could do here is to just rely on this on their natural pushing wave, play the map correctly, secure the Baron, secure the game.
Yes, actually 14 minutes, no? Pansin ko sa mga games kahapon, with regards to mga matches na sobrang tatagal, laging 20 minutes waiting for the Elder Drake, saka lang matatapos, sabayan mo ng Baron. Kasi every time, 20 minutes na, pag nakuha yung Baron, rekta na, masira nila lahat ng inhibitor. Kung di man lahat, at least 2 lanes lagi. Yung nabibigyan ng pressure dito. 14 minutes on the clock, mga kaibigan. We're still waiting for the third Dragon. But right now, tamang chillings lang muna sila. A little pressure being given coming from Kwangdong Freaks because of the 5 turrets that they have. We're able to get in the early part of the game. But right now, nahihirapan makapag-farm ng gusto ang USG dito to get that scaling potential that they have.
Yeah, and Zeki is really closing on that very scary Lee Sin territory. Look at his items. Almost just a couple of gold away from Divine Thunder. 3 items completed na para dito and it has the most gold. So kahit yata magkaroon ng 1v1 shenanigan, itong si Maya at si Zeki, baka mapunta pa kay Zeki yung kalamangan in that 1v1 just because of the item advantage that he has right now. Kwangdong Freaks still is trying to play the map as properly as they should be. So they're planning out the wards, pero I don't think there will be another objective that will spawn up soon. Medyo matagal pa eh, close to 30 seconds pa itong Mountain Dragon, and they're setting setting vision for that. They want Mai to overextend and possibly get that assassination.
So again, welcome to the Gargoyle Stone Plate, no? League of Gargoyles. 3 members of each team. Actually, dalawa lang sa USG. Pero, invisible. Curse of the Black Mesa. Kita ng isa. Tinamana Sonic Blade. Pero mali yata. Magpasok nila dito. Pero patang Hero Central. Dapat albog ang kanila. Shield of sa dalawa. Pero tumatalo sa Tatsuki dun sa may Getty. Hinawin si Acrobat. Maru got caught. But this is going to be a 5v1 situation. We'll see if they're gonna try to make some trades. Dragon's gonna go up at this point. A lot of summoner spells, rather, ultimate was burned from USG. So this is going to be a little bit of a problem for them. So I don't think they will try to risk this and try to contest the Dragon.
That's the perfect opening for USG. Imagine shrouding your 5 people, tapos getting at least 1 or 2 members separated from the team. It didn't matter though for Kwangdong Freaks. They were so tanky and there was no casualty at all.
Run because of the Mercury Threads. Medyo mabilis lang naman yan. Pero tama ka dun kaibigang Otto. Wala ganong matinding trade na nagawa dito ang USG. And unfortunately, they have to let that Dragon go. Tsaka yung pagkuha nila sa both side, no? Ang hirap naman talaga kasi ang dami nakagagawin Stone Plate dito.
Yeah, Gargoyle Stone Plate basically is just another thing na kailangan pang nerf, I believe, in this game. This item is just super strong with the value, with the gold value of 500. I think they have to increase it mga around 800 para lang.
Siguro. Baka ngayon ang kailangan nilang gawin dito. But you're seeing that Maru being pressured dito by Tatuki. Pero Dragon straight, so getting with the Sonic Wave, and remember pa nagbabit ng kanyang safeguard dito. Not gonna be enough to secure that kill para kay Tatuki dito. Tatuki disengaging. Was forced to use that flash and barrier. Rift Walk, untik nang maubos yung kanyang mana.
But you could see the damage potential of Zeki. He Divine Thunder now completed. Actually, may Trinity Force build nga sana na ako na inaasahan sa isang Lee Sin This God Fist Lee Sin by Zeki. Just making things work for them. Una pa nga siya nag-level 14 compared sa kanya mid laner. Just goes to show that almost all resources is being handed over to the early game Lee Sin that we know is very strong with the Gargoyle Enchant. Yun lang yung kailangan niya survivability item. Almost all items siya rito. AD talaga no? Kumbaga parang pseudo-tank yung Cleaver tsaka Sanderer pero wala talaga siyang true tank item.
Yes, parang bruiser dating dito ni Zeki. At the same time, I am thinking that the nerf of Guardian Angel is parang hindi pasok sa mga nangyayari ngayon, no? Because you're nerfing Guardian Angel while meron pang iba pang item na mas kailangan nating bigyan ng attention dito. But overall, no one is using actually the Guardian Angel right now. Speaking of what is happening currently sa ating wild circuit. But overall, 18-minute mark. Malapit na mag-up yung ating Elder Drake. That's 20 minutes. Pag nag-up yan, it's going to be another objective dito. At mas tumatagal. Remember, USG is actually getting the advantage or yung at least yung scaling na kakailangan nila sa laban dito. But the position right now, na mga KDF, alam nila na meron dito, na meron man. Shockwave para kay Kaibigan 3. Kumira ng 3 at yun ay namatay. Ignite also will burn down si Aphrodite and that's going to be another kill para sa kanila. There's the helicopter, tamang counter-strike lang, meron siyang facing but he will not be able to engage because that's 5 members of Kwangdong Freaks securing the life of 3 members of USG.
Yeah, that's a good scouting report done by Aphrodite. However, Threes was at the wrong place and at the wrong time. Basically, nahagip siya doon ng Shockwave. That's all she wrote for him. Basically, 2-man na lang ang natitira dito para sa USG. Baron?
Baron lang. Walang problema. Nakuha nila isang buhay ni Tatuki dito. Pero yung na-ace pa. And that's going to be an ace indeed. And the Baron buff. 20 seconds. Pwede pa sila mag-elder. Pero bakit pa kailangan mag-elder? Kung lahat naman sila ay nagbibilang ng kambing sa kanilang mga altar dito. Wala nang paligoy-ligo pa. With the Baron buff. First game win goes to Kwangdong Freaks.
Oh my god, so clean! Kwangdong Freaks just has shown that they are one of the teams that we really have to be scared of. from the Korean region. Actually, I'm more impressed sa KDF compared to ROI. I may be, talking ahead of the curve or prematurely celebrating the successes of Kwangdong FREECS. But so far, I've been very impressed with North, with Zeki, and even their new mid laner in Zeal, making sure that whenever he gets his Z, he can really impact the game.
Yes, and take the pressure talaga overall of the overall lineup of Kwangdong FREECS. You mentioned not yung rotation niya, how he's able to rotate properly, at the same time use yung kanyang hero's entrance on the right time. Meron lang isang pagkakamali na nakita natin during the dragon fight, but overall every hero's entrance, every team fight na nakita natin na may potential sanang USG to get that kill or to get that assassination, but because of the hero's entrance, the response, hindi nila kagad matapos yung trabaho.
True, yung Heroes entrance din talaga isa sa mga dahilan kung ba't nahirapan itong USG to get some pickups to at least lengthen the game. And we are now looking at the charts. Kita mo naman, almost clean yung nangyari for the side of Kwangdong FREECS. So nakuha nila yung kalamangan in that 2-0 gank topside. Kumbaga, isa na lang talaga yung isang pangyayari lang talaga yung naging positive for the side of USG, and that was the engage by North in where hindi siya nakapag Hero's entrance. But looking at what happened here, unang-una binuli kaagad ni Maro and ni Zeki, napasag kaagad nila yung Torre 4 minutes into the game. I believe that's actually one of the earliest tower takedowns that we have in this tournament, and this is actually one good fight, the only good fight for the side of USG, where they were able to take 2-0 or 2-0. Pero outside of that, man, it's all KDF.
And it just shows kung gaano talaga dito ka-prepared yung KDF, no, overall. And if you look at their lineup, having a Renekton, having a Lee Sin, and a Galio, these three champions could pretty much just go in the tower dive talaga, go for the right target or right focus, in which they were able to shut down Mai in the early part of the game. In which talaga, it was very effective for them. Zeki was able to get all the leads that he needs. Parang talaga nakapag-farm siya dito. Parang kahit na hindi siya Shyvana, parang sa kanya pa rin nabibigay halos lahat ng resources of every team fight dito sa ating game. And that's it. No? He was actually the highest gold earner sa ating buong game. Kahit na mas mataas pa rin actually yung kanyang gold dito compared kay Zero.
Yeah, true. Again, nakikita ko na rin kasi siya nag-clear na rin ng waves. Top side and bot side. And this is all but formality. Kung kumbaga, magko-contest ka as a Kassadin and as a Autolose dito sa isang Baron without your jungler, basically what you're trying to say is Hail Mary, bahala na kung ma-steal natin itong Baron na to. But that was just very good usage of the Fog of War ng Kwangdong FREECS. By the time na umabot na tayo dun sa time na magkakaroon na tayo ng Baron threat, nagkakita mo naman yung pag-utilize nila ng dark spots ng mapa, making sure that they are that USG was forced to face check. And yun yung nangyari doon. Acrobat, ganda pa nga ng pang face check niya Winds of War. Hindi actually, Wind Become Lightning yata yung tawag sa skin ng Shinjao na yun. And where nakita niya yung isa. Kaso nga, nahagip nga kasi kagad si Threes. And Threes on that Senna is one of the squishiest champion that we have in the game. One shockwave was enough to delete her all throughout in that game.
Yes, Curse of the Black Mist wasn't even enough, no? Para ma-secure, para makapag-disengage sila at that part. But then again, it happened, di ba? It is what it is, mga kaibigan. That's just the game 1. We're now moving towards the game 2. Mabilis, USG pa din versus Kwangdong FREECS para sa game 2 natin. Looking at ang ating banning phase.
Okay, wala tayong substitution. Walang Coach Fujima.
Wala.
My heart is really with USG. So far, they haven't won a single game. Against Flash Wolves, against Team Flash, laging 0-2 yung record ng USG. I hope that this is the game that they break through. And I believe na kailangan nila maglaro not as passive as what happened nung game number 1 in where talagang naging umasa sila sa scaling no, na parang hindi nila nirespeto yung aggressiveness ng Kwangdong FREECS. So they have to fight the aggression that they have with their own aggression, which is basically to go for early game champions. Basically just ban out the early game champions that really made things difficult for them. For example, itong Renekton and Camille has been banned away here, Spear.
Yes, these two champions kagad. Again, mga pang deep dive talaga, no? Mga early tower dives ng mga champions na pwedeng magbigay kagad ng solid damage in just a short amount of time. which is, one example, Renekton, diba? With yung Ruthless Predator niya, yun yung ginagawa nila eh. Every time that they go for the deep dive, is go to use that one after using the Ruthless Predator, disengage kagad, the slice and dice, konting damage from the turret, and that's going to be a kill kagad para sa kanila. So Jace will be removed together with Shen. Tama ka doon, Autolose. Feeling ko talaga, if they want to go for the scaling, maybe remove the early champions or maybe sa huli nila piliin talaga yung kanilang mga scaling champions dito.
Hindi naman nababan yung kaso din, Kuya Spear, eh, no? Pwede naman nilang i-wait yung second rotation for that Kassadin to be picked up. Parang gusto nga nilang gawin is Kassadin to be the answer to the Z pickup na pinakita kagad ni Zeki. Actually, I will be interested to see if they will go for the Z ban here. Because I'm thinking that Tatuki and company would actually prioritize yung Z. Although napakadami nating open champions. We have the Karma open, we have the Yumi open. So we'll see.
Knowing Tatuki, feeling ko Z to eh.
Z na lang, no? Kaysa ibigay kay Zil.
Knowing USG, most probably they're gonna go for a Z. But to say about that, indeed, tama ka dito. We have open Yumi. Kassadin is also there. Remember, the white choice is not actually a wise choice.
Oy!
Okay, Shyvana, first pick not bad.
Napanood mo na ba yung latest episode, Kuya Spear?
Ano yan?
Ang House of Dragons.
Nanonood
ka ba?
Hindi pa ako nanonood yan.
Ay, huwag tayo
Pinapatagal ko pa eh.
Oy.
Pero nakita ko lang maraming mga, ayan na nga. Nakuha na si Zed. Karma pa.
Oh my God. As if Zed isn't enough. Right? Add Karma to the mix and you basically have a disaster waiting to happen for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS. We're not going to talk about House of Dragons yet, pero in the comment section, if you actually can relate to House of Dragons, let your presence be felt and avoid spoilers as much as possible. Alright, Senna being picked up here. Tignan natin kung ano magiging pairing niya. I hope this will be Nasus.
Yeah, hopefully they can get Nasus this time. Or maybe, they will still go for a scaling, a little bit of a scaling because, balance in a way. But Seth, not bad. Not bad option as well. Kasi alam naman natin, again, as I mentioned kahapon, we saw that. RQ used that. Senna set, diba? Senna. Pwede nila magawa yan. Early rotation coming from Kaz. Just, looking for some ways to make sure that they can shut down North at sabayan sa mga rotation.
What really makes Senna Nasus special is kasi isang combo mo ng first kill ng Senna na Spirit Fire, ubos na kasi kagad yung wave and then you are free to rotate. Hindi mo kasi makukuha yung ganong option with set. Well, basically, pwede mong i-face breaker siguro. Pero feel ko may matitira pa kasing konting HP para dun sa mga minions na yun. And that actually was one of their challenge kanina with the Senna Nautilus dahil nga kailangan mo lumapit and the wave clear isn't as reliable yung sa Senna Nasus. So we'll see if things will go differently for the side of USG this time. Now, Jax heads over to Maru. So, sila naman ngayon yung may scaling insurance in the battle.
Yeah. And aside from that, alam mo, naisip ko, baka pwedeng maging Baron lane set to eh. That's just USG trying to think some, para pang confuse, kumbaga. Pang bait pick nila dito. In which, pwede naman talaga set in the Baron lane. We normally see that. Actually, that's the role talaga ng set. Pero with regards to having Nasus, kung pwede mo sila magkaroon ng pagkakataon to get that one, Spirit Fire, aside from the damage, pinaka-important is the reduction of the armor you can get because of, Shyvana as well to be very much effective sa mga teamfight natin. Okay na remove. Kassadin, Fiora, Rakandin, natanggal.
Nga, tinanggal pa rin nila yung Kassadin dito as if they are scared of the potential of Kassadin with Z being available. I guess, that's the amount of respect that KWANGDONG FREECS and Korean teams in general still give their opponent. Actually, when it comes to research naman talaga of their opponents, Korea number 1 talaga no? Ang dami talaga nilang mga notebook na na-ready and looking at
resources.
Looking at the screen that we have. I think we're looking at a screen of KWANGDONG Ano ba to? Sa KWANGDONG to kasi may notebook. Kasi kita mo may sila may TV na hindi TV na kalabas yung mapa.
Yung mapa talaga. Kumbaga sa basketball mayroon tayong mga whiteboard lang Sa kanila talaga yung mapa talaga ng Wild. Nandun talaga sa likod nila. Again,
nakikita ko
sabi
yan
nga,
sa mga bootcamp eh. Ang may ganyan once na, ang alam ko meron din ganyan ng Grand Sky kasi mahilig si Coach Rex mag-discuss ganyan mapa. Pero look at this, we have a Karma Nasus in the bot lane. One way to basically deny rin yung Senna Nasus to pick it for yourselves. So, KWANGDONG FREECS, just doing their homework. Karma Nasus also works. Not a worry on that. Kasi Gragas yung magiging pairing sa bot lane.
Kung hindi nakuha siguro ng KDF, yung Nasus, baka Nasus Senna talaga ang plano nila.
Yes.
And right now, they have no choice but, oh my gulay, nakuha si Nasus. So we have no choice but to go for the Gragas.
Gragi.
Ano talaga magagawa?
Senna Gragi, let's go.
Again, the bait pick that they were able to do, unfortunately, didn't work para sa kanila kasi na-predict din dito ni KWANGDONG FREECS. Again, Koreans, mga kaibigan, the shows kung gaano talaga sila, especially sa coach nila dito, kung prepared on this one. Battle of, kumbaga, the fittest talaga. Right now, ayun, Wukong.
Oh, Wukong. Not as not as famous of a pick compared to the previous tournaments, but can still work. We know that Wukong's ultimate, the Cyclone, is very impactful sa mga big fights. And with Karma's Transcendent Embrace, plus some zone control available from Nasus, and even yung Counter-Strike dito ni Jax, it could actually work for that 5v5 for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS. But they still have to worry because Seth and Shyvana, Diana even, this set of champions that USG did pick up, I'm liking it so far. Kasi daming option, daming plays na pwede mong gawin.
Imagine if they're able to get Nasus as well sa lineup nila. Very deadly kung sakali man. But having Gragas is not bad at all. You know, with yung kanya explosive cast, the setup, making sure that they can get the proper pick-off dito. But looking at the lineup of KWANGDONG FREECS, medyo mahirap with regards to the pick-off kasi may Karma, diba? The rest of the champions are tanky. Only Zed is the option sa kanila na maging parang I would say na medyo yung squishy talaga overall. But Zed still use yung kanyang mga shadows, the death mark whenever it's necessary. Really exciting. I think itong ating game to, I'm really look forward how USG will be able to win this game and paano nila magagawang effective yung kanilang lineup. Kasi as you mentioned, sobrang ganda ng lineup nila. This could go to pagdating sa mga team fight.
Yes, the team fights can go either way. Yun yung mga gusto nating draft. Hindi natin sigurado kung sino yung panalo. Hindi katulad kanina nung nakita natin yung draft. Naku po, parang nangangamba na ako para sa USG. Pero we will show some video for now.
And we are back sa ating game 2 mga kaibigan. USG pa rin to. Unsold Stuff Gaming versus KWANGDONG FREECS para again sa points na para pagtagtag pa para maging talagang undefeated ang ating KWANGDONG FREECS dito. But USG, again as you mentioned, wala na silang chance to go for the group stage. But here it is mga kaibigan. Para natin ating second game kasi nakikita natin sa lineup na medyo mainit kagad.
Yeah, true. I want to remain neutral as possible pero I also want USG to win. Just to have that swan song moment na kahit pa paano makapanalo sila ng kahit isang game, di ba? Not necessarily a match but at least a game against KWANGDONG FREECS. We'll see. It's very possible. It's very doable with their depth.
Yes, syempre naman. Nakita natin dito na as you keep on mentioning how effective ito could be yung kanilang lineup dito pagdating sa late game. Is have to make sure that they can get the proper pick-off and Kaz, diba, important role with yung kanyang explosive Kaz, making sure that he can get those pick-offs and yung push, nag-body slam. Take na siyang mag-over the bakod, lumampas sa mapa.
Alam mo yung mga overspeeding. Speaking of overspeeding, ang dami ng mga bagong equipment ng mga nag-check ng ingat-ingat ka, Sphere, ha?
Kahit na
off-cam operations. So, wait lang, top lane.
Oops, top lane nga. Oo nga, mukhang ma-apprehend itong si Mai. Wala, hindi pa pasok. Tamang gamit lang ng Counter-Strike at stun. Kita naman ng CCTV. Hindi siya na-picturean dito at hindi siya nagkaroon ng ticket.
Wait lang ha, collapse ha. Maru, what are you doing, my friend?
Suntukan sa Gedli, nagkakasapakan mga kaibigan. Ipit yata si Kuya Maru. Meron siya pang talon dito. Lipatin niya magamit para makapag-disengage. Tamang disengage lang. Talon lang sa tropa. Nagtawag ng Kuya.
Yeah, KWANGDONG FREECS again. Grabe naman yung movement nila. Now, it's not North moving, but rather Acrobat.
Oo.
Ganun yung play nila no? Talagang at around 1 minute and 30, they're sending their support, quote-unquote support, kung sino man yung naka-support role, to the top side to support yung Scuttle takedown and possibly a dive. Pero this time, it was read by USG. It was sniffed out and walang casualty.
Actually, this is somehow surprising, no? We're seeing that Acrobat, despite having Karma, he's actually the support. Diba? Because it's not farming. It was not getting the CS. And maybe he's gonna max out yung kanyang first skill instead of yung kanyang Spirit Fire. No. Looking at the damage kagad, Spirit Fire talaga. Spirit Fire yung kanyang pinalevel dito. Ang lakas eh.
Yeah, Spirit Fire pa rin talaga. It's all about that shredding of Armor, magic resistance, and HP pagdating sa mga team fights na ganyan. Kita mo, wala naman tatamaan. Binabato niya pa rin. Tawag doon practice lang.
Practice lang.
Practice lang.
Asserting dominance, kumbaga. Pakita lang na meron tayo ditong third skill na gumagana. Baka kasi mamaya hindi magamit sa team fight. But, pero top side, ito tamang trading lang. Level 5 na si kaibigang Maru dito. Already has yung kanyang ultimate, but I don't think anyone will try to attempt to go for top side once again. We are now at the 3-minute mark pa rin naman, pero look at the early aggression from Maru talaga dito. Gamit yung Haymaker, pero tinamaan ng kadenang ginto. Ito yung kaibigan Tatuki. Rather it was, boy, kulay! One more hit! Isa pang anggap. Walang ignite, not gonna be able to finish the job.
Kala mo protektado yan ng plot armor. Buhay pa rin si Tatuki dito sa gitna, pero dito si Mai and Maru on the top side, nagkakaroon pa rin sila ng konting exchanges, and threes did actually rotate onto the top side. This is a bit interesting. Kasi ang nangyayari ngayon, ang nag-move towards the top side, ay nagsasalita na itong si Acrobat at si Threes. So, the Dragon Laners, supposed Dragon Laners of each team are actually being designated to be the roaming supports ng kanilang mga koponan.
Kumbaga nagpalit na sila ng role literal. Kung naman nang umikot ako naman na magpa-farm. But at the same time, I think knowing that Acrobat is the one also moving sa mapa natin, sabi nila, okay lang kahit pabayaan natin si Kaz kasi North din naman is also going for the solo both side. Now that he was able to buy yung kanyang Fimble Winter, Rod of Ages is up as well para kay Kaz dito para magkaroon ng magbakas. Second was forced to use, pero tamang hatak lang sa Geddy. Ginamit natin ng Sedent and Base, pero wala na follow-up dito coming in from KWANGDONG FREECS. So nagkagamit na ng mga ultimate dito. Dalawang ult was used by KWANGDONG FREECS. But the Dragon is about to go up in 25 seconds sa ating oras.
That's a win overall for USG. 2 big ultimates ginamit ng KWANGDONG FREECS prematurely. Samantalang all ultimates is available for USG. So if USG decides to go for the Infernal Dragon, and if there will be any ensuing 5v5s, expect USG to get the advantage.
Talagang yun lang talagang wish na mapakita dito, no? With the cooldown na meron sila, half pa lang ito, kailangan nila mag-buy pa ng enough time para make sure na bawi sila dito. But KWANGDONG FREECS, alam nila na wala silang ulti. Hindi na nila kailangan maghintay. Masuunahin nila ngayon yung Dragon because that's an Infernal Drake. Again, one of the important dragons dito. Rift will be secured as well coming in from USG. Tamang trade lang sa ating mga objective.
Yeah, they go for the trades. Actually, hindi ko 100% sure kung yung Rift Herald and yung Dragon parehas ng stacks para dito kay Aphrodite Shivana. Yun yung kailangan ko i-research pa later. Pero this is actually still good, which is basically to get territory. Lead on the top side gives you more freedom to roam as eto kasing top laner ng USG set, hindi naman talaga siya heavy farmer, hindi siya tulad ng Jax. He wants to be, in the team fights as much as possible with the kit that you have. So, breaking the tower on the top side does actually make sense if you want to free up yung Baron laner mo to roam around the Wild Rift.
Yes, at the same time, that's that's the most effective, or I would say pinakasulit talaga na pagkakaroon ng referral is being able to get the first tier turret as well. So sobrang sulit para sa kanila dito yung pagkuha nun. And that's reflecting sa ating gold, no? We have around 2,000 gold lead for USG, and this is very surprising right now, diba? To think that they have a scaling champion and having trees rotating actually is not that bad of a decision after all coming in from USG.
Nope, I'm liking it so far for USG. Tempo advantage is with them, gold advantage is with them, and wala pa naman talagang clear team fight na magdidikta kung sino talaga yung mananalo pagdating ng mid-game. Aphrodite just continues to scale up. power farms, the jungle camps and whatnot, and now they have access to just plant wards on the top side of the map, which gives more freedom para dun sa Shyvana to really scale up. At the end of the day, later, by the time that we hit the 10-minute mark, it all comes down to execution. If we see Aphrodite's Dragon's Descent, plus, the plethora of ultimates na meron dito ang USG hit the targets na kailangan dito sa side ng Kwangdong Freaks, we could see a win for USG.
Oh, that is very lethal kung sakali man, pero napabagal na nila ng isa sa Tatuki, ginamit ang kanyang Donic Shadow para magkaroon ng shield. Pero that's not gonna be enough kasi apat dapat. Diba? Kung merong biskwit, hindi lang kalahati ng sasakyan, buong sasakyan ang nakuha niya. Nabagsakan siya dito. Barrier and Flash Fast Force.
Yeah, pero that's 3 ultimates that is invested just for 1 casualty for the side of USG. I would say that as long as they can defend this tower though.
Oh, no. Trees, nahuli dito. Exhausted ang isa, pero Zeko is able to get away. Walang trade na naganap. And that's another turret para sa kanila. Unfortunately, Trees will fall down.
That's the miss. That's where KDF knows that they have the advantage on the experience side of things. Kasi if USG was actually able to defend the tower on the bot side, that casualty, that death from Tatuki is negligible. Pero ang nangyari kasi, si Threes sumunod pa. Namatay si Threes, nabasag yung Toro sa may bandang ibaba, and that basically was the mistake that USG did not want to happen. Because that now evens up the tower count, and Kwangdong Freaks now has freedom to plant the wards in the bot side. So, a series of unfortunate events for USG overall.
But still, lamang pa rin sila ng konting-konti na lang. Because again, the turnaround being done by Kwangdong Freaks. Dalawa pa ang nakuha nila doon. So again, as you mentioned, that's a very big opportunity for Kwangdong Freaks na mabawi yung kanilang goal deficit against USG. They have the information na nandito siya nag-recall doon sa may Gedli. Wala muna mangyayari gaano ngayon because objectives natin ay tapos na. Pag-repair is about to go up. Habang si North, 2v2 situation, si Mai. Uy, napakaganda! Napakaganda! Exclusive cast! And then showstopper pa! Pero here comes the pain. The power of friendship. Pagkasama-sama sila dito. Pero exhausted ng Dragon. Pagod na pagod siya. May decoy doon and decoy will fall down. Wala nga nang mamamatay dito. Sa Kwangdong Freaks now, they have the upper hand to go for the referral because meron pa rin tayong Dragon form para kay Aphrodite. And 2 of the ultimates, 3 actually was forced to use dito by Kwangdong Freaks. Now, they can get this referral para sa kanila.
Yeah. It was a very sick explosive cast, diba? Dalawa yung napabalik. Wala man namatay para sa side ng Kwangdong Freaks. They were able to get the necessary advantages to get that free Rip Herald on the top side. Still, I want a replay of that because that was a very sick explosive cast coming from Kaz, no? Grabe pala gumamit ng Gragas itong si Kuya Kaz.
Siyempre, alam mo naman, Gragas yan, Gragas.
Gragas.
Nakakuhuli mo na eh. Diba, parang si Dragaris yan eh. Oh. It was very effective again, as you mentioned, how they're able to, actually that's a bait, I would say, no? Kaz was baiting the Kwangdong Freaks dito. True. And very effective. Tapos follow up pa by Mai. Alam mo, setup na yun talaga eh for the showstopper.
Nabuhay pa rin yung Kwangdong Freaks eh, no? Kumbaga, 10 out of 10 na yung crossover, hindi lang na-shoot.
Kulang na lang, pumasok talaga sa basket. Pero, Dragon is up. Now, Kwangdong Freaks once again has the upper hand in terms of Dragon positioning. Pero the rest of the members of USG is now going in! The flash in body slam, pero katurit ka ba ito ng buhay niya? Nag-Dragon's Detect, tumalbog yung tatlo, pero nagkaroon tayo ng konting damage doon sa may gitna. Nakuha nila ang buhay ng isa. Aphrodite will fall down. Wala nang aagaw. Tatuki will fall down as well. Barrier was used. Flash did there. Pero di yun tapat para ulit sa kanya sarili dito. Repair based down the need to give the pressure lang sana sa ating turret. But no problem kasi Zeki will just continue to get the Dragon for himself. They have the ward. They can see this right now na kinakuha ito ni Zeki, but no problem. Kasi Aphrodite will be, rather Acrobat will be there to help si Zeki secure the Dragon.
That's actually the sad part that what's happening right now for USG. Kaz wanted to engage. Kaso I think his ultimate was actually just a seconds off before niya maiba to yung explosive cast. Looking at the replay, tingnan natin kung ano nangyari dito. Look at Aphrodite. Bigla siyang sumabog dito eh. Yeah, Dragon's Descent is going to be there. Death Mark target kaagad. Shuriken sa ulo. That's going to be it for the Dragon. And with Aphrodite down, so will the damage be for the side of USG. And that's actually a painful exchange for the side of USG because at one point, I believe, na makakakuha sila ng isang panalo dito kay Spear. Pero, KWANGDONG FREECS with multiple clashes going their way, 2 dragons already on their side. Well, USG, it's still doable for them to win this game. Pero, nakikita ka nga natin, hindi na nga kinailangan gamitin yung exhaust kay Aphrodite. Talagang tinarget down lang, nilockdown lang, and then that's all she wrote for the Shyvana.
Actually, Tatuki as well, parang napansin ko na gusto niyang kumuha ng magandang highlight eh. I would say na magandang use of that ulti
diba?
na meron siya. Pero hindi niya makuha eh. Hindi niya makita na kung ba magsama-sama si Acrobat and si Zil. He cannot get the squishy champions of KWANGDONG FREECS. And unfortunately, nung time na nag-decide siya na pumasok na, huli na lahat para sa kanila. Ginamit na ang showstopper dito pero ginamit ang deathmark para sa kanya. May super low na! Ginamit ang haymaker para magkaroon ng playmaker. And those going to be the transcendent embrace. Pero walang trade na mangyayari. Nagkaambahan lang sila.
Yeah, isa pa yan yung si Acrobat on this Karma. Just one of the champions na talagang very impactful when it comes to clashes. Kanyang mga shields, yung kanyang mga tether, yung kanyang transcendent embrace, which basically repositions almost all members that you have. USG, when it comes to the ease of execution, kailangan talaga maganda yung paggamit ng kanilang mga ultimates. Kailangan available lahat ng kanilang mga ultimates because once they pile up all those ultimates and they get access to Acrobat, they get access to Zeal, and they are able to burst down itong dalawang targets na kailangan nilang mapatay. Things could go their way for the side of USG. This is not yet over, Sphere. Yung lead na meron dito yung KWANGDONG FREECS, this is more of a momentum lead rather than, the overall game lead na meron sila. Tempo, yes, it's at the advantage of KWANGDONG FREECS, pero it's still very doable for USG.
Yeah, you're still at the 13-minute mark eh. Kumbaga, itong gold na 2,000, it's not that big.
Yeah.
That
Konti
just
lang
one team fight na pwede may pinaro dito ng USG could pretty much end the game para sa kanila. Pero Zil, pwede sa Geddy. Actually, if you look at it, Ghost, hindi ganun ka-impactful yung mga damage si Zil sa mga team fight. But he's able to go for the right person when it comes to assassination. Si Kaz naipit dito, ginamit ang barista para kay Zeki. Pero Zeki walang takot na hinahampas yung kanyang batuta sa kanyang kalaban dito because may shield na nagagaling kay Acrobat.
True. Sobrang tanky na rin talaga dito ni Zeki. I think Divine Thunder has already become treated. Tama din sa observation mo about Tizil. Pero kita mo naman yung Spirit Fire. Nahihirapan dito mga members sa USG.
Nako, naipit si Kuya Mo. Si Kuya Mo Not, pero transcendent embrace para magkaroon sila ng pressure dito. At hindi nila ipilit na pasukin pa si Not doon. Kung nagkataon man, hindi nila nagamit yun. Pwede pa nilang trade sana with the showstopper and yun the potent will fall down to the hands of this.
Timing para sa KWANGDONG FREECS to make a move. Dahil yung Dragon's Descent, kahit pa paano yung cooldown niya kasi is relative sa range niya. Wala siyang Dragon's Descent dito which basically means na hindi ganun ka-effective yung Shyvana. So let's look at KWANGDONG FREECS kung mag-force sila ng fight dito because that's the right take.
Helicopter. Naku po! Mali siya lang natalunan. Yun yung mga moment na alam mo yun, naiinis kayo. No talaga. Natula ka sa maling lugar. Kumbaga nandun sila natin na blasting cone. Also right now, walang bumubuo ulit ng extended Sieger, no? Compare sa mga sa day 1
walang plantito?
No, walang plantito.
Hindi na kasi uso eh. Hindi na uso yung lockdown eh. Nauso lang naman yung plantito ng lockdown eh.
Ang kasi nakita ko ang dami. Ginagamit nila yung Crash Bloom nila in every crucial situation. But wala ngayon eh.
Well, one of the potential effects din ng pagtanggal sa Twin Ghosts because Twin Ghost is no longer part of the enchants available right now. There is no way for you to really check. Rather, outside of, going for that Extali Sieger and Scrying Bloom. So that's also one reason, pero Tatuki!
Tamang cyclone lang. Pakita Tatuki dito, pero super low yung kanya HP low. Hinahabol siya sa loob. Transcendent Embrace, all in na. Kumbaga, nag-cash out na sila doon. Make sure nila na makuha nila yung buhay ni Tatuki. Kasi yung Dragon Pop na 5 seconds, kaibigang Auto. Sad, no?
Oh, no. So Tatuki, what happened? Alright, so that... Oh, wait! USG trying to force itong KWANGDONG FREECS to respond to their Baron threat.
Nakaamoy dito ang KDF. Alam nila na may potential sila dito to go for the Dragon. Alam mo, maraming situation, maraming scenario ako sa mga pub game na kapag naka-Shyvana or Mastery ako. Alam ko, kaya natin yung Baron kahit na early pa lang eh. Nagko-call na kagad ng Baron. Actually, with the circular situation ng USG, they can go for that Baron kung sakali man. But naamoy nga ng KDF, so no Baron muna for them. Free Dragon sa KDF because of Tatuki going down earlier on sa teamfight na yun.
Yeah, it's more of a Hail Mary call to go for that Baron. Especially against the Nasus na isa-shred ka ng Spirit para matanggap ka ng mga acid spray dito ni Kuya Baron. I think the wise play is for them to go back. Not to mention na hindi rin naman ito yung Trinity Force build, which is mabilis mag-take down ng Baron. It's the Divine Thunder build, so it's more on the HP survivability flash type of Shyvana. But still, that's 3 dragons already for the side of KWANGDONG.
Uy! Napagod na naman, focus resolve! Nahuli ang dalawa! Nabingwit siya! Stopper! Seveno pa na paggamit ang kanyang counter strike. And there's going to be the Cyclone as well, securing 2 champions of USG. Hindi lang dalawa, 3 pa ang nakuha nila doon sa bakbakan na yun, giving them the opportunity to actually go for the Baron, even Aphrodite still being there.
And Noah was displaced. Papunta dun sa katabi nila. Tapos yung Nasus parang nakangiti na lang at pinaghahampas sila regardless of the amount of stacks. It's still some normal attacks that will just, tear your defenses down. Especially threes doesn't really have that much HP. So my threes Kaz going down means a free Baron for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS. Tingnan natin kung paano na gagamitin itong Baron na ito because they could just fall sure to break down 2 inhibitor turrets. Looking at the replay, tignan mo, panoorin mo dito si No. Patalsikin siya eh. Bang! Uy, katabi ko na. Let's go!
Hello sa'yo, Tower!
Hello sa'yo, mga members ng USG. And that's all she wrote for the side of KWANGDONG FREECS. Well, in the lead na sila dito. Ito na yung talagang pwede natin sabihin na para maka-comeback dito ang USG. Series of mistakes from the side of KWANGDONG FREECS is needed.
Yes, and alam mo, isa sa mga hindi pa ganong na-adapt ng karamihan ng players pagdating sa Karma is how you're gonna be able to utilize yung focus resolve. Wait lang, mamaya na daw yan kasi flash niya si Acrobat dito pero may shield yan. Nasa Karma, 3 kasama niya. Member of KTF trying to make some trades. The slow will be there. That's going to be the inner flame. Ang dami nangyari, ang dami nagkauntugan. There's that embrace and the moonfall coming in from Tatuki. Not gonna be enough to make sure they can get 1 kill. 5 pa rin ang members ng KTF ang buhay. And it's an ace. Wala nang kapawis-pawis sa buhok dito ng KWANGDONG FREECS. Pawis pa kahit rin tapos na laban kasi 5 miyembro ng USG with the Baron buff. I think this is it, Pansit. Getting straight to the head sa ating group stage. KWANGDONG FREECS sila na ang talagang nandito. Undefeated hanggang dulo.
And with that, it's fully cemented that KWANGDONG FREECS is the #1 team sa bracket A. Really shattering almost everyone's expectations and predictions. Syempre tayo, prediction natin ang magka-come out as #1 and #2 dito is Team Flash and Flash Wolves kasi Southeast Asia Supremacy. But against all odds and against everyone's expectations, KWANGDONG FREECS just reintroduced themselves to the world right now that they are a team from Korea that we have to be scared of and worry of. 13-0 yung scoreline. Naku po. Perfect game pala when it comes to kills, Kuya Sphere.
Kumbaga, naka-airdrop lagi, no? Laging focus lang sila dito. Looking at how KDF or KWANGDONG FREECS was able to win this game, it's just a matter of, precise decision making and at the same time, controlling talaga, no? With Acrobat being there to shield or to support whoever yung mga naiipit. Pero tignan mo naman yung graph kay Bigang Auto. First few minutes of the game, sobrang smooth sailing lang dito ang mga tropa natin from USG. Kahit na 0 yung kills sila, they were able to get the first tier turret kagad, the Rift Herald, pero didn't last long.
Yeah, ito yung Rift Herald advantage na meron sila. Yung nakikita nyo blue part at the middle part of your screen, yan yung nung nakakuha ng konting advantage yung USG nung nag-commit yung KWANGDONG FREECS ng 2 ultimates and hindi nila talaga mapalagan sa 5v5 ang USG. Ginamit nila yung Rift Herald para mabasag sa top side and then on the bot side, doon natin na ito nag-crumble down yung defenses ng USG. Because after Tatuki went down, they did not anticipate another tower dive heading over to threes and that actually just opened up the game for KWANGDONG FREECS. Basically, it's all about macro, right? Let's look at the highlights here. Hindi, actually, tayo pala muna. Tayo yung highlight. Hello kayo, kumusta yung mga viewers natin dyan?
Yeah, going back. At the end of the day, it's just a matter of having, enough champions to counter Aphrodite. Or rather, Tama. We will have Shyvana. Hindi gumana yung Shyvana kasi nga may imagine meron silang slow with the Wither, meron silang Acrobat, Shield coming from Karma. And pretty much that's the setup talaga to shut down a Shyvana. And looking at yung damage sa kanya 2,000, that's overall damage, di ba, sa buong game, di ba? The highlights. We're looking at right now, set 1, set 2. Di ba? Panalo talaga Kwangdong FREECS. Undefeated.
So moving forward, as the number 2 seed sa bracket B, yun yung makakatapat ng Kwangdong FREECS. Parang nakakatakot din eh, no? Kung ikaw yung RRQ, kung matatalo ka kasi sa match mo mamaya sa RY, you will be put sa second seed. Ang makakatapat ng RRQ will be Kwangdong FREECS. Kung mananalo naman sila, makakatapat nila will be either Team Flash or Flash Wolves. So kung ikaw RRQ, matanong kita ako, Sphere. Sino gusto mo makatapat? Kwangdong FREECS o yung Team Flash or Flash Wolves?
Ako sa akin para sa akin, parang mas pipiliin ko munang lumaban sa Team Flash. Kasi as someone na naka-experience na ng Southeast Asia meta, di ba? You know how they move, you know paano sila gumalaw dito. Maybe I can have the better idea of how Team Flash play the game compare sa Kwangdong FREECS na ginugulat hindi lang ako, hindi lang ikaw, but ang buong Pilipinas.
I think we will have an interview that is going to be shown here. Direct, can we show the interview? Because we are willing to give time to that interview.
Alright.
Because I can interview, we can have the interview or no interview.
Alright. Kasi yung mga
we're just waiting for directions here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we the interview is for the Korean. And I think they're interviewing. Ay, Anyong. Congrats.
Kwangdong. Kumbaga, pwede na ito ipasok yung Kwangdong.
Ay, wala na.
Fighters.
We cannot show the interview, ladies and gentlemen, but that's still Kwangdong FREECS advancing as a number 1 seed. Very, very good start para sa kanila for this tournament. And again, they have Thursday and Friday. That just goes to show that when they disappointed during the Icons Global, they were definitely one of the most disappointing teams, bar none. As in, 100% akong sinasabi yun. And they did not stop there. Diba? Like, the grind is real. I've been hearing that they have been so active when it comes to scrimmages and whatnot, and they have been performing well. I was told of this team to be wary of. And at first, I was skeptic. But now, I'm a believer, Kuya Sphere, that basically, Kwangdong FREECS has now evolved to a threat level of 8. So, now that they are the number 1 seed, the number 2 seed, we will find that out by the 3rd game today. And for USG, well, again, we will see you, definitely. Japan's League of Legends scene has always been there. Diba? Hindi naman talaga sila nawawala. But they have to really evolve very, very soon para makasabay sa ibang mga strong and powerhouse League of Legends regions tulad ng Southeast Asia and Korea. And of course, especially China.
Yes. Kumbaga, it's understandable, di ba? With regards to their overall meta, nakita naman natin that they are trying to adapt pa kung ano yung mga pwedeng mangyari pa or paano pa nila i-adjust yung kanilang mga playstyle overall. But they are slowly getting there. It's just a matter of, you know, Korea is right now going slowly up na talaga. Kumbaga, to the moon ang nangyayari dito. Southeast Asia, that goes to Southeast Asia as well. It's just a matter of, you know, to keep on learning pa with a lot of things. This is a good experience for them, diba? This is a good experience for them being able to participate in the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. It's a big move para sa USG. So I'm really looking forward how that's going to you know, give them a lot of improvement sa ating mga susunod pa ng mga tournaments. Pero, ang ating susunod na match, RP, walang iba kundi BURIRAM United versus LSB, diba? Love so bad ang ating susunod na laban. Tingin mo ba dito? Saan ba?
Alam mo, yung BRE tsaka LSB, sayang eh. Pero wala na kasi talagang dimpering yung next game natin. It's all about, you know, that graceful exit. And syempre, BURIRAM United had their chances. Maraming close game. Maraming konti na lang. Marami ring baron na naipa-steal. Parang gano'n. Anong nangyari dito kay Kuya BURIRAM? Where I really thought that they would be one of the premier contesting teams that we have in Bracket B. Sinabi nga natin, Bracket B has a more stacked set of teams. We have BURIRAM, we have RRQ, we have RY, we have LSB. And wala eh. At the end of the day, dahil dalawang team lang yung makaka-advance sa playoffs, BURIRAM United is already out of contention. So it's all about making sure that they finish the tournament strong, heading towards the other tournaments na meron pa and active pa ang BRB.
Yes, and that's it para sa ating Game 1. Sa pagbalik natin mga kaibigan, Game 2 na tayo. I'm Big Sir Tagalog na Autolose. We'll be right back. Welcome back mga kaibigan. Nakaiwas na ako sa kunay nitong si Akali. Pero, this is Pansit para sa ating match 2. Nasa Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022 pa rin tayo. Group stage pa rin ang GGsphere together with Autolose. Eto na tayo, BRU versus SLB, LSB para sa ating game.
Buti naman nakaiwas ka. Sabi mo,
SLB.
SMB? LSB?
LSB, LSB. Pero, eto na RP.
BURIRAM United Esports, the lineup. Uy! Gagamitin nila yung kanilang substitute. So, itong, well, basically, they're already out of contention. So, Golden Feet will not be playing. Di ko natanong kay Coach Lion Nation kung paano i-pronounce yung jungler name nila ng sub. Ito si Undelish. Undelish na lang.
Oh, Undelish na lang.
Undelicious. And then we have Noel, Archini, Bank, and what? The Jess rounding up the 5-man stack for Thailand.
Ito na sila, no? We've seen them in a lot of matches dito sa ating Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. I think they're still trying to, figure out with a lot of things kung in regards to their enemy o yung mga kalaban nila dito. But again, going against naman sila dito sa ating LIIV SANDBOX. Kita natin si Tier, Kiri, Zika, si Eugene at si Tasa. Eugene nakita ko na ito ng mga nakarang araw eh. Tagal ko nang gustong sabihin na Eugene Tagur, Jeremiah Jericho.
Ay!
Tayo, pre!
Oo nga eh. Well, technically, syempre, yun yung the golden age of anime tuwing 4 p.m., di ba? Ghost Fighter, pag uwi mo, kailangan maabutin yung Reagan na abot ng 5 episodes bago mapakawalan. Pero dito na nga tayo, VRU versus LSB Game 1 draft. I'm actually very excited to see kung paano magpa-perform itong sub-junglers ng VRU. Because again, pagdating kasi kay Golden Feet, he has the experience, he has the chops, and when it comes to carry junglers, he's been, so effective. Pero yung nawala kasi sa BRU was yung sync ni Noel tsaka ng jungler niya. Remember, back in the day, si Shiba kasi yung third summoner spell ni Kuya Noel, in where if he wants to really own the lane, if he really wants to own the game, he will just, call over their jungler, and that will be a very good gank agad-agad para sa kanya. And there you have it. We have our first set of bans here, GGsphere.
Yes, we have, of course, Karma, Jace, tapos Shyvana, and Senna. Andalish, I think, with regards to yung kanyang playstyle, baka meron silang tinatago dito eh. Kasi I've seen Coach Lion Nation na nag-comment din sa isang match nila na tinanong ko sino ba si Andelish. And that is indeed, there's some player na talagang gagamit ng maglalaro as their jungler ngayon. So I'm really looking forward how Andelish as well is gonna be able to support Noel and Archini towards yung ating mga lanes dito. Remember, seeing the previous matches sa ating Wild Circuit Asia Invitational, we're seeing a lot of movement. May it be in the mid lane or the top lane, less of going towards the bot side na. So, first pick, Dushan.
Ay, grabe, solid. As a first pick. Still very flexible. Can go over to Bank, can go over to Noel. Depending on the matchups. Actually, pwede mo na ilagay talaga yung Lucian in the Baron lane as a response dito kay TYR on the Renekton. LSB does not have a win so far as of yet. Actually, their only game win was against another Korean team in RY. So, the chops and the possibility of them getting a series win against BRU, it's very, very much possible. So, let's look into the second pick here. That's going to be the Nami to deny the potential Nami-Lucian combo.
Yes, Matic, no? Kapag kinuha yung Nami, probably merong Lucian sa kabila na ayaw nilang makuha din yung Nami. That's indeed going to be a huge problem kung sakali man na makuha ng BRU itong si Nami. So, removing that one in the equation, at least mabawasan ng problema dito ang BRU. Is this going to be a Darius para kay Kuya Noel? Or no? No? Not today. Dahan, is a better option para sa kanila to go for the support role. But normally, we're seeing a lot of tank champions na lately, no? With regards to the support role. Pero Rakan being there is not a bad choice as well. Siyempre, para tumulong sa ating maging AD carry or AP carry man. Remember, Dushan could go for the mid lane, so di pa siya sure na magiging dragon lane dito. And we're gonna be seeing a Garen nga ba? Garen man?
Possible. I miss the days of Thresh of Jess though. Iba pa rin talaga yung Thresh ni Jess. Parang restaurant eh. Thresh ni Jess. So we have Ziggs being locked in here. So it is potential that it is, a staple pick for Archini back in the day. Archini is known for the control mages. You have the Ziggs, you have the Lux, you have the Orianna. So this Ziggs could go to the mid lane, which is outside the meta for a couple of months now. But BRU can still make it work.
Yeah, but looking at it lang naman, they can still switch pa rin, no? So, pwedeng Lucian pa din sa ating mid, tapos AP carry, ganyan. So, pero see, no, I think, considering kung ano yung pwede nilang gawin dito, there's a lot of options na pwedeng gawin ng BRU. But Cork is going to be the last pick, ating first pick phase ng LSB para sa kanila. Having this champion, what we normally see, of course, in the mid lane na rin naman. Pero could go for the Dragon Lane as well para tumulong kay Nami. So, ang kanilang fourth ban for BRU is Lee Sin. Okay, removing that equation para kay Akiri. Option to go for the champion. Right now, para mga junglers yung mga tinatanggal nila, no? Kasi these two teams, right now, wala pang mga junglers, eh.
Yeah, and they also need to target down the Zed, kasi itong si Zika, Zed yung favorite din it. Actually, almost all Korean teams really prefer yung Zed as their mid laner. But we'll see, because if that is left open, BRU has a response of Agarin in the mid lane. So ang problema kasi, they already picked up Ziggs. So most likely mangyayari, if that's the case, you have a Ziggs Rakan in the bot lane, Lucian will go onto the top lane. And so they will need another tanky, beefy member in the jungle. Alright, Gragas being picked up here by LSB. Possible Gragas jungle or Gragas mid?
Yeah, I think pwedeng jungle talaga, no? Kasi they have a support already or probably a mid laner. Well, gusto nyo mag-last pick nila dito, but this is going to be very interesting right now. They have a very huge damage if AP carry yan or AP build. Here on the other hand, we're gonna be seeing Xin Zhao. Will this be the jungler of their team? Probably a jungler para sa kanila, no? So that's going to be some defensive champion to make sure that he can protect yung kanyang mga teammates in the backline. So exciting jungler para sa kanila.
Yeah, for his debut on the Leech, we'll go for Xin Zhao, which is hindi siya carry jungler, but rather a supplementary. And there you go, Garen pick up just for a possible Z mid lane na ipipick up dito ng LSB, but they will not go for that. And they will elect for a Gragas mid lane plus a Kha'Zix jungle. So what will be the formation like be here? Lucian, Rakan, bot lane, Ziggs mid lane, Garen top lane. Very standard, very season 0 yung lineup dito ng BRU.
And I don't think it's going to be very easy for LSB, specifically talking about mid lane. Noel is going for top lane with Lucian. Interesting.
Yun yung
and that's going against a Renekton. The top side natin, alam natin syempre na Noel could just utilize yung kanyang range dito, go for the pop. Yep. Go for the early aggression with Unleash kung sakali man. But actually going for the mid lane with a Garen against a Gragas. Pareho silang may G tsaka R sa pangalan and A syempre. So, I would say tanky. A little bit of an AP option para kay Gragas dito. So, damage department again as you mentioned, medyo may maganda ditong pwesto ang LSB.
And I also familiar na rin naman kasi talaga dito sa iteration ng lineup ng BRU. They really want the carries to be at the hands of Noel. Meanwhile, Archini would be the support.
And yeah, I think with regards to the lineup of these two teams right now, I would say kasi for sure sila pwede manalo dito, but this will matter kung paano nila i-match up na maayos. Probably the rotation, of course, coming from sports, since we have once again, diba, Rakan. Normally we are seeing a lot of tanks support statey. Nautilus, we have Seth, diba? We have Gragas, but right now, or minsan nasa Spad na hindi gumagawa ng rotation. But Rakan, of course, pretty much do a lot of rotation this time. So a lot of positioning in the mid lane, of course, moving towards mid side dito to help out yung ating mga mid lane carries. That's Garen, diba? And alam naman natin na minsan hindi pa makakaabot dito. But panoorin mo natin ang ating intro. And here we go mga kaibigan para sa ating Series 2. Game 1 pa rin tayo dito. BRU versus LSB naman ang makikita natin. We're gonna be having of course a mid lane na Garen going against sa Gragas. Tingnan natin kung magkakaroon din ng magandang rotation dito kami for the support. That is Tsunami and the Arahan. So parang standard nga. Tama ka dito kaibigang Otto.
Yeah, kumbaga yung pinaka-difference lang is that I anticipated Archie to be on the Ziggs, pero yun nga yung common trend ngayon for the side of BRU is Archie being put on the tank duty. I mean, he will be facing against Zcash on this Gragas, which is actually okay kasi had it been Zed, it will be a lot easier for Archie to really negate the impact of this Gragas, but it's always a pleasure to really watch itong si What the Just on Rakan, no?
Oh, alam mo naman na isa yan sa mga highlight champion niya talaga. Kung hindi man Thresh, he can go for Arakan. Na nakikita natin talagang effective because yung paggamit niya ng quickness, yung grand entrance niya, to make sure that he can CC or give the pressure sa kanilang mga kalaban to during team fights. It's a matter of right now kung paano niya masisecure to, no? Kasi kalaban niya Gragas eh. Diba? He could just use yung body slam so he can be bursted out. And the aggression of the bot, we're seeing that right now. Ganito mga kaibigan, ito si kaibigan Tasa with the 4 sa kanyang pangalan. One more hit. Hindi umabot kasi nakapag-event flow. Tamang was-was-iwas lang ng tubig sa katawan.
True, and that's one summoner for 2 na ginawa ng trading dito ni What the Jess. So relatively shorter yung cooldown na Ignite, pero look at Unleash.
Amoy tragedy, both sides. Unleash going in from the backline, pero naamoy niya na merong ward dito. That is a static ward. Tamang ambalang sa Gedli. Hindi niya na pinilit, hindi niya na pinasok kasi medyo full health pa si kaibigang Eugene. That's gonna be a risky play para sa kanila. Pero turret, I think, turret plating lang muna tayo. Kas-kas lang, cash out.
Yep, plating is the name of the game. Samantalang itong si Kiri on the other side of the map was not actually even able to do a counter jungling. So talagang tempo advantage for BRU.
Oo, tsaka sa top side siya eh. So medyo malayo talaga. Hindi niya na pinilit
Ito
pa.
na.
He's gonna get the blue buff para sa kanyang sarili. And despite that, not responding or even Unleash being able to get that plating, lamang pa rin talaga dito si Kiri. And this, after that, is also able to get yung kanyang level 5 ultimate agad. Tumalon. Wala. Hindi niya mahuli ang sushi.
No? Pero they were spotted by that ward. And so, Jess was not able to catch itong si Tasa. But that still is 3 buff start for Kiri, so that's something that they can bank on, talking about LSB. Although nagkaroon ng konting tower plate advantage dito ang BRU, nasagot naman kagad with some trades dito ng LSB.
Kumbaga, meron pa rin silang pagbawi na nakikita natin na hindi pa rin ganun kalaki talaga. Yung ating goal difference dito, maliit lang yan, that's 200. In favor of LSB, kahit na nakuha dito ng BRU yung ating mga platings kanina. So, tamang patsiyan lang. There's some aggression there, especially with Unleash going to the bot side kanina, and Zcash also trying to respond. Pero wala pa ganong major team fight. So, 3 minutes pa lang naman tayo. Pero speaking of major team fight, mukhang nagbabadya si Kuya Unleash dito. Sinusubukan ni ko rin si Zcash, level 6 yan. Meron siya ina-fight pero di pa up yung kanyang Luden's Echo. Mukhang Luden's Echo to, no?
Yeah. Luden's Echo start just for ability haste. Para lang mas mabilis yung kanyang rotation ng combo. Pero on the top side, pwede silang bumangga ng isang makapal na wave dito. Posturing for tower dive for the side of BRU. But they have to be careful. Dominus is up.
Dominus is up indeed. Pero meron siyang ultimate dito. Pwede niya magamit yung kanyang ult on. Nadimasyon justice. Pero nagkakaroon susubukan sa top side. Ako na ultihan na nga. At namatay. Itong si kaibigang Zcash. Zcash will fall down. Pero naiwan mag sa top side dito. Imbis na si Tirang namatay. Si Zcash pa natutulong na lang.
Naku po, yung tier of the goddess napunta kay Zcash
naluha kumbaga ang nangyari doon. And the leash comes to the top side. You're seeing that the national turret. Gagawin mo na kanon kasi medyo alam nilang may paparating na. Tasa will be responding to the top side dito. The members of LSB will recall muna.
Nakakatuwa tong si Tir no? Wait lang, si Jess gumagawa natin. Kalma muna, Kuya Jess. Mag-i-explain muna si Kuya Otto. Nakakatuwa kasi yung pangalan ito yung Tir Nung isang araw, TYR. Si Kuya Osay, tawag niya, Tire. Daming iteration Tapos ngayon, Tir naman, nakakaluha. At ang basa pwede, basta importante na intindihan ng ating mga viewers. Lalo na what side, Zcash will just clear the wave. heading into a potential fight para sa ating unang objective.
Kumbaga, kung tireman yan, gulong yan kasi Renekton yan eh. Pero wait lang, mid lane, nahuli si Bang, naka-disengage siya, ginamit yung flash and barrier dito. Hindi niya na ginamit yung delivery package doon para magkaroon sana ng secured kill. Pero Eugene is saving it for the last, diba? For the betterment ng game natin, which is yung objective.
Yeah, League of Black Cleavers for the side of BRU. Tatlo na yung kompleto. One Luden Circle for the side of Bang. And then Rod of Ages for Jess. Most likely is going for that AP route para sa kanyang Rakan. Dibs na kagad ng territory dito ang NSP. Half-health na para sa Dragon. No contest whatsoever from the side of BRU. And package, which basically has been adjusted in 3.3C, will be invested for nothing.
Alam mo, pagdating sa mga trade na to, ang madalas kong nakikita ay ang sutukan sa topside. Ginamit ako this para sa kanya pero that's going to be nakaling para dito kay Tyr. Ginulungan na ako na stun with the Rooted Predator. Napakaswabe din naman noon. And there's going to be the repair base naman ng topside dito. Aabot pa sila. Nidepensahan nila ito pero okay lang. Tamang lang dito. Pero si Kiri, I'm not done yet. Napasok sa loob. Ginamit ng flash. Sabay tinalunan. Void Assault. Secured kill para sa kanya.
Whoops, Kiri. Nangyari doon. That's a scary move coming from Kiri. Getting another an exit kill against dito kay on the leash. But Archie on the bot side is basically just have some boxing moments against dito kay Zikas. But still, overall, a win for LSP just because of that very timely Rootless Predator. Nga, sabi nga natin, na-stun pa si Kuya Noel. Kuya Noel. Nag-gray screen pa. Ito yun, looking at the replay. Alright, calling. Ang dami na nang sinalad dito. And then flash in. Rootless Predator. Chakang! Tense.
Yun yung huling habilin eh, no? Bago siya mamatay eh. Hinampas niya muna yung surfboard niya sa ulo ni Noel. It was very effective. Kasi nasabayan pa natin.
Tower range pa ka mo, GGsphere.
What the jest? Ako po, disengaging with the flash out. Uy! Muntik nang humabol ang rocket barrage. Itong si Eugene. Hindi umabot yung ray gun niya doon.
Wala. Nagte-training pala. Mamaya pa yung malaking ray gun yan. Siguro pag dating ng mid-game. But so far, you're evenly and tight in an even game and a tight game. One tower lead para sa side ng BRU just because of that Tera that they summoned on the top side. But make no mistake, LSP still is in this game. Especially knowing that Kiri was able to get that kill kanina eh, no? So you can see na mamaya posibleng maging threat din talaga itong Kazakhs ni Kiri, which is actually one of the stars that we have to look out for the roster of LSP.
Actually, pag nakapag-upgrade na siya ng LIIV mamaya, nako, delikado yun. Jumping Lason ang magiging threat nila dito. Very dangerous and very risky para sa kamay ng BRU. Right na controlling lang sila, no? We're seeing that they are trying to give the pressure towards the mid side dito against LSB. Pero LSB, hindi sila papatinag. Ayaw namin ibigay ang ating first tier dito.
True. Alam mo, nakakadalawang tore na ang BRU eh, no? Nung nabugbog din kasi ni Kuya Archie yung tore sa bot, isang satchel na lang pala. Tapos jobs done na. So sa ngayon, ang gagawin na lang dito ni Bank is tauhan itong ang mid lane. Tapos kumuha na lang ng tempo itong BRU going for some territorial wards dun sa top side or bot side. Mamimili na lang sila. Clear out the vision and hope for picks heading into a big objective fight. Samantalang itong si Bank, wala na. Gitna na lang yun. Diyan na lang yung bahay niyan. Tapos may Inferno Bomb na lang, yung pambackup niya. Parang yung Twisted Fate na hindi umaalis sa linya eh. Bato-bato na lang ng MIB.
Actually, that's what he did, di ba? Kanina, sa top side. Nakapasayatan lang talaga ng ng Ruthless Predator kung hindi man. Hindi yun maging effective. Pero it's working perfectly well. Para sa BRU, kumbaga, naaayon sa pangalan eh. Kumbaga, pag bumabato siya ng Mega Inferno Bomb, money in the bank.
Money in the bank, let's go.
Oops, wait a minute, kaping mainit, nakakatusukan dito. Ayun yung sabi natin na wind becomes lightning, di ba? Second skill of Analyst. 20 seconds for the clock, mag-up yung ating referral habang nakapwesto dito ang BRU. Habang the rest of the members of LSD, medyo kalat-kalat pa sila. Pero sa midday naman sila eh, so konting lakad lang. Nandun na sila kagad sa kanilang destinasyon. Kumbaga yun yung pin location dito. But, 5 seconds. Ito lang, sila. Tumalo na! Oops, Kiri! Pumasok sa loob. Tinagat ng 7 Dragons pero di may pinili dito. Andrish, moving towards the referral. Pasok sa loob! Ang lalim!
Oh,
Ano
no.
nangyari doon kay Tyr? Bakit naman gano'n? Natira ang Dagatis. Second pair na bomb, nag-carry up. Actually, walang tinamala kahit na isa.
Uy!
Siguro pwede pa ni Tyr.
Zikas!
Pero si Zikas, grabe! Dito yun sa amin eh. Siguro doon yun ang security sa buhay doon at siya pa ang nadali.
Oh no! Walang tinama. Airball si Kuya Zikas pero ang buti na lang nandito si Kuya Kiri. And Kiri would get at least one exit kill but Zikas and Tyr nag-audition sila. Pero parehas bagsak Kuya Spear kasi parang sila pumasok eh. Ano walang ginawa? Unang-una si Tyr doon. Syempre nasa Osiris din kasi siya. Plus mahirap kasi pasukin ng isang round. Very good disengage option kasi yung quickness. So yung mga charms niya, yung mga crowd control niya nakakaasar kasi when you're going for that combo as a Renekton. Look at Tyr. Oh, you know, third talon strike pa na yung dahilan kung ba. Tapos yung si Zika, so nasa gitna siya. Wala siya tiwala body slam. Buti na lang explosive cast na.
Diba?
Was still able to hit a couple of members. Pero si Zika talaga medyo spoiler moment, tawag dito, blooper moment para sa kanya, sa Gragas niya, yung body slam flash.
Pareho silang gustong kunin si Bang. Nakita ko na, nabasa ko na, pero wind becomes starting, tinusok nila ang isa. Pero yun nga lang, makunat siya. Namatay dito si Kiri. Wala na sila pangagaw dito ng ating Dragon Explosive Cast. Tumalsik sa loob si Analyst, pero makunat yan. Siyempre, alam mo naman yan. Ginamit yung kanyang Explosive Cast kanina para magkaroon siya ng coating shield sa kanyang mga teammates dito. And now the Dragon is open. So the meter will fall down.
Oh no!
That's Feral doing the job. Wala na bouncing bomb. Naginig ko lang sila dito sa gate list. Makuha sila magagawa parte mo dito sa loob. At secured na nila yung kanilang Dragon dito. May turret pang kasama. May sukli pa.
Tatlong tore na nababasag dito ng BRU to 0 ng LSP and that's a Dragon being secured easily ng BRU. Definitely the tempo is on the side of BRU. Not sure what's happening to LSP kasi halos lahat ng play na gusto nilang gawin talagang nasasagot kagad dito ng BRU. Looking at the replay here, they wanted to converge against Archini but that's still the Karen that we have to talk about. And what the Jess? Okay, anong ginagawa mo dun? Grabe yung angle ni Mata Jess just because of the, di ba? Parang ba't siya nanggaling sa likod? Surprise! I'm here!
That's just, I think just one of the better way to use talaga Arakan is to go for the flank. No? Pag di ka naspatan, swabe. Pero pag nahuli ka, awitize. Iyak talaga hanggang dulo. But with that what adjust, diba? Nagulat talaga sila dito. Unexpected turn of events. And unfortunately, napitas ka agad si Kiri, which is, you know, yung kanilang jungler dito. Alam mo, when it comes to going for the objective, pag nagkaroon ng mga Dragon referral dance, always go for the the jungler lang. Kasi pag minus jungler, easy na. Kakagad na objective sa kanila.
Mas importanteng target talaga ang mga junglers compared sa mga carries. Pagdating sa mga objective fights na yan. Pero Archini, parang di naman masakit.
Grabe naman si Kiri! Teka lang, pagka-6 ka, mag-iisip ka bago ka tumalon eh. Tumalon siya sa Garen eh. Sabay,
Ginaging lang, pre! Ginaging lang ng Garen yung dami.
tinaas lang yung espada, sabay takbo-takbo eh. Wala lang eh.
Diyan ka pala, uy, pre, gusta.
Ayun na, aray ko, Luki, sa damage, sa sakit. Well, super burst it down. Naluki sa laki ng katawan.
Uy, may ganun pala, Bam!
Wala.
Okay lang. Tumama naman, pero konti pa. Mas masakit kasi yung damage sa inner circle eh. Meron kasi small circle yun, tsaka big circle. Yes, meron. Meron nga eh. So, mas masakit yung damage sa small circle. Nasa big circle na tumama. But, was still, wait lang.
Ito na naman. Tasok sa hanggang dulo. Mga kaibigan, ninabot na dito si Archie. Napakakunat. Payag-ikot na para trupo. Ginamit na lahat para lang masecure nila sana yung buhay ni Archie. Pero bakit pa si Archie niyang tinatalon nila? Isang malaking katanungan.
Bagay kasi malaking target eh.
Bagay.
Diba? Siya lang yung pinakamalaking model dito eh. Pero tama ka naman din sa tanong mo. Kita mo naman, gamit na gamit yung item ni Kuya Archie na Terox Gauge. Kada cooldown, talagang magpo-proc talaga yan kung ikaw ita-targetin. Buti na lang wala
yung po! Mali!
Uy, sababog!
Mali! Mali ka doon, Kuya What the Jess! Tumalon, niliwan si Bank! Kita ko yung pag ano niya doon. Oh no moments niya.
Check mo yung Baron Pit, pre. Nandun pa yung ulo ni Ziggs talaga. Sumabog talaga. Grabe, nangyari doon.
Pag grand entrance niya doon, pre. Naging isolated si kaibigang Bank. Nadali ka agad.
Nako po. These are the things na kailangan paglinisan ng BRU pagdating ng mid-game. Kasi sa ngayon, dapat with that tower lead na meron sila, hindi acceptable na 1k lang yung gold lead.
That is right, no? That's 3 turret. Now we're talking about 3 turret, pero what a Jester flash out siya. Napos sa loob. Unleash, kapalit ang kanyang buhay. Ginamit ang reset ka together with yung kanyang gargoyle stone plate. Pero si Kiri, going for blood. Hanap-hanap ng isolated. Sumakata ng isolation. Tumalon sa loob. Ginamit ang void spike, pero wala nang nangyari sa trade. Turret lamang para sa kanila at mamba out.
See, the problem with what happened there, Bang being assassinated did open up yung mid lane. And as a Zig center team, it's a cardinal sin, Spear, to have your first tower in the mid lane exposed like that. Kasi kaya ka nga nag-pick ng Ziggs is to just prolong the game and prolong the health of your mid tower. Yan kasi talaga yung babahayan yan eh. Pero si Kiri, naku po. So close yet so far.
Muntikan na.
Muntikan lang.
No, tinamaan lang ng kanyang feather, balahibo. No? Nitong si Wanda Jess. Siyempre manok yan eh. Manok yan eh. Diba? Hindi niya nahuli. Disengage kagad with the recall. Itong si kaibigang Kiri. Right now, 15 minutes. Going 16 minutes. Actually, 16 minutes tayo ngayon dito. Pero parang palaganong no? Mabigat na
mahirap kasi wala rin kasi talaga panghuli masyado dito ng BRU. Ang crowd control lang talaga nila is yung 3 talon strike nga. Dito ni Unleash. Plus yung ito si Jess. Outside of that, wala silang heavy crowd control.
Uy, teka lang! Uy, naku po! Hindi niya in-expect na may tawag kasi ginamit yung kanyang void spike! Hinabol hanggang kabilang dulo. Kung kabilang globo na tagus pa with the use of that ultimate. Now, Dragon is open na naman sa kamay ng BRU.
True, pero alam mo yung pinaka naging yung best move? Yung talagang pang-highlight play doon. Yung crossover ng BRU. Yung mala-matrix sa pag-iwas nila sa void spike, pre. Nung umiiwas sila,
sabay pa sila, pre. Sabay-sabay sila.
True. Yung parang choreograph na pang TikTok. Sabog.
Delivery package. 5-star nga ba ito? Kuya Noel, disengaging. Kumain na prutas! May ignite! The shield clutch! Coming from what the Jess. Muntik nang masunog. And Noel will survive that one.
Ayun, pakamon lang sa ulo. Sa lower right mo. Kahit ako mapapakamon na lang talaga ako. Kita mo naman, what the Jess. Back-to-back days para sa best support ng Thailand. Again, just making sure that, yung mamuhay itong si Noel. Pero more importantly, nabuhay yung tower doon sa top lane. So, ito na naman tayo. Mabalik na naman yung momentum para sa side ng BRU. Ang kailangan na lang talaga nila dito is to make sure na mai-convert nila ito and push pa nila yung kalamangan nila. Kasi yun nga malaki na dapat yung lamang nila at this point pero parang nagsaslow down pa sila against LSB.
Iwas lang sa over-aggression kasi katulad kanina may mga potential pick sila pero nagkakamali kasi sila sa positioning nila at the same time sa synchronization ng mga skills. Pero eto na, 5v5 situation, tumalo sa loob, explosive gas, sinabol lang isa, tinamaan, pero tidal wave naging Moises lang kasi nahiwa sila sa gitna ng mapa. At walang nangyari T5, nagkasuntukan lang, nagkaambahan.
Zero. Proto belt into the explosive cast, tinamaan si Kuya Noel pero saktong relentless pursuit lang palayo. And he's still A-okay. Noel though, still has to be very careful. Konting kalabit lang din siya kasi dito ni Kiri and I think he will just disappear from the map. Archie is on guard duty. I don't think they can threaten the Baron at this point. So I know LSB knows this na pag bumabato sa mga Baron at inaabangan lang talaga sila dito. And look at the position here by BRU.
Pwede nila ulit gawin yung maneuver, no? Yung crossover.
Yung
void spike.
Yung iwas ng void spike, mala-matrix.
Kumbaga parang iwasan lang nila yun. Na-face check talaga siya din si Kuya Kiri kanina. Hindi naman nila yung na-expect yun. Pero, tawalan na naman ang ating manok. Pero walang nahuli na kahit isa. Here, together with Tasa, chasing down si Noel. Wala, delikado yan. Meron siyang, kumbaga basa yung kamay ni Tyr dito kanina. Pwede niya mapaslow yun. Nandun sa kanya. Yung third skill itong sinami. No trades mo na for now, 19 minutes. Ang tagal ng game na to, no? Medyo slow pace tayo.
Bahala na si Kuya Coach Lion Nation na linisin pa yung mga iba sa mga decision making dito ng BRU kasi definitely this is a testament of how BRU and Thailand as a region really plays. Is sila sa pinakamabagal talaga pagdating sa Southeast Asia. Yes, they make the right plays pagdating ng endgame. They win, yung mga 5v5 team fights out of nowhere. Pero when it comes to explosiveness, it's not their trait. At least in the most recent meta.
Yun lang, yung nakita natin dito. But, with the package up para kay Eugene, they're preparing for the Elder Drake. Ito yung pinaka-inihintay lahat eh. Hindi lang ng mga viewers natin, but tayo din. Kasi alam nila na ito na yung mangyayari. Pero napabagal lang Dominus! Walang mahabol! Nahuli ang isa! Namatay si Watantes! Pinisit pansit na may Kirkirno Bomb! Lungot na damage! Naku, mahuli si Angelis! Sulog si Angelis! Napakakulat! Eugene! Isang ampas na lang na espada! Hindi na kailangan kasi may ignite siya na nagamit noon! Pero low lahat ang HP dito ng LSB. They have to recall back home habang Dragon. Kukuha nga ba? Tignan natin. Medyo matagal yan ha. Medyo makunat. Medyo malaki yung HP. The rest of the members of LSB is now going back to restore yung kanilang nawalang momentum kanina. Pwede sila makuha dito. Pwede sila makapag-attempt ng steed. Pero si Archie, wang-wang lang. Meron tayong checkpoint sa loob. Secure na ang Elder Drake. It's time. Babawi na kami dito. Babalong sa loob. Hindi.
Go back.
You have to go back muna kasi wala naman si Wata.
Right, and Jess was just crowd controlled to death agad-agad dun sa replay. Actually, hintay natin yung replay na yun. Pero nakita natin na hindi man lang nagamit ni Jess yung kanyang ultimate. None of those skills was actually converted. Good thing for them, Archie was able to isolate itong si Eugene. And with the combo that is available para sa kanila, Eugene became close to 0 health, and then a flash ignite was actually enough to secure yung kill against ito kay Eugene. So Eugene's game isn't as felt as what they hope for. Talking about LSB, actually, malaking responsibility niya dito eh. Pero pag ikaw kasi yung una napitas dito as a carry, naku, ikaw pa naman yung isa sa pinakamayamang member ng team mo.
Ako, wait lang.
So get this.
Ako, Angelis. Nagharap na agad target, tumalon sa loob. Itong si Wata, ginamit ang kanyang quickness, pero wala siya mahuli na kahit na isa. Medyo madulas at manipis ang mga LSB dito. Kailangan lang nila maging maingat. Pero Erp, you're talking about Eugene kanina. I just realized na he has what do you call this item? Yung magic penetration. Blasting the voice staff, yeah. Medyo napapaisip.
Normally, pang ano yun eh, League of Legends PC, pang item talaga. Kasi purely magic damage. So, kaya nga nag-comment nga nag-post nga si Coach Kaigu, na nag-kick-winch daw siya pag nakakita siyang Black Cleaver ng Corki. This is actually one of the reasons why. Kasi kaya nga nagkaroon tayo ng Void Staff Corki meta. Just because, people from the League of Legends community really knows that magic damage talaga ang binibitaw ang Corki.
Well, that's one thing for the Garen. Explosive class, ginamit dito mga kaibigan para sa loob, para magkaroon ng initiation. Natawanan niya sa ipin sa loob. Nasulat ng damage doon, lagay for na ba para magkaroon ng initial damage. They have to back away muna a little bit. Here, napas na naman ang Ice with Russian Justice. They can pretty much secure the top lane na ngayon. So the bottom that they have, they can also go for the mid lane. Satchel, securing the first, the inhibitor turret. Pero mamatay si Archery. Walang malakas na marami. Nanlambot siya dito, pero si Kiri. Ito na nga ba? Clean up! Tumalon sa loob ng upo! Na helo-helo! Na quickness siya, saktong-sakto by what na din. Derek for the kill. And now, looking for the next target, Eugene. Wala siya kasama dito. Wala rin sila Alfred, si Vincent, at si Dennis. Hindi siya mapasok sa loob. Nag-iisip siya mabuti. The damage will be there. Look at that. Rocket barrage. Nila ipipilit. Tamang uwi muna sila. Wala na yata yung Elder Drake buff nila.
Wala na, so wala lang yung sa atin yung timers pero looking at the replay, ito yung ginagawa dito ni Archie. Pag kami nakita target, wala, ipaplashan niya na lang talaga. And with one normal attack, and again, this is one of the reasons why it's very hard to engage as a Kha'Zix against this team. It's because of the threat ng quickness into the grand entrance. That combo is actually enough for you to be insta-lockdown. And Kiri with that Guardian Angel, not enough for him to really survive that engage. Or meron siya Guardian Angel. Tapos binenta niya. Ngayon, full item pa rin siya.
Actually, I think
talagang lahat ng resources na kay Kiri, Kuya Spear.
I think he also burned yung kanyang Edge of Night before siya tumalon. Kaya pinagandaan talaga. Alam nila. Pero what? Nandiyan sinuhuli. Wala siya matalunan! Kuya Noel, patalunin mo naman ako. Hindi siya nakatalo sa kanyang tropa dito. Pero makamatay na ba niya lang isa? Delikado ang buhay ni Kuya Eugene dito. Pero nahuli si kaibigang Analyst. Pero the Crescent Guard, he will survive! Prince Kuya Noel! Ang sakit ng damage dito ng kanyang Lucian! And now, Guardian Angel, sakit ng katawan mo. At sabi mo Kuya Kir, he will fall down nga ba? Di Martial Justice! That's going to secure another life of LSB dito. What the is nawawala. They still have the third tier, tier, the both sides. Buhay na yung Elder Drake. Pansinin nyo ako. Unahin nyo ako bago kayo tumapos ng game nito kung 34 minutes na ang game natin.
Tingnan natin kung magkakaroon ng magandang move dito sa Kiri Irving, ha?
Hindi pa tapos.
Alright,
Ako
let's go.
po, Kuya Eugene. Tumayo sa loob. Namatay siya dito with the Guardian Angel pero nakuha rin ang buhay ni Bang. Humahawal pa rin si Kiri. Naku po.
Oh, no.
So deep, di ba? Hindi siya so fluid. So deep. Lalim masyado.
Yeah, and this is a problem for LSB because the jungler is down. Dude, pwedeng mag-Elder Dragon. Itong VRU. On the leash, Archini. And itong si Noel is going to target down itong Elder Dragon just for that additional quest points. Kung meron man.
Para sa
Kasi
kill.
pwede... True. Ito na lang yung kailangan nila dito, KWANGDONG. I don't think they need the Baron to really end up this game. But they can elect to do so just for some style points. So BRU actually elect for that. 25 minutes into the game, 26. Tagal nila maglaro no, KWANGDONG?
Oo, matagal talaga. Matagal talaga itong pace ng game na to. And they're not gonna go win. Nahuling-huli si Tasha doon. Nambot, naging sushi, naging siomay. At meron pa silang kasunod at tinagin si Tyr. Next target na ba ako si Zikas. One more. Yung nakinagat ng 7 Dragons. At grabe, wala na sila magawa dito kasi it's an ace. Pero nabuhay si Kiri.
Kiri! Oh! Stacy! In your face!
Ako po, wala. Hindi siya makahuli ng kahit na isa. Dahil doon, BRU goes winning the game.
Grabe, Kuya Noel with the... catch me if you can, baby. Let's go. All right, 1-0 para sa side ng BRU. But this is all about, having that swan song, having that graceful exit. Yes, a tournament at all, heading into any potential tournaments that they may have. But that game number 1 was actually won by BRU after 26 minutes. Oh my God, that's one of the longest games that we have, Kuya Spear.
Yeah, actually, we are predicted actually BRU winning this game. Pero alam mo yun, going to the point na umabot tayo ng 2 Elder DR at 2 Baron, that's really a long game. Kaya makita natin sa stats natin dito, it's all about Noel doing the damage coming from the backline. Bank also just making sure that he can dish out so much damage, and si Wata Jess is a support na sobrang aggressive.
Kaya naman pala sumasabog itong si Kuya Wata Jess. Kasi multiple times natin siya nakita na kapag nahuli siya ng LSB, he ends up dying. That's because he was actually building a full AP build for Rakan. And we're looking at the graph right now. Almost the entire game, it was the lead of PRU. Although there was, some bumps the mid part of the game, it was still apparent that BRU was in the lead. Bank, Archini, and Noel, the trifecta of BRU did actually do a decent amount of damage. And what can you say dun sa debut ni Unleash?
I think maganda naman, no?
Passable, no? Passable.
With regards yung kanyang playstyle dito, it's just yung taking a risk with all the time. And good thing that he's actually using a Shinzao, diba? Kasi he's being saved by yung kanyang Gargoyle Stone Plate together with yung kanyang Crescent Guard dito. There are a lot of situations na muntik na siyang madali din dito. And having Unleash going in the front line or in the back line ng kanilang kalaban, this just shows na kung gaano din niya napoprotektahan si Noel and si Bak sa mga pagpihit.
True. Actually, si Bank nga yung unsung hero na rin natin dito kasi masakit ka rin talaga yung Ziggs niya by the time na umabot ng late game. But one thing that is that we have to note down is Eugene Sporty. I don't think he was ever felt in that game at all. Yung package usage niya, parang wala talaga akong nakitang impactful. This is actually the catch on Kiri where nag-ala Matrix yung dalawang members ng BRU, and this was the very timely save coming from Kuya Wata Jess to save itong si Kuya Noel. Pantik na lang,
Ignite yun, di ba? I think ignited yun that time, no? Na-ignite na nakakabit sa kanya eh. So, because of the shield, it was really saved by kaibigang Wata Jess dito. So, another team fight here and there. A lot of team fights na nangyari sa game natin kung saan some are messy, but it's just a matter of bursting talaga, no? The damage department of LSB, specifically coming from Zcash, yung mga explosive cast niya, tsaka yung mga Baron roll niya, napakasakit eh.
No.
Kaya yun ang mga damage na hindi mo inaasahan na kailangan mong mag-back, so kailangan para mag-reposition ng BRU sa mga teamfight natin. And sometimes Kiri going over aggressive sa mga situation.
Daming highlights nang tagal kasi ng laro. Dami mga explosive class dito ni Zcas, pero hindi kasi magiging enough kung si Kiri at si Zcas lang yung magkatrabaho para sa side ng LSB. Eugene has to step up, definitely, kasi his performance leaves so much to be desired. His fear, especially heading into game number 2. As LSB, you want to at least, gracefully exit this tournament. Most of the fans that are watching right now are from Korea because we have 3 teams from Korea. And of course, they want LSB to succeed so bad, diba? LSB, looking at their record prior to the Icons Global or during the WCK, hindi nga sila umabot ng playoffs and so nagkaroon talaga sila ng roster. Pero yeah, we have to go straight into game number 2 here. Huwag nating hintayin pa kung ano pa yung sasabihin pa na iba ni Kuya Otto. Let's just head straight to the drafting phase.
Sa bagay, mas marami pa tayo sasabihin pero sa in-game na lang siguro pag nandito na tayo. Banning phase na tayo mga kaibigan. Yumin, Shibana, mga tropa. Ito yung mga tropa na laging nanonood sa bench eh. Kasi lagi silang nasa ban list ng mga teams natin. Magkana will be removed as well para dito sa LSB. Pwede na din tanggalin si Karma, of course. Jace, also an option. Pwede nila iba na si Lucian this time to remove that option para sa Bian.
Lucian, na first pick worthy. Actually, binaban yung Lucian kadalasan sa blue side kasi hindi siya kadalasan na pa first pick. So, second rotation siya or yung RP1, RP2, red pick 1, red pick 2. Kadalasan nakikita ang isang Lucian. However, BRU did actually a mix-up and prioritized yung Lucian kanina. Actually, dito sa tournament na to, wala tayong clear favorite pagdating sa number 1 pick. Karma has basically reduced presence pagdating sa number 1 pick priority. Camille as well, hindi siya ganun ka pick worthy. Ito, Senna. And this is actually a more standard first pick worthy dahil ang dami niyang na-open up na strategies pagdating sa Dragon Lane for your team. So, expect na natin with Lucian open, Lucian na naman to para sa side ng BRU.
Tsaka maganda talaga, no? Pag Lucian, ay pag Senna yung yung support o yung carry mo, you can just opt for the late game. Late game guaranteed eh. You just have to make sure that you can get the orbs, diba? Yung stacks niya.
True.
Pero nako po, mukhang LQ muna tayo. Senna versus Lucian. Mukhang may sa labas matutulog si Lucian dito.
Yan ang late game, GGsphere.
Ayan, late game. Kasa din, binitbit na ng BRU.
Gusto niya late game LSP ito na.
Sabayan natin, sabayan.
Ewan ko lang, ano pa ba yung pagmamawat ng late game? Kaisama, gano'n no?
Kale.
Kale. Abot naman ang late game
Patagalan tayo, gusto nyo, sige.
Si Analyst is going to be locked in here for LSB. Definitely a staple in the bot lane. Very good priority getter. Dahil nga sa magandang wave clear na meron sila. Peste yung Wither. And most importantly, scaling pa rin naman ang isang Nasus. So this pairing has been a staple here in Wild Rift for quite some time now. Mag-iisang taon na nga yata nakikita natin tong Senna Nasus Mag-anniversary yata yun sa January. Yun, January yung Senna Nasus.
Mga Nasus Senna, no? Oo, naalala ko nung lumabas si Senna Doon yung biglang nagkalabasan din yung mga Nasus Senna combo sa both sides.
Nag-aayos pa ng ipin si Kuya Pat the Diyos.
Oo, syempre pinaghahandaan niya pa yan. Sabi niya, yung may kaya lang siya nahihirapan kanina, may tinatanggal siya Yan diba? Alam mo naman pag ganyan, mahirap pagtanggal. Mahirap pagkaroon ng Wild Rift, diba? Kasi napansin ko tuloy. Pero, hindi kasi na Jace. Hindi na ba si Jace, Kuya Otto, diba?
Ayun nga, nakapitas ng isang magandang pick dito ang LSB in the form of Jace. But, on the bot side, no Rakan, no problem because they have the potential pairing ng Nami Lucian. Although yung Lucian kasi ginamit ni Kuya Noel kanina. With the Nami being picked up, do you think this will be a Lucian in the bot lane for Bang or will they still go for, the standard, Ziggs, and so on and so forth?
Pwede pa rin standard Ziggs pa din to or
True.
Or pa pwedeng Baron lane pa din na Lucian kasi in-opt nila for the late game pa din. Nandun pa rin naman kumbaga nandun pa din yung Lucian Nami Yun nga lang, sa huli na. Pag nagsama-sama na. Tsaka dito sa Wild Rift, parang hindi ka naman mag-isa. Talaga. Diba?
Oh,
walang solo lane dito. That way, kasama ka palagi from time to time. Isang minuto lang
10
yung pagitan.
seconds, natatraverse mo rin kasi from one lane to another. And ano lang ba yung mga 10 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds ng game time no? So, mabilis talaga makapunta. Sana all no? Dito sa Pilipinas, matagal But Garen has been banned out here, even the Olaf, which is actually a very good set of bans. Pero pinaka-importante dyan is Garen has been banned away. So, Riven has been picked up here, which is actually interesting kasi kadalasan kapag napipick ang Riven para sa side ng BRU, it's going to the hands of Golden Feet. And yesterday, nakita natin na nag-Riven si Kuya Noel. Yung Riven niya na nag-0-4 agad-agad. So, baka ito na yung pambawi ni Kuya Noel on that Riven pick.
Baka redemption arc to ARP. Ito na yung, kumbaga, after niya mag-training ng matagal, babawi na siya. With the Riven.
Yun yung kalaban ng BRU RY, Kuya Sphere, binata ni si Kuya Ratel. Naratel talaga si Kuya Noel.
Siyempre, pareho sila may L sa pangalan. Kaya Noel, talo. Capital kasi yung L capital kasi. Uy, Galio! Ay, teka lang. What you doing? Jungle Riven pa rin, RP.
Oo. So, similar playstyle pa rin nung kay Kuya Golden Feet.
This time, kasa din na the top side. Not sure if that's going to work well against Ashen. Maybe.
Better.
Maybe magiging yung matchup niya dito. Pero remember, pag makunat yan kahit na tumataba si Kuya Kasa din or si Kuya Noel, tataba si Kuya Tier.
Okay lang. Ang patabaan sila. Diba? Pagdating naman ng late game, alam naman natin kung sino talaga ilalamang dyan. Para sa side ng VRU. But I'm more interested sa jungle matchup na meron tayo. Jace going against the Riven. Jace, when Vietnamese plays Jace, it's a very aggressive type of Jace. Na nakakita tayo ng 2-0 start, pre-level 4, ganon. Pero yeah, let's head over to the game.
Yeah, and
di pala. Tayo pala muna. Mali ako.
Alam mo naman, syempre, excited na tayo makita yung game Pero, pagbalik mo, usapan mo na daw natin ng konti yung mga magiging laban dito. Actually, having a Jace is a good option, especially if going against a Lucian, diba? Lucian, Riven. Kasi isang hampas mo lang ng muscle niya, tutulak na palayo, diba? Yung kanyang third skill dito na pwede niya magamit for disengage sa kanyang mga teammates. And alam mo naman, Riven, isa sa mga pinaka-nakakainit yung kalaban na hindi mo maabot. So, yun yung magiging isang malaking problem para sa kanya dito. They have, overall, I think LSB has pretty much a good setup with regards to countering yung magiging strategy dito ng tropa natin sa BRU. Pero, tignan muna natin yung ating mga players! Intro! Let's go! And we are back sa isa na lang may tilawan ng mga kaibigan sa ating LSB versus BRU. Game 2, Series 2. We'll see kung matutu-0 ba ito ng BRU.
Potentially the last game for both squads, mga kaibigan. Again, BRU and LSB. Just for the information of everyone, they're both out of contention para sa playoffs. And they're just battling for that one song, yung sinasabi nga natin graceful exit pagdating sa tournament. And so now, nakikita nga din natin yung debut. This is already the second game for On The Leash. So, jungler, sub-jungler for BRU. Pero kanina nakita nga natin, medyo mabagal yung base Pero yung What a Jess and Bank with the Nami and Lucian, pinapakita na nila na yung aggression ng Nami and Lucian dapat din yung binibigay sa amin.
Wala. Parehong nag-off sa mga kakaibang species yung mag-asawa, no? Isa kasama isda, isa kasama aso. Kumbaga, magkakaitan kagad sa bot side dito. And that's how powerful. Diba? Ang Nami Lucian is with regards to the bot lane, para sila maging aggressive. Isa lang sa kanila may Grievous Wounds na. Nako po, mahihirapan na dito si Kuya Eugene at si Tasa. Spirit Fire being used the bot side dito para kay Bank. Wala mo na mangyayari dito, pero low lahat ang mga buhay nila.
Yeah. Ang pinaka titingnan mo dito if you're actually aspiring to be pro player, kung paano ginagawa ng BRU yung pagiging aggressive nila without actually getting the full aggro ng minions. Kasi kapag kinakagat ka kasi ng minions, doon magkakaroon ng favorable trade yung kabila.
Speaking of minions na kumakagat, hindi nakakapalo sila dito pero may cannon minion medyo masakit yan. And yet si Mention, yun nga, sila na yung na-target doon kasi medyo malalim
Yun
na.
na!
Pero midside! Napakaganda naman paggamit ng Duran doon sa loob. And secure nila isang buhay dito ni kaibigang Kiri. That's the first blood goes to PRU.
Nalunod pa tayo dito sa both side eh, no? Pero may ibang plano pala doon. We are
walang-
on the leash.
Walang tigil ha, walang tigil. Ayaw magpaawat, wala nang mana si Wata Jis.
Uy, nice dodge.
Yung kanyang
Root.
sa root, no? Pero wala dito mama dito sa mutik ka sana.
Ano yun eh? Embrace?
Kasi
Yung
naisip ko
ano,
kasi,
yung skill,
the last
something,
embrace
something
yun. Kaya sabi ko
the
da.
last embrace.
Kaya sabi ko kasi da. Sisibukan ko yung curse of
Uso
the black.
talaga yun, yung mga last embrace.
Alam mo naman. Alam mo naman sa kayo. Pero kung walang. Uy! Grabe naman. Solid naman talaga yung paggamit ng demolish sa bot side.
Uy! Unleash! Level 5!
Unleash! Unleash!
Mabilis.
Nakuha nila yung kid doon para kay Tasa.
Ang bilis ni Unleash. So now we have 2 kills for the side of BRU. Maybe this is going to be the fast game. Or fast-paced game that we hope to see from BRU. Pero looking at the replay, that's actually the combo of Unleash and Archie. Just, being able to assassinate one of the member here ng LSB. May akali pala sila pero parang hindi pa ramdam. Although marami pa naman pagkakataon nitong si Zikas. Actually, kanina yung Gragas siya was very, very impressive. It's more of Eugene's Orky na hindi natin masyadong naramdaman. So, later, we will wait and see kung paano magiging explosive itong si Zikas on that Akali.
Oo nga eh. Medyo mahirap nga yung tututusin, di ba? Nakali. Especially going against Agalio. Tapos mayroon pa silang nami dito. A lot of pang-disengage sa Kaliman. Or to CC. On potentially counterplay ito magiging laro ni Zika sa mga laban natin mamaya. Both side mag-isa lang si Kuya Tasa. Naku po, pasok sa loob si Ken Noel. Here comes sa Hero Centers para kay Ken Noel. Dito mama! Yung Hero Centers walang nanakap. So wala mo na rin na magaganap sa ating top side dito. Pero yung bot lane, naku po, unti-unting kinukuha lahat ng plato.
Zikas!
Wala nang makuha ang pagkain yung iba. Si Zikas pasok sa loob. Oops! Dito mama yung kanyang shuriken flip. Tamang disengage ko na sila dito. Tamang ambahan lang ang ating mga support nila sa top side pa rin hanggang ngayon. Pero tumama yung knock-up! And sabay na pa na maganda paggamit ng kanyang tidal wave! At butik na madali si Kuya Zikas doon!
Bakit kinancel ka agad ni Kuya Monk yung calling? Naka-wither siya. Dito lang siya maka-normal. Tingin ko kung sana niratsada niya na lang ng at umasa siya na matamaan niya itong si Kuya Zikas ng calling niya. Posible pa nila na assassinate sana itong si Akari. But that is what it is for the side of BRU. Still, they were able to thwart off yung gank attempt dito ni Zikas at ang nadihado pa nga ay si Zikas and company.
Oo, talaga yung nangyari dito. Kasi, syempre, remember the both sides. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, pag may Akali and there's a Nami, parang malaking chance talaga ng disengage tumama. Oops! Gabi naman, nagkasabay ang pagbigkas. Kinabutit, tinamaan dito ng taunt, pero nakapaggamit siya ng revoke doon. Pero tier! Naku po, naiyak sa top side, nadali. Sakatong-sakatong pagdating ni Kuya Unleash.
Grabe to si Unleash, no? 3 lanes na inaapektahan niya rito. Free 5 minutes. Although wala siya magiging ultimate for an ensuing fight. It is the first objective natin. BRU could still elect for a trade for this first objective. So, pakiramdaman lang nila kung saan pupunta ang LSP. Tapos dun sila pupunta sa kabila. And they're feeling that BRU hindi, laban daw, Kuya Spear.
No, laban na sa referral para magkakatid ang mangyayari dito. Steve George po na referral. Wag sa loob, hindi na agaw pero nakuha ng isa.
Here
comes the knock-up. Meron pang kasabay. Uy!
Formaton!
Ang nahatak na ton! Pero meron ng Stand United. At tabi mo kaibigan, ako na ang bahala. Pero dalawa namatay dito mga kaibigan sa members of LSB. At walang nagawang trade against BRU. Grabe naman yung mga wombo-wombo.
Right, 4-man taunt coming from Kirov, Archini. And BRU was still able to defend the top lane. They have an opportunity here to deny itong Rift Herald.
Naku po, ang sakit ni Kuya Noel. Look at the damage coming in from a Rift Walk dito. Nagdong si Casa din. Isa bang talon, sabay nag-flash in, sabay hinampas. The Null Sphere will secure the kill. Kata secured na naman sa top side kahit nakuha nila yung turret.
Parang chance ng LSB in this early game. Null and Void na nga ang ginagawa dito ng BRU. Justice Punch ko connect kay Tasa.
Hinatak, pabalik sa nakaraan. Pero di pa tapos ang laban kasi dito naman si kaibigan Zikas. Tatalbog ka dyan. Boop, teka lang, napag-disengage ginamit ang kanya shuriken flip. Sabay flash out yung dragon nasasaktan ng puso. Kasi hinahatak at binabalik.
True. Kailangan mo na lang mag-recon Verge dito na BRU mag-regroup dahil konti na lang yung buhay ng ibang members ng team nila. Pero looking at the replay, that is the Aqua Prison connecting onto Tasa. Tapos si Archie flash in! 4-man taunt! And although nagkaroon naman ng Stand United to support itong si Kiri, the damage has been done already for the side of LSB and BRU coming up on top. In that clash, 8-0 tayo. Wala pang score ng LSB.
Huwag naman sana perfect score to, no? Hanggang dulo.
Na naman, no?
Pag nagkataon, delikadesa. Pwede mangyari dito. Considering na yung nangyari kanina, Erp, yung 4-man taunt na yun, that's an AP value. So, wala pa ganun di pa ganun kalaki yung kanyang AP right now. But imagine if ever na umabot sa point na mabuo na niya yung kanyang, let's say, Rabadon's death cap. That's more damage from the Winds of War alone. Turn to the bot side will fall down sa kamay dito ng BRU habang ang Dragon ay slowly but sure ni Kuya Andelish. Ito na naman. Meron tayong
Naku, si Bang!
basa ang barrel nitong si Bang. In the third skill coming in from Madnajes. Trying to give the slow pero calling. Pero makuha nga ba nila? Ito na tumalik itong mga tropa. Tidal wave. Nahuli si Bang. Sobra-sobra ang kanyang pagpapos doon.
Kuya Noel!
Naubos na nag-dip. Kuya Noel, disengage, Rifok, meron pa siyang marathon para mapag-disengage. Magamit nga ba niya yan? Si Tira tina-target niya dito, tatalon saan? Tatalon sa loob, hindi ko alam! Kobe, fade away! Hindi pala Kobe yun.
Look at the moves! Grabe naman. He was waiting para mag-reset yung mana needed for that Rift Walk. And nakikita ko yung yellow bar din paikli na lang paikli. Tapos yung naiwasan niya yung taunt niya dito ni TYR. And that's all that is needed by Kuya Noel to survive that fight. Pero that still is a score. Si Kuya Bak medyo nag-asim. Ayun, na Source Hammer ni Kuya Kiri, ni Jace. And hammer time, sabi niya nga.
Yun nga yung nangyari. Sobrang aggression. Pero Archie, ako po, ginamit ang Justice Punch. Sinuntok yung kanyang batong katawan dito. Not gonna be enough to make sure that he can make some trades sa ating mid lane. Pero Kiri, napalo yung kanyang HP, kumuha ng prutas, uminom ng gatas. Nako po, si Kuya Bang, top side natin dito. Pero si Kuya Kiri tama siya ng taunt, pero may support. Here comes Andelish as well, pinagsasalo lahat.
Calling!
Nako po, huling-huli sa camera, CCTV. Pero may tidal wave pa. Ginamit na time scholars blessing para dito kay Kuya Bang. Pero hindi sila ipipilit pa, masyadong malalim na. At pop na yung ating next Rift Herald sa game na to.
True. And Rift Herald is going to spawn up in 5 seconds. Pero we'll see. Archie, pwede siyang mag-wrap around dito and trying to find itong si Eugene. Actually, very choosy target itong si Eugene at this point in the game. Actually, 1v1 dito ni Kuya Noel, ni Kuya Zikas. Pumapabor talaga ako kay Kuya Noel kasi kita mo naman pati level advantage niya
Ayun lang, nagtawag ng Kuya mga kaibigan tinamaan dito. Oy!
Oh, doesn't matter.
Look, grabe namang move na yun. Ankle breaker coming in from Noel. Inikay siya dito para magkaroon na ng maganda trade. Pero si Kuya Noel nagdadalawang isip dito, tatlong isip siyang papasok yung mga banya si Tier. Wala na. Hindi na.
Kuya
Ankle breaker,
Noel, iwan pati pamilya Grabe naman.
Si Tier pumasok sa loob.
Pero ang hirap na rin kasi, like, you were level 9, facing against a level 11 Kassadin, all advantages points towards the Kassadin at that point. And being 2k behind, there's just no way that you can sustain the side lane side lane duel against the Kassadin. Sinabi nga natin, but the Kassadin is actually very deadly by the time na umabot ng late game with all the items that is needed for him to be very effective. Pero make no mistake, he's still a very good duelist pagdating sa late. Pagdating sa mga mid game, ganyan.
Yun yung kailangan nilang bantayan dito. Because still sila damage kung sakali man, pero medyo under-farm sila ngayon. Kulang sila sa damage pa. Kulang din sila dito overall sa mga items because everything is going in favor of BRU. Kita mo, medyo chapso yung item ni Kuya Shen, ni Kuya Tier. Dami niya espada, pero hindi siya gumagamit ng espada. Medyo kulang sa damage pa talaga. Has to be more tanky for now. Sticking into the mid lane, mukhang nagbibigay lang sila ng parang threat sa kanilang kalaban dito. But they're not gonna going muna for now habang busy sa bot lane si Kuya Noel.
True. Kumbaga, lang muna dito. Trying to look for potential wards to place in advance for a potential fight ng objectives, pero wala pa rin kasing objective in sight in the next couple of seconds. So it's all about, just making sure that you get priorities in the side lanes, in the mid lane, and just making sure na safe kayo all together. And sa ngayon kasi, nagpa-pile up na rin yung mga items dito ng BRU. We are now seeing the Rabadons completed for the side of Galio. Supportive pa nga tong champion na to eh. Pero kung mapapansin mo, halos masakit na rin yan eh with that 2 items completed. Rod of Ages plus Rabadons. Yung Rod of Ages yun, kompleto na yung stock din yun.
Oo, yun nga. Masyado mataas na yan. But Rabadon set kapag sa kanya, no? So more damage, converted na for sigurado sa kahit medyo makunat pa rin yan. Pero kahit anong gawin nila talaga, dinadalawan nila ito si Kuya Noel sa both side. Ngayon, hinahabol niya with the refolk na disengaging lang. Pero this time, wala siya magawa. Stasis to buy some time. Hero grabe din naman, hanggang dulo ng mapa, hinahabol siya. Pero Archery, eto na ang magbawi ng mga api. Tingnan nyo ba ako hinahabol, tutulungan ko ang aking tumalong sa loob.
Oh no, he's dead.
At nahuli si Kuya Kiri, habang nagkakaroon ng pabaka sa top side. Talagang pinapatay nila dito ang kaibigan natin si Zcas. At tayo si Zcas at bot lane pa rin. At nagkakaroon siya. The Twilight Shroud, but he will still fall down habang yung top side pinagpupush ng BRU. Dalawang nagdidepend si Kuya Eugene will fall down. One more hit, hindi sapat yung aura dito ni Kuya Tir. Pero the turret will fall down nga ba sa kamay dito ng BRU. Si Kuya Bang, napakasakit. Eto na, kaching, money in the bank, securing the inhibitor turret in the top side. At si Kuya Tasa na lang na may number 4 sa kanya pangalan ng natira.
True. Alright, 4 people down. Pwedeng kumuha ng another objective dito ang BRU. Pero kita mo naman yung ginagawa dito ng BRU eh, no? Even if they were able to catch Noel off guard, the ability and the kit of Cassidy is still so hard to catch. Plus at the same time may Galio eh. Well, let's look at this. Kasi potential pa magkaroon ng contest dito ng LSB. Yeah, if I'm BRU, I'm just going to give this Dragon away. It's not going to hurt their chances at all. But we'll see.
Analyst, pride na lang talaga na gusto nila mas-secure ang Dragon dito. Low yung mga HP nila eh. Tingnan mo naman. Papasok pa rin! No problem! Pero makuha yan. This time. Napalow yung kanyang HP dito. Andilish will fall down.
Oh yeah, Baron tuloy.
Ang kulit nyo ha! Triple kill para kay Zcas! Nako, that's a good comeback, RP.
Kuya Spear, natitrigger ako eh.
Sinasabi na eh. Pag na dapat eh.
Ako sa inyo.
Alam mo na ba, syempre, they still try their best. No? Pero, dapat si Andilish na lang nag-try eh.
Kahit hindi na, Ocean Dragon lang, pamigay mo na yung tubig. Hindi naman malulunod sa isang tubig eh, pero sige, okay. Fine.
Marami na mga tubig do, sinami sa kanila eh.
Oh, true. Minsan lang ako minsan lang ako matrigger talaga, Kuya Spear. Such is the name of the game. Good thing for BRU is that LSB did not have enough HP and resources for them to go for that Baron. Plus the threat of the Kassadin still being there. Naman eh, level 30 na itong Kassadin, so maximum na yung ult niyan. Kada Rift Hook niya, mararamdaman talaga. So if you actually basically gets caught out, doomsday na talaga for LSB.
Nakarabadaba ko na rin siya dito. More AP. Kumbaga, more energy masabi. Calling will be used para magkaroon initial damage sa kanila. Kiri, super low yung kanya HP dito, kalahati na. Pero ito will fall down to the hands of BRU. Habang napalaw si Kuya Kiri, kailangan mapag-disengage. BCC Tier sa top lane, nagde-defend lang dito. Hirig namin yung wave at kung sakaling magkaroon ng problema, gamitin ang kanyang stand united.
True. Let's see. So ngayon, itong LSB is going to converge on the bot lane. Trying to defend ito second tier. Kiri. Uy! Flash!
Ang sakit! Nile Spear sabay gamit ang kanyang third skill dito. Here goes entrance para magkaroon ng
Zcas?
sa loob. Pero inabot sa loob. Napakalalim ni Kuya Zcas. Ako po! Kirik Spina. Si Kuya Bang dito. Eugene will fall down as well. Wala nang toet. Wala nang gamit ng kanyang shield of Donan. Kiri, disengaging. Bahala na kayo dyan. Talikod na ako. Walang tikunan.
Andilish!
Pabalik pa rin siya. Kitasa. Napakakunat. Pero walang makunat. Marami. Yes. And that's going to be another kill for them. 4 for 1. And then the inhibitor turret is the verge of death dito sa ating bot side. And
extended team fights talaga ang bahay ng isang Kassadin kapag binigay mo talaga yung mga long and extended team fights na yan. Man tumatagal yung laban, mas sumasakit kasi talaga yung Rift Talk na yan. And BRU is closing in this game. Kiri flashing in to his death. And so will the Nexus. It will be broken apart. BRU gets a series win in this tournament and has a graceful exit.
Hindi na baling hindi tayo makapasok sa playoffs. Basta maka 2-0 lang tayo sa series na to. And which they did? BRU winning this game. Di ba? That's a pretty impressive fight. Kahit na medyo matagal yung ating game 1, yung game 2 was really smooth and muntik na maging perfect match ulit.
Yeah, and we are going to see some stats then. And I think may konting bump lang din sa graph eh. Yung graph, which is basically during that one dragon fight eh. Pero we can see what happened there. At 1.0 kills pa nga yung nakuha ng LSP. Kaya the Kassadin for Noel was actually too much to handle for the lineup of LSB. Talagang trinay nilang kontrolin itong si Kuya Noel kasi binigyan mo kasi ng advantage at early parts ng laro eh. No? Nandoon din kasi yung support ni Arginine where kung magkakaroon man ng threat ng tower dive onto Noel, nandoon din kasi si Kuya Arginine to go for that hero's entrance. And look at this. Almost the entirety of the game is color red, which is basically BRU's team. That just goes to show that they're well in control of this game from the get-go.
Yes, compare sa ating game 1 kanina, eto mas naging smooth sailing, di ba? Medyo questionable pick, I would say, itong Akali, no? But overall, they somehow made it top triple kill na nakuha natin kanina, no? But that was a mistake on the part of BRU na pinilit nilang kunin yung Dragon, the Ocean Drake, na sinasabi ni Otto bago pala magsimula yung team fight na wag na. Pero, syempre, Untitled, pinasok, nagsama-sama na lahat. Bank with a 31% overall damage sa ating game dito sa kanilang team. Diba, 23,000. That's something that you normally would see sa ating mga Lucian because sometimes yung mga AP talagang nagkakakuha ng burst damage but he's the main damage dealer aside from Kassadin. So talagang yun yung nakita natin. And they did! BURIRAM United mga kaibigan with 2-0 against sa LSV.
Yeah, quick and clean eh, no? Saktong-sakto lang. Compared dun sa kaninang 26 minutes game ngayon na tinapos sa agad ng
16 minutes
ng BRU itong laban in under 16 minutes, in just under 16 minutes. So that just goes to show that they can play, you know, two sides of the coin. And also another strong debut for their jungler, si Untitled. Actually, I'm trying to research about this new jungler that they have. And apparently he's actually part of different teams now from Thailand. So he's definitely not a rookie, pero is a new player for BRU altogether. So yeah, good job para dito kay Untitled and congrats para sa isang series win.
Yes. Kumbaga something to look forward to sa mga teams natin dito. Maybe one of the players nakita natin. Team Flash at Flash Wolves sa ating next game. Parehong Flash mga kaibigan. Pero bago yan,
magkakaroon tayo na
for the Flash. Diba? We're gonna be having a short break lang ang GGsphere together with Autolose. We'll be right back after a few minutes break.
At tayo'y nandito sa The Wild Circuit Asia Invitationals. Kami naman ang inyong mga kasama ngayon. Ako si Kuya Osiris and I am with one of the best casters here in the Philippines,
Uy!
Dash.
Wow. Thank you naman doon, Osiris. Mapuri ng iyong idolo talaga, no? Pero ito
Grabe.
guys, itong games natin for today, nakita na natin kanina 2-0.
Yeah.
Yung games natin. Pero itong susunod na mga laban natin, feel ko, mainit-init.
Yes.
Laban na to.
Exactly. And yun nga, no? Hindi naman natin sasabihin mainit o kung hindi mainit kasi nga, simulan na kagad natin Team Flash. Ang unang nakikita natin. At ito, medyo mukhang this time around as we're
Uy,
seeing
hindi
on
na
the
MP.
vision.
Ready.
Oo, si Ellie na. Naglaro na rin kahapon si Ellie at mukhang
Oo.
pahinga na si Taddy, no? Parang in-intro voice lang si Taddy.
Kasi nakita na natin kahapon nga naman yung performance ng Team Flash. Ngayon, right now, Team Flash versus Flash Wolves, sino yung sa kanila yung makakaangat para makapasok sa ating playoff. So very tong laban natin ngayon, talagang mainit. Kailangan manalo ng kung sino man sa kanila kasi kapag natalo sila pa yung may eliminate from our tournament.
Laglagan portion it is. And right now, you are seeing a Flash Wolves same as the what we saw from the former teams na talagang I mean, sa former tournaments na nakita natin, no? And yes, meron silang mga extra sub pero talagang sila king lang yung nakikita natin in action. So ngayon, ang big question dyan, gaano nga ba kaka-i-stretch neto mga teams natin? Kasi parang pansin ko recently, hindi na sila yung proactive type of approach towards early game. There are times that they just use yung kanilang late game potential, and we saw also from previous games that even teams prefer to play it slow compared to what we saw from day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, yun nga eh. So far, yung mga teams natin ngayon, ang hilig talaga nila mag-play slow kasi most of the time when it comes to the late game, yun yung time na nakakapag-shine. Yung mga micro plays nila na ginagawa, nagpa-macro lang sila most of the time. And ang ganda kasi sa mga games natin recently, talagang dinedefend nila yung mid laner. If ever hindi nababasag yung mid laner, talagang tumatagal yung laro kasi hindi na open up yung jungle nila from both sides.
Yeah, and most definitely understandable, no, na ayaw nilang makuha yung kanilang resources, and teams right now really know how to capitalize on those kinds of openings. And dahil ayaw nila na bumilis yung pacing, talagang bantay sa lakay sa mid lane.
Tapos ito na, ito pa natin yung mga bans nila. Binaban nila yung mga malalakas sa early game. Tika na yan, yung Zed, yung Lee Sin, tinanggal pa kasi the respect that they have for Zaisu. Pati itong Kha'Zix pa, binanba nila. So, fino-force nila sila gamitin yung mga hyper carries natin sa jungle. Yung Morgana, na usual nakikita natin, even yung Shyvana. Kita natin. So, yun yung iniisip nito ng Flash Wolves na gawin when it comes to the draft.
Yes, and yung ano natin ngayon, no, na tanggal ka agad yung itong si Zed, pati si Lucian. So, 2 early games ka agad yung nawawala dito.
Ang bilis, no? Ang bilis na magtanggal ng mga enchanters. So, may possibility na pwedeng gumamit ng Karma. Etong both sides na to, alam na si Ison at si MT, mahilig gumamit ng Karma. So, yan, dahil nga free si Karma, free for the taking for Team Flash agad.
Yes, exactly, no, and nakikita naman natin na yung lakas ngayon ng mga teams leaning towards the early game. So paano kaya nila ma-maximize yung ganong klaseng approach? And we already have the Karma na talaga magko-control ng ating early to mid. And once na makakuha niya yung Luden sa power spike, definitely alam mong pwede nilang i-capitalize yun. Pero yun nga, we saw Karma on the APC and also change things up na napupunta siya sa mid lane or support. So napakadaming openings na pwede natin gawing flex picks sa Karma. And this time, Sena naman dito sa kabila.
Yeah. Dahil nga naman na meron na silang Karma, yung sagot lang naman na maganda rin dyan is gonna be the Senna Nasus into the bot lane. Very consistent naman yung performance sa isang Senna Nasus sa bot lane. Pero what I really see whenever it comes to the Senna and Nasus, pag sila talaga yung pinipick every time, na-expect ko lagi na there's a lot of damage that's gonna come from this team, especially for a team like Flash Wolves. They have a lot of that damage coming through. Pero ito yung sinasabi natin, yung Shyvana nalalabas dahil nga free siya for the taking.
Yeah, and Dash, I think you need to check your setups, no? Dahil nakikita na natin yung napakagandang setup dito na ginagawa nga na Shyvana from Zissou. And you already have the Senna Nasus combo. Right now, meron na tayong scaling. You have a slowly but surely type of approach. So, ngayon, no, yung early game, makokontrol na natin at sabihin na natin yung Shyvana, ang isang snowball factor, kailangan nila ng isa pang threat to entirely fend out itong Nasus and Senna once na mag-scale sila. And set most definitely, no, yung showstopper na ilang beses na natin nakikita na ibinabalibag yung mga kalaban na pa-forward.
Yes, there's a lot of CC coming in from this side. Pero I hope lang talaga na makatulong to. Kasi remember, Shyvana deals a lot of damage. Pero that takes a lot of time. That takes until late game bago umabot dun sa point na yun. Pero pag hindi umabot dun sa point na yun, this Olaf would just take over and snowball.
And yung snowball factor, nagkasagutan na sa magkabilang side as how well Shyvana can take the game. But the Olaf, ang pinakaiba lang dito, no, si Olaf ay medyo nagpo-fall off eh. May mga moments na once na na-secure na yung pwestuhan niya. And to be honest, napaka-weird na ito, Kuya Dash. Kasi kung makikita mo yung bans natin, hindi man lang nakapasok si Camille. Di ba parang ini-expect natin eh. Now, once na magkakaroon ng Olaf, you are expecting a Camille pick, a Jade 4. But this time around, we are on the second banning phase. And most definitely, not even a ban from Camille. But most of the teams that we are seeing from different tournaments, it's always got to be a first pick Karma, first pick Yuumi, Lucian, or a Camille. So ngayon na medyo, we're seeing a different side of the things of draft and how diverse itong teams natin.
Okay, yes, ito na nga. Nakita naman natin when it comes to the team, pinaban na nila yung a lot of those solo laners na usually nakikita natin when it comes to this kasi yun na nga lang naman yung nami-miss out nila from both sides. So if ever, they're gonna be banning someone pa dito sa other side. Meron pa tayong Jace, may Camille pa tayo na pwedeng iban if ever na pwede pang gamitin kasi ito ng Flash Wolves if ever eh. Pero yung Kassadin, okay, kala ko ma-open yung Kassadin. Could have been a good pick no? If for Flash Wolves especially.
Okay, napaka-weird, no? It's not even a first pick or first phase pick Kassadin. Tapos, sa second banning phase pa siya na-ban. So, alam mo yun, yung parang iba yung priority ng Flash Wolves and Team Flash na in terms of how they approach the game. And even, we're going to see another Akali pick despite of them having already a Shyvana in a set as a frontliner.
Pero I hope lang talaga na maging effective to for them. Pero ito sa nakikita natin right now, with this, Vayne is, I don't know if it's a good pick, but okay.
Oh, okay. I think isa to sa kanyang comfort pick. So most definitely, this is one of a good pick or let's say a good carry para sa side ng Team Flash. As they are the one who banned the Kassadin, they are aware of the assignment that they needed someone who can play on an insurance play. And you can rely solely on the Shyvana. Because what if they deny the early farm or yung rotations niya to the point na mahirapan sumagot etong si Zissou and wala silang choice no kundi mag-rely sa Vayne or slowly but surely keep up with Shyvana. Pero din naman sa other side, you have the backline access, you have the Ragnarok, you have also the perfect execution. So if you really wanted to focus Ellie this time around, definitely you can. But they are hovering around on Oriana, which is a ball delivery combo na pwede nating mapakita or pwedeng madala ni Akali or ni Ola.
Okay, interesting. Interesting sa nakita natin with this picks sa kanila is that they picked set onto the bot lane kasi ito yung usually na ginagamit nga when it comes to the silent Nasus in the bot lane. Pero interesting for me is that the Karma Oriana in the mid lane. What's great about the Oriana in the mid lane is that Oriana scales well into the late game. Karma doesn't. Kasi what Karma does is that stability lang sa lane yung kailangan nila. They have the shielding, they have the transcendent embrace. But what I'm scared of is that pag nakapag-form si Bruce sa mid lane, sobrang scary kasi ang dami niyang pwedeng paggamitan nito dahil nga short range yung most of the members ng Team Flash dito.
Okay. So I think this will be both of them already got the scaling. Everything was well rounded, and this time I think it's kind of hard to choose who's leaning towards most of the advantages drafting dito, no, Kuya Dash. But ikaw ba sa tingin mo? Kasi ako parang para sa akin it feels like home to have itong Vayne Ellie, and I think they are in a very good spot to play it really well in their own terms. But also, I'm not separating the fact na itong Flash Wolves, if they can win on their early games or their skirmishes, hindi naaabot sa insurance play ang Team Flash.
Yun talaga eh. Flash Wolves plays the game very slow. Yun nga naman yung alam natin when it comes to the Flash Wolves. Pero yung Team Flash are playing their game. Kumbaga, kasi with the late game champions na meron sila, yung sinabi nga natin yung Shyvana and Vayne, pag umabot sila dun sa point na yun na mag-late game, at least Team Flash has an answer back against some members ng Flash Wolves. Will this work? Yun yung gusto ko talaga malaman if this would work on a team like Team Flash. Kasi Flash Wolves are the ones who really knows how to play these types of compositions.
So yeah, we're going to see the teams that will go head-to-head dito sa loob ng ating Rift. Kaya ito niyang abangan kung sino nga ba ang siyang mananalo. And dito na tayo, nagbabalik na tayo sa laban ng Team Flash versus Flash Wolves at Kuya Dash. And napakatindi, no? Parang lahat ng teams ngayon ready na para maipakita ang kanilang mga weapons. Lalo pat, this is a laglagan portion or an elimination match for Flash Wolves versus Team Flash. At hindi na magpapatupik-tupik pa si Locking tsaka si Ellie greeting each other. Just a few shots will be dropped para dito sa dalawang AD Keto.
And yun na nga, ito sa makita natin sa mga games natin ganyan na 2-0 na tayo agad. So, I hope dito naman sa games natin for today, TF versus Flash Wolves, ito yung isa sa mga maiinit na laban today. Kaya with this now, with how we're seeing both of our junglers right now, kung nasan sila, is that they're on the opposite sides of the map. So, hindi sila makikita agad pero bot lane.
Konting stun lang, but they don't really want to go hard dito kay MP. Ang focus nila is si Ellie, and definitely a good answer because you don't want that free farm na manggagaling sa kanya. So kailangan nilang mabantayan ng maigi. Pero ayan no, kung makikita si Cookie, sige, Zizou, aware siya sa mangyayari, and ito na nga yung lakas ng Olaf sa early game para ma-deny yung farming dito ni Zizou. Pero backup, magagaling kay Coyote, itatali lang muna dito si Bruce at mukhang magkakaatrasan lang muna.
So the good thing is for Flash Wolves, everybody, is that Flash Wolves is using the early game advantage against Team Flash. Because, you know, we said a while ago, late game composition, Team Flash has it. So Flash Wolves, what they want to do is just take over the early game. Don't let them get their farms so that later on, hindi tayo aabot sa late game na magiging problema pa natin.
Yeah. And as much as kailangan nila ayusin dito yung ating setup, mukhang kailangan din ayusin ng ibang mga tropa natin yung ganilang rotation kasi apat na game. Actually, talagang gusto nilang kunin agad itong tower na to na hindi na sila nagba-back down. At ako makikita mo ngayon, no, na etong si Coyote, susubukan niya sumagot. May dadating na mga backup magagaling kay Shy pero haharating lang niya ng bahagya si Bruce at ma-open na nila yung tower kaagad. So first tower sa kamay ng Flash Wolves at hindi na nila kailangan pa na gumawa ng ibang counterplay. Mukhang tatanggapin na muna to ng Team Flash but they just wanted to burn all of those resources to the point na hahayaan nila yung cannon minions or the other minions ang siyang tumapos ng kanilang trabaho and hindi nila mamimiss out yung wave na dumating.
Okay. So ito, balik tayo dito. Kasi sa nakita natin agad bot lane, nakuha agad nila yung first turret. And this is gonna be insane. Kasi with the way that they started, sinabi nga natin, pag nabasag agad yung first turret at your point in lane, that's a dead lane already. Sobrang hirap na mag-move forward unless you freeze the lane.
Yes, exactly. And you can clearly see, no, na how well Flash Wolves are reading the map as they really want to open the map yes, it might not be yung mid lane na ginagalawan talaga para ma-expose yung buong jungle resource. Pero the moment na ni-remove mo itong lower part sa kamay ni Zisu and as well ni Ellie, sobrang magi-slow down yung dalawang carry nila, Shyvana and Vayne.
Okay, so ito, with this, ang ganda ng setups na nakikita natin for Flash Wolves. This is really the power of Cookie with this Ola, pero top side.
Oh, teka lang, dahil si MT, sasapak lang ng kamao dito at nagkapalitan na mukhang ang focus na talaga ngayon ng Flash Wolves. Ang Baron lane, kung mostly nakikita natin, mid lane pumupunta ang duo Dragon lane whenever an objective is going to show up. Ngayon, mas prefer nila na gambalain itong Baron lane. But the answer naman para sa side ng Team Flash is itong Vayne, nagsusolo farm.
Okay. With the Vayne, nasa baba sila. I really like na nakita na nila. Honestly, yung nasa drafting pa lang tayo, no? Kasi nakita nila yung pick for the Akali. I was really surprised that they picked 2 squishy targets after seeing the Akali, no? So nagkaroon ng good target itong si Akali later on. So right now, 30 seconds on the clock, big threat na ito for the side of Team Flash kasi Flash Wolves really do have a lot of priority dun sa Dragon side. So most likely sila yung kukuha nito.
Yes, exactly. And one step further, and yun nga, no, nabanggit ni Kuya Dash na they are currently dominating the Dragon lane. It means that they are more comfortable moving around, and there will be no tower to save itong Team Flash if they really wanted to focus on answering this Ocean Drake. But right now, let's change things up dahil mas prefer na nga nila pumalag dito sa Rift Herald. At ako, running low, dalawa ang nasunog. Binugahan ng harap-harapan ni Zisu at si Ellie. Hindi na mapapakawalan si Locking at tila ba mukhang malalockdown. Isa na lang sa Silver Bolts. Mukhang makakaligtas siya ng tuluyan. Wala nang tampol. But the Condemn, nagka-stanan yung dalawa. Kaya magtititigan na lang muna sila. And they are going back to the Rift Herald. As once again, the Isera. What a Hail Mary play.
Great play from the side of Team Flash. If nakita natin kung paano nila win-work out yun, Team Flash just went in, tried empty, showstopper and facebreaker para masisi sila. And nung nagdikit-dikit sila, that is when all the damage came in. And Flash Wolves were nowhere to answer. Even with the shockwave from Bruce, it wasn't enough to deal the damage. So right now, Flash Wolves needs to think twice before they fight against Team Flash.
Yes, exactly. And they are completely nag-i-snowball dito sa side ng Flash Wolves. I mean, in terms of the Olaf who's getting itong much-needed farm. Pero itong Team Flash na nabanggit mo nga kanina, nagawa nila makabawi doon sa Rift Herald fight. With Zisu's power sa kanyang Shyvana, talagang umaray ng bagya itong Flash Wolves at kailangan nilang kumaripas ng takbo. So yung combo nila with the shockwave and other play na pwedeng mag-layer doon na Spirit Fire or the stun coming in from Locking, tila ba hindi naging sapat at mas nakanabang ang Team Flash. Pero makikita mo naman dito, final hour si Isa na nga ang siyang hahabulin. Pero undertow mula kay Cookie, titigil muna sila. Rift Herald, nilalapit na rin dito sa Dragon Lane at mauuntog na. Isera with the play at mag-shroud. Perfect execution na may kasama Shuriken Flip, pero ikatlong broken wings para dito kay Shai tsaka si Zisu, and he is going down with the Blade of the Exile. Ang sakit ng kombohan natin sa Team Flash.
Nice use of Ignite, Transcendent Embrace mid lane.
Oh, another follow-up, pero Facebreaker na ilalagay dito ni MT at mukhang hindi na kailangan pang magpa-dalos-dalos dahil nagawa na nilang protektahan yung mid at si Coyote, they're not going to overcommit.
Okay. I thought they're gonna commit into the mid lane kasi they don't have the showstopper anyway. Pero yung start ng fight nila sa bot lane was really interesting. I thought Isera was winning that fight. Pero to, top lane, holding.
Oh, Coyote, Wizard. Para mapabagal at makalayo siya sa lubid na nailagay. Pero si Locking bilang backup, kung makikita niyo naman sa ating mapa, and nag-hover na rin si MT sa paligid.
Parang gusto talaga nila ako pumunta sa top side talaga, no, Osiris? Kasi they just want to take the tower down. Pero ito, hinahabol nila empty pero hindi nila aabutan. So now, yung mission dito ng Team Flash is dahil naangatan na nila sa gold, kahit sabihin natin konti na shift na nila yung scales in their favor. So Team Flash just needs to hold on to this momentum and work around the map like what they did a while ago. Kung nakahabol sila ng ganito, kailangan lang nila gawin yung same thing. Kasi right now, with first item, Blade of the Ruin King kay Ellie, feel ko meron na silang enough damage para ma-take down yung mga very tanky targets.
Yes, exactly. And ngayon na bubuksan na nila ang another tower para dito sa side ng Flash Wolves. Pero wala nang paligoy-ligoy si Kuya Zisu. Pasok agad pero 4 members yan. Kumuha lang sila ng tower at tamang karipas na.
Uy, tamang timing. Got the tower pero hindi nila matatungkit down. Uy, lalaban pa sila!
Uy, teka lang. Masyado kasi kayo makulit at nagkamali nga sila ng rotation dito at mukhang hindi nagpakawan si Zisu. Ayaw pang bumalik kaya siya na lang ang pinabalik dito ng Flash Wolves ng sapilitan.
Akala ko hindi sila tutuloy kasi yung mission sana nila doon is take down yung tower sa mid lane. Nakaabot sa 900 HP. Oh. Diba? Kasi kala ko itutuloy lang talaga nila to. Kung na-take down nila to, at least na-trade nila yung top lane threat for a mid lane threat which is bigger sana.
Yes, exactly. No? And I think isang misplay lang din talaga yung nangyari sa parting iyon. No? Dahil nga hindi naman nila kailangan mag-overcommit for any team fight as there's no objective. You can't really catch someone off guard kasi strength in numbers sila eh. And 4 members against Zisu who's not having the best time of his life. Yes, meron siyang good farm in all items but still, malayo pa siya sa pagiging raid boss.
Oh, yun yung hinihintay natin eh. For Team Flash to make Zisu yung raid boss ka. Pero si Empty oh.
Oo, showstopper. Ibabalik dito. Empty, wala nang paligoy-ligoy dahil nga gusto na niyang mag-hard engage para din sa referral. Kaso wala naman gaano nasaktan sa side ng team ng Flash Wolves. At yun na nga, no, kinuha na rin nila dito, nakuha na, na-secure na ang referral. Nagkakapalitan, ayaw pa rin nila umatras magkabilang side kahit nakuha na nila ang objective. And this is the opportunity that they want para unti-unting lagasin ng team Flash. At itong ibang membro ng Flash Wolves, tila ba running low si Ellie, humaharot, mai-stun at needs to burn the Flash. Wala rin siyang barrier. At meron pa siyang final hour if gusto niya may paglaro sa apoy. Zisu, bumabato na rin siguro ng apoy dito para lang mailayo dito sila Ison. Pero sa side naman, ni Ison at saka ni Shai, nagkukulitan habang si Cookie as the backup, ilalayo lang dito si Shai at i-defend ang Baron Tower.
Grabe naman yung mga plays natin from both of our teams. Wala tayong casualty dun sa fight na yun except for that one. Nakita natin na nakuha ng Flash Wolves kanina pero ito, Rev Herald into the mid lane. Kuha pa rin ng Team Flash yun. So that's another tower on their belt and that opens up the entire bottom side of the map bago tayo mag-start ng Mountain Break.
Yes, at yun na nga. In terms of Mountain Drake, mukhang makakapitas muna sila ng isa. Empty once again, overcommitting completely. Nung nakita nating error niya sa Rift Herald is the same error right now as he is being left out. And right now, Inner Flames being worked on by Coyote. But Team Flash Wolves doesn't really want to commit on this mid lane as they are still focusing towards the Mountain Drake. Pero tumalon na si Zisu para kagatin itong backline. Pero Gargoyle Snowflake gagamitin na siya. Pero hindi na magpapapigil dito si Kuya Cookie with the Gargoyle Snowflake. At rumaraga sa dume-diretso palakol sa kaliwat kanan. Nakakala mo nagbarcha lang sa katapusan. And Flash Wolves once again with the winning team fight.
Oh, Dragon's Descent. Pero 4v5 kasi yun. That's not the fight that they're supposed to take. Pero tinry nila yung damage ni Zisu. Feel ko, hindi ko alam kung they're just vibe checking kung kaya ba ni Zisu na at this point. Kasi looking at this everybody, pumasok silang dalawa pero wala yung targets na gusto nila patayin dun sa harap. And remember, if you're going against an Akali, expect mo na may shroud every time. And that's why nung pumasok sila, wala silang napala. Kundi nagbigay lang sila ng 3 kills and a free Mountain Drake sa Flash Wolves.
Yes, exactly. And if you're going to check right now, the scoreboard, hindi pa naman tayo ganun kalayo. Still a 4-7 na pwedeng magbago ang sitwasyon. Once makakuha na magandang setup ang Team Flash, 4-7, 3 kills lamang yan. And if you're going to check the goal, that's 3,000 deficit only. So at least no, medyo kayang-kaya naman na maibalik pa sa kanilang favor. But the thing is, yung kanilang scaling ang mas napapabayaan dito. If you're playing on Shyvana, definitely you want all those dragons. But Flash Wolves keeps on contesting every opening that they have.
And ito na. Pasok na sila for this next fights. Sa nakikita natin right now with Team Flash, they're a bit impatient sa mga ginagawa nila. Kasi remember, they have a Vayne anyway. They have a Shyvana anyway. They don't need to commit to anything as early as today. Kasi nakakakuha naman sila ng Rep Herald, which is okay. Nakakakuha sila ng tower equally, even though na yung composition nila wasn't supposed to be built towards the early game. So that is good na sana. Pero dahil lumalaban sila, Flash Wolves are taking the bigger slice of the cake every time.
Yes, and you can see right now as how well Flash Wolves doesn't want to let go of this momentum as they want to cross this river again and again. Pero meron tayong CCTV dito. Mukhang gusto lang nila humuli na isang magandang death brush play. Pero alam kumaga hindi magbibigay basta-basta si Team Flash ng ganong klaseng opening, and they want to have a huge emphasis towards the Baron na talagang kailangan nilang bantayan dahil anytime pwede yun tapusin ni Kuya Cookie once na makuha nila yung vision part dito.
Yeah, and if umabot naman sila dun sa point na yun, ang malaki lang naman talagang problema dito ng Team Flash is that kailangan kayang-kaya nila i-take down yung nasa harap, to be honest. Kasi remember, they have Ellie, they have Zissou. Napakadali lang para sa kanila i-take down yung front line if ever kailangan nila. Kasi kung mag-front to back sila, it would be better for the Vayne. Kasi Vayne yung constant DPS nila together with the Shyvana. They just need to play around them.
Oh, another stun, pero wala pang gustong magpabaya. At nakikita naman natin na talagang nagiging patient naman ngayon ang Flash Wolves despite of them having the momentum. They're just exerting a lot of efforts. I mean, pressure para dito sa jungle resources ng Team Flash to the point na they are having a hard time managing kung kanino mapupunta dito yung farm. Pero syempre, you want that Vayne to have its power spike. So sa kanya yung mga laning, and Zissou tends to go overboard. No? Siya yung nakikipagkapit bahay para makakuha ng kanyang farm.
Talagang humahanap siya ng resources around them. Kasi remember, dahil nga we're also at the point in where most of our towers are gone already, everybody's looking for resources, and Zissou is typically one of them kasi kailangan nila talaga bigyan yun. Pero look at Ellie, no? Ellie doesn't have a lot of items. That's 9k gold pa lang. Kaya nahihirapan si Ellie mag-translate into anything. Kasi wala pa rin siya even at the ingredients part pa lang nung kanyang third item. Kaya malaking setback to for them.
Exactly, no? Malaking setback for the reason nga na the more na nagtitake sila ng setback, it means the more that they are prolonging yung power spike that might help them close the game or be back in the game, or sabihin na natin para mag-sway sa kanila yung momentum. And right now, kung makikita natin na they repeatedly trying to hover around this Baron area as it feels like Flash Wolves doesn't really want it to go long games and wanted to finish it by having a split push power or the Baron power play.
Okay, so ito, the way that they're starting, they're looking at the Baron but they want to take a kill first. If ever mahawakan nila yung chance dito for the side of Flash Wolves, it would be better for them kasi remember, their composition plays around control during the whole fight kasi they have the Oriana nga naman with their composition, so it would be easier for them to go for CCs and all. So pwede nila i-threaten yung Baron lalong-lalo na dun sa top side of our map.
Yeah, and to be honest, no, Kuya Dash, kung titingnan natin yung potential ng wombo combo ng Team Flash that can really surprise itong Flash Wolves with the one huge team fight. Ito yung kumbaga, ito naman yung advantage ng may mga huge ultimates na tipong pwede nilang baguhin yung sitwasyon ng laro sa isang magandang pwesto. And yun nga, Shyvana, inner flame na may kasama, and then yung embrace dito ni Coyote. Alam mo na may kalalagyan talaga sila. Pero yung other side naman kasi, yung late game Oriana na merong shockwave at saka yung Olaf na pwede silang dire-diretsuin. Imagine if you're stepping up on the Spirit Fire and then dun ka ginugulpe, dun ka binabato ng bola, talagang magiging challenging yun to hard engage para sa Team Flash.
Yeah, pero remember, no, the longer this game goes, the scarier it is for the Olaf more than its scarier sa other team. Kasi right now, the Olaf is building a lot of damage. So the later the game goes, the easier he gets taken down. So kailangan talaga nila madaliin to unless they want this Olaf to si Cookie, especially na sumabog na lang bigla during our fights. Kasi remember, look at Ellie. Yung damage niya pa lang, isang silver bolts was enough to put Bruce on half HP.
Yes, so medyo meron pa rin talaga nun threat ng late game. Pero
Oy!
Showstopper, wala namang gaano sakit doon dahil nagamit kaagad nila yung kanilang mga shield at mukhang may iwan na nga doon si Empty. Pero makakaisang dragon na nga sila dito at malaking pagbabalik mula sa Team Flash. Nagkakahabulan, inner plane, tatama ng 4, Curse of the Black Mist, tila hindi na aabot pa. Pero sa kabilang side naman, umiiwalay lang ibang tropa natin. Hindi sila magpapaawat, Spirit Fire, at mukhang aware sila na na-burn yung resources kaya pwede sila mag-baron anytime.
Oo, pwede nila i-start to kasi si Bruce meron pa rin naman siyang shockwave na pwede gamitin. And si Coyote, half HP, pwede nilang patayin siya if ever.
Naku po, na nga, natali dito, nayakap ng tuluyan. At mukhang buhay pa naman si Coyote.
Nabuhay.
Ay, tinamaan siya ng last embrace. Mahilig sa yakap tong dalawang tropa natin. It's either Transcendent Embrace or Last Embrace ang makikita nating set-upan nitong dalawang to.
Oo, so nakikita natin right now, no? With the way that Team Flash played that, talagang ginamit lang nila si Empty, binoto na nilang si Empty sa kanila para makuha nila Infernal Drake. At least, that's important. They needed a bit of stats from the Infernal Drake. So, this is good start for Team Flash if ever they want to come back from this game. Because right now, Flash Wolves, they're slowly grasping at straws because all of these resources that they do have right now would not really matter on a Vayne and a Shyvana kasi remember, their damage would be superior for sure sa late game.
Yes, and late game prowess, no? Kahit nga sabihin mo, nung nabanggit mo kanina, isang silver bolts lang, umaray na kaagad dun si Bruce. Pero isang dissonance lang, magiging half-life naman doon si Ellie. So alam mo yung kontrapelo talaga ang bakbakan nila dito. And one misposition will be a huge game breaker para dito sa magkabilang side. At tulad na pinag-usapan natin kanina, silver bolts for dissonance. Pero ito na, tumble, final hour, at mukhang ito na yung final seconds si Ellie. Pero wait a minute, it might be the last minute na matatagpuan natin siya dito buhay. Nagkakahabulan, pero mas gusto nila harakin. Kaso si Zizou, nag-overspeeding yung kanyang dragon sa side. Pero mukhang si Lucky nga siya mahuhuli nila at nabawasan na kaagad ang members dito. Pag tuloy-tuloy pa silang nawalan, yung Baron na magiging problema. The pressure is on.
Okay. Open, yung Baron open, yung Elder Drake, nawalan sila ng locking. So that is a big win for Team Flash. Kasi Team Flash, ang ginawa lang ni Ellie, nag-flash away lang siya, nakatakbo agad siya. Pero ito Elder Drake, tatrayata nila steal.
Talagang gusto nilang i-steal, shuriken flip, at mukhang nakuha na talaga nila Zizou.
Ang bilis.
Napakabilis ang pangyayari, and that's the reason why you gotta respect Ellie's Vayne. Dahil nga yung late game will gain them a lot of potential with that easy kill na wala lang si Locking, and it feels like bad luck na dito sa Flash Wolves.
Oo, sa nakita natin na ganun do. Ang bilis ng pagkuha talaga nila kasi remember, it's a Shyvana together with a Vayne. Puro percent HP yung damage nila dun sa Elder Drake. Now, kahit i-threaten nila yung Baron, pwede nila gawin yun kasi remember, ang bilis pa rin ito for Zizou and Ellie if ever kailangan nila.
Oh no, nag-fall off na yung advantage dito ng Flash Wolves, since this might be it because the tables has been turned sa kamay ng Team Flash. They really wanted to take on this Baron, but they are still respecting the capability of the combos that can be done by Flash Wolves. So they prefer for now to have a split push as we're going to see Shy rotating onto the Dragon lane.
Yeah, so remember, there's a lot of things that they need to think about before they start anything. Ellie has a lot of damage already with the Elder Drake. And that's why, right now, for the side of Team Flash, no, ang kailangan nilang nila gawin is just take over. Kasi meron na sila Elder Drake, pwede nilang patayin kahit sino. Kahit si Isera, kaya na patayin ni Shy dito with the Elder Drake. Just because of that. So with this, pwede nila i-threaten yung Baron kasi kahit mag-solo si Zizou doon, okay lang kasi kayang-kaya niya yung Baron mag-isa.
Yes, and kita mo naman no, kung gaano nila nahihirapan na dito ang Flash Wolves. Biglang sila na lang yung pinapressure dito na kanina sila yung naghahanap. Pero si Shy at si Ellie talaga nakikipaglaro lang dito. Nakikipagkulitan kay Isera, nakikipaglaro sa apoy dahil nasa loob sila ng base. Pero sapat nga ba yun? Iniwan na ang Baron sa kabilang side habang si Ellie at si Shy trespassing na.
Oo, nakakuha na nila yung inhibitor. So that's gonna be, top side though.
Oh no, Showstopper! Kaso, pinalipad nga lang itong si Ison para makatakas siya over the Baron with a big brain play na hindi na kailangan i-burn yung kanyang flash.
Wow! Ang ganda ng ginawa ni MT doon kasi naiwan na rin naman siya eh. Hindi rin nila alam kung ano gagawin pero dahil nga they needed to burn flash if ever gusto nila patayin si Ellie dun sa, si MT dun sa time na yon. That is very smart kasi mas mabilis nga naman yung cooldown ng showstopper nga. So ayun, in a bit, meron na siya uling showstopper.
Exactly, yung cooldown sa pagmamanage dito ni MT. Mas piniling mag-showstopper kesa na lang mag-flash. And definitely, kung maabutan man siya over the wall, may flash naman talaga siya to be safe. But right now, we are currently at 23 minutes into the game. Walang gusto magpatalo in a 5-8 super close game for Flash Wolves and Team Flash. Ramdam na ramdam natin yung laglagan portion.
Nagmamadali na talaga yung Team Flash kasi right now, alam nilang they do have the advantage against Flash Wolves. Kasi look at that, yung items pa lang ni Zizou pati ni Coyote. Si Coyote nga full items na eh, so hindi nila kailangan ng anything else pa.
Yes,
Coyote.
exactly.
So kailangan na lang nila i-push yung lane. So Elder Drake lalabas na naman after 30 seconds. So that is what is gonna be threatened, or at least yung titignan ng lahat for the objective. Flash Wolves need to do something kasi the more stable this goes, the better it is for Team Flash.
Yes, and right now, tulad na sinabi mo, Dash, strongly agree. Yun yung momentum na gusto nila, no? Hindi man nila nakuha yung early, gusto nila patagalin. At kita mo naman kahit si Shai, itong si Shai, hindi na siya nahihiya may pagbakbakan kay Bruce. And pinalayo ka agad yung Oriana. Needs to go back, burn the ghost, burn the flash, and this will be a 4 versus 5. Yes, makakabalik siya dito, but with no summon spell, this will be a big problem. Pero ito na si MT, na tila ba napakalaki ng shield, na tila ba nagmukhang mountain itong MT, at mukhang hindi na rin magpapaawat itong si Jisoo. Nag-dragon form kaagad siya ng harap-harapan, pero burned resources all around, and they pushed away itong si Osiris for a reset. So this might be a good chance for them to have the Elder Dragon.
Remember, they don't have a lot of ultimates, so if ever they start this, it's gonna be good.
Yes, uy, nako, na-transcendent embrace na nga siya dito at may instant pa, magkabila ang side. Kitang-kita na dito, and yung Elder, pinupapong, akala mo, mabubugahan sila ng isa pa. At dire-diretsong inaragasana ng tuluyan dito ng Team Flash. Kita mo naman si Ellie at saka si Coyote. At kitang-kita na natin yung members kayo ng Flash Wolves na they're having a hard time pulling it back together, and this will be an easy answer para dito sa side ng Team Flash with the long games that they did. It's the power of scaling, and right now, yung laglagan portion natin ay magkakaroon na ng 1-0 in favor of Team Flash.
Okay, what a great play from Team Flash. They played their win conditions lang talaga on this game. It is very smart play from their side. They were just waiting for the right opportunity, the right timing para makalaban. And that's when they got their items. Si Ellie, nakita natin kanina, no? 8k lang yung gold niya. Tapos after nun, nag-snowball na. Pagkakuha niya ng third item, that is when it all changed and why Team Flash was able to win the game.
Yes, exactly, no? And we saw na how well they managed yung kanilang early game, as somehow Flash Wolves had a hard time closing the game, and yung kanilang draft nga, no, this is just the way how the win conditions move sa side ng Team Flash, and you can see the post-match right now, 8-10. Lamang na lamang pa rin sa kills ng Flash Wolves and even yung gold. Pero nag-sway yon sa side ng Team Flash with a slowly but surely strat. And ito yung sinasabi natin na lakas ng mga veterano.
And ito yung maganda sa Team Flash kasi. The way the Team Flash played that is they played around Coyote and Zizou nung early game. Yun yung ginagawa nila eh. Zizou, tas si Shai, nandyan lang. Tapos nagko-commit sila nung una kasi they thought they needed to kahit hindi naman. Pero nung time na hindi na sila nag-commit sa fights, hindi na sila nagbigay ng kills sa Flash Wolves, that is when everything went good for them. Kasi remember this, look at the gold graph. Everything was won by Flash Wolves until it didn't na. Nung nakalamang na bigla yung Team Flash against them. And that's how big of an impact yung ginagawa nilang pagsustall lang until magka-full stack si Zizou, magkaroon ng third item si Ellie. Si Coyote tsaka si Shai, nandyan lang rin naman yan every time. Tingnan mo si Coyote, ang daming damage during that whole time.
Yeah, and nakita na natin, no, to be honest, with how Karma being banned again and again, no, for a huge reason. Once na masecure niya yung kanyang Ludens, ramdam mo na kagad yung sakit na pwede niyang dalhin doon sa enemies. And as how they scaling AP, no, with the shield as well that it can provide. You have the utility, you have the damage, and it feels like, no, nakita na natin to sa League of Legends PC days.
True.
Kuya Dash, na the poke supports dati, followed out by Israel, and na-maximize siya entirely with a mid lane Karma. The utility plus the damage being joint force dito na pwede nating ilagay or pwedeng i-layer towards MP's Haymaker, Zisu's Dragon form. So I think it really worked wonder na parang questionable at first yung galaw ni Coyote. But if you're going to check the team fights, there's so many survivability na nakuha dito ang Team Flash dahil sa kanya.
Yeah, ang dami kasing inspire na very clutch na ginagawa kanina pa ni Coyote during this whole game. Pero medyo low-key lang talaga yung mga ginagawa ni Coyote during the whole game. And that's why right now, eto yung nakikita nating highlight right now. This was the reason why nakuha nila yung objective dito. Kasi nga, they were trying to chase Ellie and Locking was left alone. And yun na, doon na nagsimula mag-snowball in favor of Team Flash kasi hindi sila nagsistick together kasi alam nila yung threat ng isang Bruce.
Kasi late game na kahit isang shockwave dito ni Bruce, nag-fall off na tatlong tank yung sumalo nun ng harap-harapan and doesn't really had any issues para entirely masaktan at magdalawang isip or mag-hesitate on moving forward to the game.
Kasi, ang hirap rin kasi, ang ganda ng ginagawa ng Team Flash when it comes to team fights kasi hindi talaga sila nag-stick together na. Talaga naghihiwa-hiwalay sila para hindi makapag-shockwave ng maganda-ganda si Bruce. Most of the time, yung mga nakita nating shockwave, kahit yung huli, that was the 3-man shockwave pero sa tank siya. Hindi siya madalas nakaka-hit against Coyote, for example, for Ellie, for example. Kaya, most of the time, yung mga shockwaves si Bruce, ang hirap ilan. Nahihirapan siyang ilan. And sometimes pa nga, during clashes, hindi siya nakakapag-shockwave. Kasi wala yung opportunity. Hindi nagpe-present for him.
Yeah, and to be honest, no, with all of the shockwave na ine-expect natin, it feels like there's no game-changing shockwave. It feels like the Transcendent Embrace even more. No, kung ano pa yung bootleg shockwave,
pa, no?
yung pa yung mas maganda. And dapat yun yung ine-expect natin sa isang Orianna that can explode yung backline pero entirely nagamit lang yung ultimate niya doon sa frontliners and it fairly late. No, nakuha ni Elder Drake. They are not in a very good position and akala natin na si MT is throwing a lot of careless deaths. Pero it was good side for Team Flash to not entirely hard commit whenever that they're losing one person. No? Kung sino pa yung support nila, yun pa yung pinakamahalaga because of its setup. So hindi yun na-capitalize ng Flash Wolves whenever it's a 4 versus 5. So the recovery from Team Flash is really good.
So I really feel now, no, for Flash Wolves especially, they need to ban that Karma. Kasi that Karma is so safe for the side of Team Flash. If they're not gonna be banning the Karma, ban something na pwedeng mag-enable. Na pag ginamit nila yung Karma, they have something that they would enable. For example, yung nakita natin kanina, the Shyvana, the Vayne. I think it's better to just ban the Karma entirely kasi that's the safer route for them na hindi magkaroon ng magandang enchanter tong TF.
Exactly, no? And if you're going to see same bans yata ang matutunghayan natin for Team Flash as they don't want to deal with Bruce, Zed, and I mean, kahit sino naman, di ba? Pagka Zed ang usapan with the split push capability. Pero they really wanted to acknowledge yung power dito ng Senna Nasus na somehow, there's so many good answers from the previous matches on how to deny a Senna Nasus, but Team Flash nagawa nilang laruin na nagawa nilang kontrahin and at this point mas gusto na lang nila tanggalin sa drafting kasi yung early game nila with the Senna Nasus combo really had a hard time, no, itong Vayne at saka itong si MP na yung execution ng kanilang early game to take down the first tower with the 4 members grouping up naging problema. Naku, nalulungkot na si Kuya.
Oo nga lungkot. Kasi na-decelerate, kanina talaga na-decelerate yung power ng ni Ellie. Kitang-kita naman natin na even sa gold, very behind siya nung time na yun. Just because of Locking and Eson, sobrang laking pressure na binigay nila sa kanya during the game. And that's why right now, very smart, ban rin nila yung Karma kasi this would change things up. Pwede na lumabas dito yung Camille, pwedeng lumabas yung Jace na hinahanap namin kanina na Osiris na hindi siya lumabas. So I hope na makita natin yon for Tia.
Yes, exactly. At dahil nga na-miss out na yung ban solution, ayaw na nila i-deal yung
Oh.
karma. There go. Oh, pinatikim lang ni Lucian. But the
Yan
chase
pala.
from... Ooh,
What the
ito
Jace
maganda
say?
dito. Ito yung maganda dito. Is it gonna be a Jace for Zissou or Coyote? Because we saw how dominant Jace jungle has been. And Coyote as a Jace is not big of a question as we saw him consecutively ng mga panahon ng previous tournaments.
Sinasabi rin kanina ni Autolose yan, ni GGsphere, no? Yung mga SC teams natin, when it comes to Jace talaga, they can put it in the jungle pretty well. Kasi sobrang aggressive nila mag-Jace. And alam nila na ang bilis rin naman ng wave clear ng Jace, so might as well use that in their favor sa early game and do a lot of damage rin. Kasi doon naman talaga nagsashine si Jace. Pero ito, pinikta ng Flash Wolves, they want to play the long game. That's why they have this Ziggs para meron silang wave clear, meron silang Lucian, para at least very toned down or rather toned up yung early game damage nila.
Yes, and right now, sige, sa amin na Lucian, sa inyo yung Jace. And
Ito, Lux.
it feels like we can see Ziggs mid lane, pero it always has been an APC Ziggs, and pwedeng si Bruce ang mag-Lucian. Pwede rin naman sa Isera. So right now, napaka-flexy pick ng mga nakikita natin sa magkabilang side, but whoa!
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a targeted ban lagi ang Vi ni Zissou, right? Ito yung Kraken Slayer Vi.
Oo. Ang maganda kasi dito sa Vi ni Zissou, pag nakakita siya ng very squishy targets, doon niya talaga nilalabas yung Vi. Kasi whenever it comes down to it, ang dali rin naman i-execute ng cease and desist sa backline. Try to take down that backline. If ever sasabog ka kasama nila, okay lang. At least nawala sila ng damage shot na isa, di ba? So, yun yung ginagawa nila dito. And that's why na-force si Cookie na gumamit ng Sinzao.
Yes, exactly. Ito mukhang, sige, kung gusto mo ng 1v1 with the Great One, pwede naman ako mag-Sinzao, no, para matapatan ko yung aggression na pwedeng ilagay ng Vi. And if they really wanted to reach itong backline, or sabihin na nating i-sweep yung mga possible na pwede mag-follow up with the cease and desist. Pero since nga na nakita na natin ni Vi, we are going to deny the fact na a Jace jungle is possible. So this might be a Coyote pick na talaga.
Oo, maganda rin tong Coyote pick na to kasi at least if ever na si Coyote magpipick nito, yung Lucian pwede pa mapunta kay Bruce, tsaka si Locking naman yung pipick ng Ziggs to their side. So there's a lot of flexibility with this first picks, and alam naman natin kung saan mapupunta yung Lux and Ziggs na at this point. So they're just looking at their mid and top. So they need to ban the Renekton for sure kasi if ever mahawakan ni Shai at Isera yan, kahit sino sa kanilang dalawa nakakatakot eh.
Yes, exactly. No, at this point of the game, no, kahit sabihin mong sino man ang kayang gumamit niyan, or yung level ng play nitong dalawang to, kahit sinong champion talaga yung i-expect mo na mahawakan nila, alam mo mag-perform talaga. It's just a matter of how well you wanted to deny them, and drafting pa lang is they already respected itong lineup na ginagawa ng magkabilang koponan. So less of a tank sa makikita natin dito. So the issue from Flash Wolves is who's going to join this Sinzao jumping into the backline if you already denied the Akali, the Galio, and the Garen. Not unless you wanted to go for a Renekton and put the Lucian onto the mid lane.
Oh. I'm looking at this in a way. What?
Oh my G!
Okay. That made everything interesting now for Flash Wolves. Kasi with the Amumu, if ever this is gonna be on the support role for the side of Flash Wolves, it's okay. Kasi at least they have the bandage shots. They could stop any aggressions coming in from the side of TF.
Okay.
Pero dahil doon, yung sinasabi naming Renekton, nakalabas.
Okay, kami
Yun
gagamit. Ayaw nyo pala eh. Pero Amumu, anong basa mo dito eh, Dash? Since we already have the Sinzao, is it gonna be a top Sinzao or a top Amumu, support Amumu? Or is it gonna
Feel
be,
ko talaga
anong basa
support
mo dito?
Kasi if ever kasi nagagawin lang din naman nila sa botin is mag-chill sila. Mas maganda tong Amumu against the Rakan. Para at least if ever papasok siya, bandage shots lang para ma-stop yung combo agad ni Rakan. Or at least ipapasok siya magsa-set up, pwede gamitin yung ultimate. Ito yung kinakatakot ko, Osiris eh. Yung Jax pick sana na yun could have been good if hindi nakuha yung Renekton. Eh kasi alam naman natin gano'ng kalakas yung Renekton against a Jax.
Yeah, and sinabi nga natin, di ba, na what are the odds na
Amumu nga naman.
or may amumu, di ba? Ang problema
Totoo,
natin
totoo.
dito, sino yung sasama sa loob kasama ni Sinzao? Pero dahil nga wala yung Renekton, nakuha na rin nila, a good answer would be a Wukong, and this is in the hands of Isera, one of the playmakers na makikita natin sa Flash Wolves. So if you want to reach out, itong si Ellie, a Lux, remember, is one of those bursty champions going up against Ziggs. You have the Cyclone, you have the 3-talent strike, and at the same time, you have the bandage toss, and even a huge range of Curse of the Sad Mommy. But Curse of the Sad Mommy is around 100 plus or 100 cooldown. So, press R to win mo or press ult to win. Tap ult to win is somehow, you gotta choose when and where.
Talagang ano eh, medyo stunned pa ako, Cyrus, dito sa
Yeah, kahit ako
sa
parang
Fix
how
Cyrus.
is it
Kasi,
gonna be?
oo nga, kasi yung Amumu, iniisip ko, the only way this Amumu could work is that if ever makapag-set up sila na maganda. If ever makapag-set up sila, ultimate, after mag-Curse of the Sad Mommy, then papasok yung ultimate ni Ziggs. Yun yung nakikita kong combo nila. Gusto nila talaga nilang isang big AoE na tumama. And after nun, wala na gagawin yung Amumu. Talagang magsistay na lang siya dun sa fight. Kasi not like the other supports, meron silang flexibility to get in and get out. Pero itong Amumu, pag pumasok sila, yun na yun. Pasok sila, for sure.
Yeah. No, kumbaga, no, exactly na ine-expect na natin na yung wombo-combo, but we are holding a lot of seconds of cooldowns that they need to manage. Is it gonna be objective? What if? We know Team Flash knows how to play aggressively. So ayan, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang patutunguhan nitong game na to dahil ang laglagan portion is 1-0 na. Team Flash versus Flash Wolves ang magbabakbakan dito with a 1-0. Kuya Dash, is it gonna be a comeback para sa tropa nating Flash Wolves, or is it Team Flash all the way?
That's the question, no, Osiris, kasi right now, on a 1-0, tsaka sila make na Amumu, which is surprising para bot lane, no?
Oh no, sige, mag-entrance muna kami dito, pero bandage to, sila King medyo alanganin. Dahil nga, alam mo naman, ang Lux ang kanyang passive pagka naliwanagan ka at ikay sinampal, gising ka talaga sa katotohanan.
Oo, parang kape lang yan eh. Gising na gising ka talaga after nun eh. Kaya, with the way that they did, no, yung ginawa nila na yun, early game pa lang, tinry nila kumuha ng damage, yun yung hinahanap nilang opportunities with the bandage toss na 2 stacks eh, di ba? Pero mid lane,
teka lang! Piercing Light! Kung meron ka Shock Blast, meron naman akong pambarel. Kaya, ayan, hindi mo natutuloy si Kuya Bruce. At si Coyote, sabi na, sige, chill muna. Chillin' like a villain sa mid lane.
Hindi sila humihinto dito sa suntukan na ginagawa nila sa mid lane, no? Kasi, with the way this would work, mid lane talaga, Jace Lucian, very classic na to, nakikita na natin. Pero laban na.
Pero teka lang, bakit ka naman into the skies, into the heaven, ang diretso mo? Natila ba siya sa moon? At hindi lang yun ang bastang makikita natin dito, kahit si Kuya Ison, naka-ready bilang backup, mukhang
gusto mag-zoom-zoom?
Paparamdam na. Teka lang, hindi nga makapag-zoom-zoom. Dahil nga, walang room sa mga fakes with the fake bandage toss, hindi na tapasok pa.
Oo, kala ko papasok na sila dun eh. Na-expect ko si Eson. If ever na pumasok sila dito, itatry uli nila yon for the mid lane. Pero yun na nga, because naging super aggressive si Coyote a while ago, that was the reason why they lost their mid laner a bit there. And when it comes to the Lucian Jace matchup, if you lose once, you're gonna be losing the lane a lot. Kaya kailangan mo ng gank later on.
Yes, exactly. And so, tulad nga sinabi natin, malaki bagay Lucian for early game. Kaya alam na natin na mahihirapan ng bahagya dito si Coyote. Pero masyado siya nagpadalos-dalos eh. Wala naman siyang prior information to go all in. Ang worst doon, hammer pa into the skies pa yung ginawa niya at mukhang tinotont na naman siya dito. Bruce, Zizou, Cookie, magkatabi sila dito at mukhang sinapalangalang harap-harapan. Sinaargo yung buka.
Oy.
Talon strike na may kasama Percy Glide. Meron pang double attack dito
Disguise.
galing Relentless Pursuit pero nakaready na rin dito si MP para sa kanyang entrance at mukhang si Ison din. Pero hindi dito na nagtatapos sa laro dahil kahit dito si
Ano ko, si
Isera
Isera?
ay may kita natin. Hindi nga lang niya nakita na nasa Wolves pero Decoy na may kasama paikot-ikot. Kaso too late dahil ginamit na kaagad doon yung flash and the play na magagaling dito sa Team Flash ay secured muna ang kanilang proteksyon.
Na baseball bat siya pabalik, Osiris. Kala ko pa naman makuha niya na yung kill na yun.
Nampal
Great
sa mukha.
timing for Coyote. Pero kita natin, rotations from everyone to the mid lane just for them to secure the kill. Kasi they know the threat of Coyote as a player. And that's why para lang yan si Faker lahat sila pupunta sa mid lane kasi kahit hindi na nakita naman natin top lane.
Nako, barong lane naman na maglalaban dito pero meron pang ignite, namatay yung Decoy pero siya ay buhay pa rin. Pero Domino siya nakaready dito with a flash and call the meat para mamatay na ng tuluyan dito si Isera.
Great punishment from Shy kasi nakita niya nga sa mid lane kanina ito si Osiris, so he knows na meron siyang level advantage and that's why he went for it.
Grabe naman yun, yung mga rotation ng mga Wild Boys dito, no? Talagang nagwawala yung mga teammates natin. And you can see Ison still working his way on to the different parts of the map para lang ma-resbakan.
Hanap pa rin sila talaga ng gank, Osiris. Ang sa nakikita ko right now, so far, hindi ko pa nakikita effectiveness ni Ison, pero ito, may Curse of the Sad Mommy na, so maybe, tsaka lalabas yung effectiveness ng isang Amumu dito. Pero yun na nga, the only thing na kailangan nila gawin dito for the side of Team Flash is do the same thing na ginawa nila during the other game. Pero remember, Flash Wolves na ngayon yung may hawak ng parang flag na late game. Kasi may hawak-hawak silang Bruce na alam naman natin, ito yung classic marksman na meron tayo sa game right now.
Yes, exactly. Itong si Kuya Bruce with Lucian, hindi rin pa tapos yung pagiging aggressive niya towards Coyote. And kung kaninang early game, si Coyote yung nang mamando. No? This time, sabi niya, let's change the pace of the game. Kami naman ngayon ang mamando. Kami naman yung mga aaway.
Yun na nga, tinatry na nila. Bot lane, nagagank nila si Bruce.
Oo, teka lang medyo gusto. Kinakasana yung kamao. Pero hindi naman na. Easy lang daw sabi. Wag tayo maging padalos-dalos.
And so nakikita natin, meron na objectives in 3 seconds. O kaya ipaprioritize nila. Feel ko, Rift Herald pa rin for the side of Team Flash. Pero Flash Wolves, hindi yata sila papatalo dito.
Teka, mukhang ambahan lang. Pero itong makulit talaga, itong unggoy, nakikipag-ungguyan itong si Kuya Renekton. But right now, that's a warded place para sa side dito ng Team Flash and Flash Wolves gaining that information, moving mostly to the Rift Herald. But this is Infernal Drake. This will be huge for both teams, especially that you have the Jace and Lucian on to the opposing parts. Tingnan natin kung kakayanin ba nilang saglitan lang itong Infernal Drake as most of the members of Team Flash is moving doon sa Infernal.
Okay, nakikita natin yung pings from both sides kasi nakita nilang ini-start tong Infernal Drake. Pero Flash Wolves, parang di sila makakapag-start.
Singularity, pero makakapag-ward naman doon si Ison. Gargle Stone Plate kaagad para mapigilan ng any follow-up. Mukhang alam na nila ang dapat gawin and they already burned yung kanilang resources at nakakuha pa ng kill. Naku po, si Bruce nawala na dito, sir. Walang bruiser na mas malakas pa, pero final spark, huling liwanag ka ba matutunghayan nila quickness para makatakas. Bumalik, and Cookie with the steal. Haharangin nga siya dito, pero sapat nga ba? Makakasundot pa ng isa. Dalawa na nga tumutong ba, may pabalot ka pa ni nanay na dragon.
Cookie with the steals! Doon si Drake talagang pumasok lang siya, hindi niya minind si MT nung itatry sana siyang i-quickness, pero dahil nakuha niya yung timing, nakuha niya yung Drake, all is worth it for Flash Wolves dun sa fight na yon.
Yes, exactly. And yung opening na kailangan natin para lang yung Infernal Drake, sinimulan ni Coyote, patumbayin si Bruce. So they are confident enough na wala na magko-contest. Pero dahil si Cookie, alam mo naman ang Cookie, Kuya Dash, hindi naman siya soft chewy Cookie. Ibig sabihin yung matigas na Cookie, matigas ang ulo. Sabi niya, sige, pupunta pa rin ako. Walang pake sa kritiko. Kumbaga, kakampi ko lang sarili ko. Nilakad niya yung dragon at saka diretso lang niya.
Talagang naglalakad-lakad lang siya kanina. Pero ito, Flash Wolves, nagka-confidence para i-take in with Herald.
Oo, teka lang ha. Masyado kasi silang nagkakainitan dito. Cyclone, the play. Here comes the Dominus. Gagamitin na lahat-lahat. Even the Curse of the Sad Mommy. Mamamaximize na doon. Nakukuha nga ulit ni Cookie yung kanilang objective dito. Pero follow up, si Ison lang siya may iwan final spark. Harap-harapan, di ka Inferno Bomb para sagutin ang napakalaking damage. Pero si MP, tutusukin lang ni Cookie. Singularity or the binding, hindi tatama ng tuloy. Pero mukhang sa patayon para makapagbatumba na naman ang Team Flash dito. 6-5 sa scoreboard. At trabaho lang for Kuya Bruce.
2 for 2 and Rip Herald na steal na naman or rather nakuha na naman ng Flash Wolves. Really good start for the members of Flash Wolves dito, no? Kasi whenever they try to start, si Cookie yung nagiging superhero talaga nila lagi. Every time na nag-crescent guard siya, may natutulak siya. Or during that time, si Zissou namatay nung nag-present guard siya. So that's why they were able to secure that Rip Herald for free again against the members of Team Flash. And now Team Flash are now looking really badly about this kasi they still have the gold advantage. Pero ito, bot lane,
the calling, overspeeding, MP wasn't really able to hit any of those. Pero si Cookie wants to focus onto the backline, catching off guard Zissou. Luckily, they don't have any objective to use any jungle or much needed smite. So yes, that's still another kill para sa Flash Wolves.
Really thought that they got the advantage there, but Coyote going in.
Oh, Coyote indeed, the hard in as they're going to commit all around, but the tantrums, especially with the curse of the Sad Mommy at medyo sad boy nga. Si Kuya Ison dito, Gargoyle Stoneplate with the sliver of health after tamaan ng final spark, but the final hit will not be the final judgment as he is going to successfully survive.
Ang bilis tumakbo ni Kuya Ison and still a 2 for 1 in the advantage of the members of Flash Wolves. They're now looking towards equalizing this goal. That's why ito, Team Flash, hindi gumaganda yung laban kasi kanina it was in their favor, but because of a lot of missteps, Flash Wolves are slowly going in. Pero looking at the replay, everybody, they start nila yung fight. They went in for Bruce. Yes, nakuha nila yung kill. Pero dahil they were a bit more aggressive, kasi si MT nakita niya na rin meron tao sa likod, so might as well just commit. Pero hindi umabot yung quickness niya. I thought aabot talaga yun, pero hindi umabot. Oh, Isera!
Yes, so right now Isera, Gargoyle Stoneplate, but this is 3 members of Team Flash and just a Flash. He's going to die completely. At habang kita naman natin dito sa baba, sasagot naman dito ang Flash Wolves as they want to return the favor, but they just want to focus onto the tower.
Great timing na naman for Flash Wolves. They're taking a lot of their towers, pero still, they need to take down the mid lane turret on the side of Team Flash. Kasi right now, that just opened up a lot of possibilities for Flash Wolves. Walang tower sa bottom side of the map, so free dragon, pero papasok pa sila!
Yes, and kitang-kita natin dito as they want to focus onto the mid lane tower. The calling BUs, B-Bird, but this is a 4 versus 5. Wala tayong Curse of the Sad Mommy, so less of a CC, but that's not been a problem. Cookie, the real C that we're going to see, and the real G na papasok talaga dito is si MP, but there's still another kill as Locking is looking for the right target, but Isera for the last minute with the decoy, with the Demon Strike, but not going to finish off MP once again. Napakadulas naman netong manok natin and just fly away. On his safety.
Great timing again for Flash Wolves. They're trying to get all these kills, but so far, even though that they had the tower advantage sa side ng Flash Wolves, I was expecting na sila yung merong gold advantage. Pero still, now, 2k gold lead, hindi na ganun kalaki at this point in the game. Pero still, that's a big statement that Team Flash, even though that they're having a lot of missteps, nagkakaroon pa rin sila ng gold somewhere around the map.
Yes, and right now, sila ang siyang mauuna dito sa Dragon Mountain. They are ready any moment right now. MP with this mountain drink. MP is going to jump in. Oh, the good stun. Pero quickness, buti na pinakalikod, and Locking might be locked down, but not going to take that away. But the Dragon will be in the hands of Flash Wolves once again as they're going to destroy every members of Team Flash is going to stop them along their tracks. Pero si Zissou will survive. It's just the shy for the casualty.
Okay, so nakita natin during that fight, Flash Wolves, what they have is a lot of DPS, and that's the reason why Team Flash can't even fight against them. Team Flash kasi, whenever it comes down to fight, one burst, tapos na. They need to wait for their cooldowns, and that's why Flash Wolves always gets the better end of the stick. Kasi kahit mag-mistake yung skills nila, okay lang, pero Rift Herald, they're starting.
Yes, and right now, Rift Herald indeed, dahil first sa positioning ang Team Flash, pero sa again! Cookie with the steal after steal, and they are stealing everyone's hearts and soul as FD will die and Zizou will pay the price as well. They're not going to back down with the 1-point lead coming in from Team Flash, and they are going to continue this snowball with another tower in their hand.
Cookie! Grabe naman yung mga steal ni Cookie kanina pa. Ang dami ka na steal na objectives against Team Flash. Supposedly, yung positioning ng Team Flash laging mas maganda at the start of the fight. Pero because of the presence of Flash Wolves and even with Cookie there, nakukuha lagi nila yung kanilang mga objectives. And that's why right now, lahat ata ng objectives, 4 out of 4 na kay Cookie.
And tulad nga na sinabi natin, it is the early game that has been capitalized on by Team Flash. Biglang naging sloppy. It feels like Flash Wolves are the first one to be present and around the objectives. Although nalilate sila, Cookie is already going hot on his tracks, making sure that they're getting every objectives. Yes, they kind of have those slow moments, but this time they are awake and they are ready really to take this game away para dito sa Team Flash. No, considering nga na Team Flash is already on a match point, ayaw nilang malaglag.
Yun na nga eh. Ang maganda dito with Flash Wolves is that medyo nagising-gising na sila. I just hope na hindi nila ma-throw ito somehow. Kasi ang laki na ng advantage nila when it comes to the objectives, yung Rift Herald, turrets, dragons, nakuha nila halos lahat. So kailangan na lang nila pang hawakan to. Kasi remember, they even have Bruce all together with this. Kasi wala nga naman tayong other marksman in the game compared to Bruce na Lucian nga yung gamit niya in the mid lane. So might as well expect rin natin na lahat ng damage siya magka-come out from both of our teams. Lahat sa kanila burst. So that's why Team Flash right now, kailangan nila gumawa ng move even without the objective. Kasi if hindi, talagang magpupunta lang to sa side ng Flash Wolves.
Yes, exactly. No, and what a play, Cookie consistently. I was expecting him for any moment of explosion in terms of ganking. Pero yung kanyang explosion, talagang sa objective mismo, no, serving as one of the best junglers na pwede nating makita ngayon dito sa Southeast Asia.
So far, I haven't seen Zizou making this Vi effective kasi napo-force siya gamitin lagi yung ultimate to the more tanky targets. Kasi he tries to save everybody, and that's why I think Zizou needs to think about just making use of the ultimate dun sa backside and maybe having a follow-up from Shai. Kasi so far, medyo nahihirapan siya eh.
Oh yeah, and yun nga, no, yung paghihirap nila dito, kailangan ng sumagot ng Team Flash. And okay, blind bandage toss. Pero hindi tatama eh. Kung tumama yun, siguro highlight na kaagad yun. Replay. Pero hindi muna. Not today. And being safe around, they want to be one step closer dito sa Ocean Drake. But other members of Flash Wolves, they are the first one to be close all together with 5 members, but Renekton, Shai is being left out onto the Baron lane to do some heavy duty work.
Team Flash trying to slow down the game. This is one of the good things, but they're starting a fight.
Okay. And right now, Cyclone, Coyote, and Zizou! Flash pero nakasana ang Cease and Desist order that he needs to go down. Oh no Cyclone.
Great start for Team Flash because they're looking for something around the map and they found that something. They got the kill on Isera and now that opens up mid lane because of the reaction from Flash Wolves.
Yes, exactly. And right now, this opening will be used to convert the tower onto the mid lane. Sapat nga ba yun? Pero quickness na may kasamang entrance but will pay the price as Zizou will go down.
Si Zizou naman yung nag-pay ng price sa...
Desperation play.
Pero feel ko, Osiris, this was a great play. Honestly, lalabanan pa nila si Cookie dito.
Yes, teka lang. Medyo nag-space out ako. Kasi akala ko that's the space that they needed to really stop this momentum. But no, they are going to exert more pressure. But a bit of an unsuccessful play right there. But still, both of them will get their breathing space. Much needed.
Okay, they got their breathing space na, and now at least towers are equal on both sides. Team Flash looking to try and take down as many towers as they can and maybe make use, at least itong Rift Herald na to wasn't used at something productive for Flash Wolves. Pwede nila gawin distraction to before they start a fight at the top side.
Yes, and right now, Baron being looked out, but the Rift Herald being dropped as what Dash explained to us na the attention will be split as well. But other side of the map, nakikita naman natin, Coyote, it feels like he wanted to go for a split push. No hull breaker one hull breaker for today's game. I was expecting the Jace have that item kung gusto man ni Coyote to do his work. But the heavy duty of split push will be coming in from Shy, but not Shy enough ang Flash Wolves to look for the target. At 3 members na dito, Gargoyles don't play, but the damage will be enough as Bruce is here, raining down some bullets, and a bullet into the head, they'll take down Shy.
Baron? I think they're gonna start the Baron here. If ever Flash Wolves won't start the Baron, they just lost something for nothing. They got the kill, yes, but they're gonna be losing this Ocean Drake.
Oh,
and the tower.
Ocean Drake, pero Vega Inferno Bomb will be sending down Raining, and Eson is around. They need to run away as Curse of the Sad Mommy will be a huge threat para sa kanila, but MT needs to space out, needs to go beyond the walls para maprotektahan ng kanyang sarili. But split push command lang muna
That's
dito.
smart.
Ang ibang mga tropa natin dahil gusto
Coyote.
nila kumuha ng inhibitor turret. Coyote,
Coyote.
yes, Ocean Drake, but he is going to open the base. Not going
That's
entirely,
smart.
and this will be an execute
smart.
from Coyote.
Oh,
Big
wow.
brain play for Flash, for Team Flash. Oh my God.
Wow! Great play from Coyote. The distraction, I thought that wasn't part of their plans. Part of the plan pala, kaya pala nila tinigil yung Ocean Drake just to be a distraction para ma-start nila makuha yung pressure sa bote. Ngayon, mapo-force itong Flash Wolves mag-start ng Baron on a 4v5.
All according to plan, ika nga natin dito, no? And you can see that the Baron being started by Flash Wolves. Yes, they don't have Coyote, so it means no Shock Blast, no pokes coming in. But here comes Shy, wanted to focus blocking, but there will be no lockdown. But this is some bad luck dahil nga they need to turn around. But the turnaround coming in with a 3-man knock-up, magkakaabutan dito. The calling has been used. It feels like there was no enough damage na manggagaling dito sa Flash Wolves, so entirely push out itong Team Flash, and Flash Wolves needs to bail out completely.
They bought time! They bought time! That's good! Ngayon, hintayin na lang nila mag-push, magkaroon ng maraming super minions sa bot lane. Team Flash slowly turning things around.
No, Team Flash, is it gonna be the laglag ng Flash Wolves? They have the advantage,
No.
but it feels like they are being read like a book by Team Flash, and Coyote with that savior play splits the mind of Flash Wolves.
Kasi kailangan na nilang tignan lagi itong bot lane because there's super minions in the bot lane. So they always need to put someone here, or at least meron silang player na pag bibili nila ng teleport on their side kasi they really need someone here onto the bottom side. Because if not, this is gonna be an easy push, or maybe somehow find a way para matapos to ng Team Flash.
Yes, exactly. And right now, Cookie, oh, papasok dito. At mukhang may backup na naman si Kuyo. Tino,
Cyclone.
napakakulit. Bakit ba napakakulit mo, kuya? Kada may kalaban, papalag ka. Eh, wala naman kayong vision. So pag may backup, ngayon, wala ka ng flash. Mahihirapan ka tuloy pag nag-split push ka. Pero ito na nga, si Shy ang siyang nag-split push. But Bruce is ready to answer itong split push na to. Right now, you can see. Oh, okay. Si Eson.
Looking really nice, no, for Team Flash. Kasi right now, even though na meron silang disadvantage kanina, hindi nga sila nakakuha ng kahit na isang Drake okay lang. Kasi with the way it's looking right now, Flash Wolves are the one reacting to what Team Flash is gonna do. And this is not a good sign. Kasi if bibigay mo yung momentum sa team like Team Flash, they're gonna hold on to it. And that's why, tingnan mo, nagsisplit push, umiikot-ikot lang sila around the map.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Flash Wolves is always forced to react.
Yun, and yun nga, nagke-create na sila nung kanya-kanyang sabihin na nating reaction dito, no, kung paano nga ba sila kung paano nila masasagot yung ganitong klaseng mga pressure. And it always has been, no, na close itong game na to, and right now no one wants to touch this Baron as they wanted to focus also onto the Elder Drake na nag-spawn na. Isera, clone naman niya yung magugulpe dito ni Shy. So it means that there's no Blade of the Ruined King. It's already on cooldown. If Isera wants to go with this, medyo meron siyang advantage ng bago.
Talagang big advantage for Flash Wolves, especially that they want to start this Ison.
He's walking up front.
Oh!
First of the Sad Mommy. At tutumba na kasi Ellie. It means
Good.
there's no carry, there's no lock, there's no lockdown, there's no final spark. Pero si Coyote, tamang trabaho lang. Activate na mga kanyang Ghost Blade. But it means that if ever na malaman or matelegraph na babak na si Coyote, pwede nila gawin itong Elder Drake. Pero magkakahatian. Hating-hati na ang puso dito ng Flash Wolves dahil si Shy magtatrabaho din ng napakatindi at mukhang si Bruce igugo na niya natuloy. Sige, masyado na kayong kumukulit. Oras na para kayo'y matambahin. And that's another chase na magagaling dito. And they are on the borrowed time because they were able to survive successfully to inhibitor down. But Shy was against this. Yes, they have the dominance. Pero ito si Esera na ikipaglaro na rin sa Apoy. Kailangan nga umatras dito. The Apoy, and that's gonna be it. As Steve Flash with the face onto the backdoor. Outside play. Oh my goodness! Team Flash! 2-0!
Alam mo, Osiris, nakita natin na yun sa huli. I thought Flash Wolves got it kasi nakuha na nila agad yung kill kay Ellie. Nawalan sila ng locks. It's a 4v5. Kala ko magka-crumble na sila after that. Pero dahil hindi sila nag-crumble, they were able to make things work. Grabe talaga yung play nila around the map.
Flash Wolves being eliminated, played it on the map as how Team Flash looked for those huge opening. It all started Coyote destroying Dragon Lane and prompts a lot of information for them to play macro. The Shy with the Hullbreaker, alam mo na, expected mo na may hihirapan si Isera on contesting that. It was a fairly long time for Ison to recall for the reason that they chased a lot itong si Zissou and even chasing away si, I believe, the support MP. So, I think it was a bad call for them to go for the Elder. So, yeah, let's check the post-match as grabe, Kuya Dash.
Kasi
intense.
yung Elder kasi na yun, yung Elder call na yun, talagang parang call for help yung ginawa nila yun for Flash Wolves. Kasi nakakita sila ng kill potential for Ellie. Pero dahil hindi nila natuloy yung pressure na yun, parang nag-hesitate pa silang i-take yung Elder Drake. Nagkaroon ng time si Shy, nagkaroon ng time si Coyote na maging distraction sa bot lane para matuloy-tuloy na yung push siya sa upside. And remember, as you said, may Hullbreaker si Shy. So dapat they prioritize defending Shy because Shy is gonna be scary at pushing.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, at some point of the game, you can see the graph kung gaano tinry ng Team Flash no i-hold yung kanilang momentum sa early game but entirely Flash Wolves with the late game. But no need to play onto the gold. If they can destroy those inhibitor turret, talagang nahati yung utak nitong Flash Wolves no, na to the point na they don't really know which way they're going to focus on, and even yung kanilang Elder Drake naging 50-50. They didn't really finished it very fast to the point na dumating pa si Zissou and MT to cause havoc. Kaso kinulang talaga. It's just that the power of a split push potential. Coyote started it and then Shy finishing off a well-deserved win for Team Flash.
Sobrang well-deserved yung win na yun for Team Flash kasi nga it's a great 2-0, great timing, and even though na si Zissou, yun na nga, hindi siya nakakuha ng lahat ng objectives, nakahanap pa rin sila talaga ng paraan to make it work, and that's why it's a 2-0 everyone. So that means Team Flash is the one who is gonna go to the playoffs.
Exactly.
And Flash Wolves would be relegated from the competition.
Yes, and as much as we sad to see Flash Wolves go, but they did what they can. It's just that Team Flash is currently the better team for today, and there will be a single Flash, no? So it's just a Team Flash ang makikita natin ngayon, walang Flash Wolves. I think overall they did very well. It's just that the macro play, how good they adapt and created their own win condition. We didn't really saw it coming, and potential pala or the capabilities of the split push is fairly high para dito sa Team Flash.
honestly, yung hinahanap nating mga decision makings talaga from the members of Team Flash. Yung hinahanap natin from the start of this tournament, ngayon nila pinakita yon. Yung mga ganun klaseng mga plays around the map, yung macros nila, yung kahit talo sila when it comes to objectives, they always find a way to win. Yun yung hinahanap natin sa Team Flash, and I like na nakikita natin siya ulit ngayon. Because so far, I thought Flash Wolves were the ones reigning compared to Team Flash. And in the end, we proved us wrong. 2-0 Team Flash against Flash Wolves.
Yes. And right now, ito na talaga yung pinaka inaantay ng mga tao, no? And what do you think, Dash, dun sa ating mga games for today?
Yung mga games natin for today, so far nagugulat ako na 2-0 sila lahat. Kasi, for example, yung kanina KDF, BRU, tas ngayon Team Flash naman is a 2-0. Kasi itong last game natin, RRQ versus ROLSTER Y. Ito yung placement match for both of them. Kung sino, it's either magpa-first seed or magsa-second seed sila. Kasi silang dalawa na for sure yung makakaangat sa atin for the group stages dun sa groups nila. So, kailangan na lang nila gawin sino magpa-first, sino magsa-second. Yan yung kailangan natin makita right now sa game. Malay ba natin kung mind games yung gagawin nila later sa games natin?
Yeah, and considering nga na itong nakita na kasi natin kung paano yung laro ng Flash and ng Flash Wolves at saka ng Team Flash. Na parang ang laki ng pinagkaiba na parang we saw them consistently playing back and forth, the aggression. Sabihin na natin, they are consistently being the best. And kahit naman yung Filipino teams ay hihirapan sa Flash Wolves, pero this time na parang both of them are really sloppy. I mean, I'm not hating on them, but it feels like it wasn't really the best shape that we saw and expected from these teams that kind of changed the pace of the game.
Yeah, and usually kasi ina-expect natin for teams like Team Flash and also for Flash Wolves kasi is that dahil nga they are strong, their showing in Icons was great. I was expecting them to do better, pero so far, this meta has been pretty hard adaptation para sa mga teams natin for today, especially for Team Flash and Flash Wolves kasi they're trying to find themselves along the meta right now, and feel ko hindi pa nila nahahanap yon, especially sa mga SCA teams natin.
Yes,
ang feel ko talagang tama yung read sa meta right now is RRQ. I really believe that. Kasi they're very confident at what they do.
Walang ka-bias, no? Pero
totoo, walang ka-bias.
Hindi naman halata. Wala naman talaga. Pero ayun na nga, no? We are expecting RRQ and ROLSTER Y. And to be honest, this will be with what we saw from the growth of Korean meta. KWANGDONG FREECS did a great job on stepping up. LIIV SANDBOX with a fairly new team. Medyo challenging pa sa kanila, no? Pero this time, ROLSTER Y, top team, consistently delivering. Ratel and Do will face RRQ na alam na natin, no? At Chaz and si Hyde, medyo susubukin na naman ang tadhana si Kuya Hyde. Dahil makakalaban niya isa sa mga MVP ng Korea sa Baron Lane. Pero huwag tayong mag-alala dahil nandiyan naman si Helios Viper, si Marky at si Kuya Exocet para iligtas ang buong tropa. Kumbaga as a whole, no, ay magkakasama itong tropa natin sa RRQ. And yeah, we'll see you. Tayo magre-ready muna and we'll see you in a bit. We'll just go for a short break. See you later. At tayo nagbabalik sa The Wild Circuit Asia Invitational at tayo magtitipon-tipon dito upang panoorin ang ROLSTER Y versus RRQ. At alam niyo na kung ba tayo nandito, balagbagan na naman. Kasama si Kuya Osiris at si Kuya Dash. How are you doing, Kuya Dash?
And ito nga, okay naman kasi ang saya ng mga games natin for today, no? Kasi nakikita na natin yung way ng pag-grasp ng mga teams natin sa meta, and that's why 2-0 yung games natin so far. Pero itong game na to, last game, this is a placement game. RRQ versus RY. So makikita natin dito kung paano nila gagawin to, kung sino yung sino yung magiging first seed sa kanilang dalawa.
Yes, so ito nga, no, usapang first seed. Is it gonna be RRQ who's going to take this away or ROLSTER Y? But, you know, the decision is for them to take if whoever wins this games. Pero disclaimer lamang po, no, na tulad ng sinabi ni Kuya Autolose from yesterday, let's keep the comments or chat clean para wala muna tayong spoilers or ma-enjoy ng mga tropa natin yung ating palabas. At alam niyo naman, napasyado tayong excited. Kaya, alam mo na, nararamdaman natin yung lakas ng Pinoy. Pero ito nga, no, ROLSTER Y with the great character development as what we discussed a while ago. How well that they have their own growth. It feels like they acquired those really good rotations. The supports really enabled them a lot. We saw KWANGDONG FREECS with the North as Nautilus. We saw ROLSTER Y with their... It feels like they're maximizing itong set, Kuya Dash, na parang LOL PC na set. Kasi pag meron kang yung set na nakita natin sa League of Legends PC, available doon yung Hex Flash. And then whenever that you're engaging, you are hard engaging completely with the Phase Breaker. It is the same concept as what we saw from Korean meta, that they use their Flash Phase Breaker repeatedly once every it's on cooldown to make sure some easy kills onto the early game. So this time, we can also see it or expect it sa kamay ng ROLSTER Y.
Yeah, and what I like about this, no, sa meta nila, hindi sila nag-hesitate to use even the utility setup for their side. Like sa RY, nakikita naman natin na even though magpo-proto build sila, okay lang na ganun yung ginagamit nila sa set. Kasi nga, they just want to set up. Yun yung pinapakita nilang gagawin dapat ni set. Naka-set up lang siya, run away after, okay na yun. Kumbaga, job done after nyo mag-showstopper at makapag-CC. And yun na, enough na yun. And I really like yun yung nakikita natin yun kasi very good homage dun sa sinabi nga natin sa PC, League of Legends PC set playstyle. And
yes, exactly.
I like na yung evolution talaga nung playstyle ng mga Koreans natin right now in the meta. Hindi ko alam kung good for us sa Southeast Asia yun, pero ang laki nung nilakas ng Koreans right now.
Somehow it's good as somehow it's still part of Southeast Asia. Pero alam mo naman, it's just a ticking time bomb. Whenever na mayroong mga good games, especially StarCraft pa lang, we already know how good Korea is. And it's just a matter of time before they dominate Wild Rift. And not a big of a question on how good they are. But I'm also waiting is also Japan is stepping up. Especially that we keep on seeing new names. We saw Sengoku, and right now, nakita natin dito sa tournament UNSOLD Stuff Gaming. Somehow, the early game really did step up. And as for League of Legends PC, we saw Detonation White qualifying for Worlds. So it means that in every spectrum, and even Valorant, that you saw Zeta Division bringing down Juggernauts, Japan is definitely a region to fear, pero to be feared. Pero for now, it takes time for them. The same as how Koreans, work their way up. It's just a patience game for them to exactly show their supremacy here at Wild Rift. And I'm really excited as we are seeing different tournaments, and Wild Circuit Asia Invitational showed a glimpse of how good we are as a region, everyone in Southeast Asia. But let's see who is going to play onto the side of ROLSTER Y. Makikita na natin dito ngayon si Ratel Doha, Luna at si Nomel.
Ayan na. Ito na naman yung teams natin kasi I'm very scared whenever I see whenever I see Nomel. These players are so good at setting themselves up for success whenever it comes to team fights. And that's why right now, ROLSTER Y, very big challenge for these teams. Even the other side, RRQ, very big challenge for them is to how they get the first seed, how they get on top of the other team. Pero Ang maganda dito, pareho na silang pasok. Talagang placement match na lang to. Kaya pwede silang mag-try ng mga picks if ever they want to go that route.
So yeah, no, 0 kanina. Si Haku yung makikita natin. But Hyde, Chaz, Helios, Viper, and Exosen. Helios, of course, the Swag Lords. And there will be no Marky for now as we saw Viper's potential din na talagang minamaximize dito and giving him the important experience that he can have. And there's no question asked. Everyone from RRQ is completely performing very well dito sa ating tournament.
Yeah. And we always say, right, Marky, the player, has a lot of very AP champions, a lot of wave clear usually yung ginagamit when it comes to Marky and Viper. Most of the time, gumagamit siya ng mga carries talaga yung ginagamit nila for this side. Pero really surprising for me, no, na even Viper pinapagamit nila ng ganun, ng mga normal, mga AP champions rin onto their side. It just means that RRQ is honing Viper as one of their strong dragon laners.
Yes, exactly. And right now, tinanggal na ng RRQ yung Lucian. So, mostly ito yung nakikita nating autoban talaga sa side ng RRQ. It's either Lucian and then I forgot the other one na mostly talagang nakikita
Kuya
natin.
Marky, nasa likod.
And you can see here, no? At, I mean,
Yung
nakita rin natin
Marky,
siya kahapon, no?
Oo nga eh.
Just, feeling ko naman nag-aambag si Kuya Marky in terms of the picks. And ayun ang maganda dito sa RRQ, no? You have an experience, Marky, ever since from League of Legends PC. You have 3 fingers and Kaigu. So you have 3 big brain plays. And Exosen with the world's experience na alam na natin na talagang respetado na, no? So no questions asked for RRQ on how well they are in-game and off-game and with their big brain plays. But I wanted to go back on the draft. It's either Lucian Jace kaagad yung binaba ng RRQ, so hindi pa rin talaga nila pinalampas. No Yumi, respetado as yesterday Yumi enabled itong or the other day na Yumi enabled yung pick ng Kha'Zix and Olaf ni Helios at ni Chaz. So leaning mostly tinanggal nila dito yung Olaf na mid lane or jungle and even the Shyvana. First pick, Karma is open or Athena Nasus combo again.
They can pick the Senna Nasus here kasi hindi naman kukunin ng other side yan for sure. So, great thing here is that Ratel, we have seen Ratel play this Renekton so well, and that's why I'm kind of scared about these picks that they do have because the Karma is also open. So, there's a lot of enabling that this Karma could give to the Renekton, especially that they can go for Inspire, get a good slice and dice, and that's it. That's enough to actually just move on and make sure that this Renekton would have the early game advantage.
Yes, and medyo kakaiba to na they secured itong Karma Renekton. Understandable, Ratel wants to make sure that he is going to be dominant over Hyde, but we still have the set consistently that we saw. But whoa, Coach Kaiku, you want to end this quickly,
Getting a Lee Sin, and Autolose said it yesterday too, that whenever it comes to Lee Sin, you don't expect Chaz to pick the Lee Sin himself unless Coach Kaigo wants him to. And
Yes,
that is
exactly.
when he plays the Lee Sin. And now, I think they have something in mind here with this composition. With the Lee Sin on their side, they want this early game really non-stop aggression. And this is the RRQ that I want to see. The RRQ that plays a lot of very aggressive picks.
Yes, exactly. But Vi, okay. To be honest, no, nakikita na rin natin tong Vi talaga sa Korean teams, and it feels like I didn't really expect it for ROLSTER Y to maximize this, or is it gonna be the same as Zisu's Kraken Slayer type of Vi? But right now, we're going to have the taste of those Vi, and we're talking a lot as well as how aggressive itong si Do with counter jungling. So having the Lee Sin and the Vi on the jungle, paano kaya i-maximize ni Do itong Vi na pick?
Yeah, yun na nga eh. With the Vi, a lot of aggression already, a lot of dashes, a lot of ways to get out of fights. So Vi needs to be careful whenever she uses cease and desist, because if hindi siya, or rather, if nag-cease and desist siya and napunta, or rather, nag-dash out papunta sa mga kampe itong members ng RRQ, that would be hard. Unless they go and target Viper onto the backside, kasi we all know Senna doesn't really have a lot of ways to get out of fights.
Yes, exactly. And right now, Gragas, tinanggal nila dito. And this is what you want, no? Alam mo na pa-forward ka, alam mo na magkakaroon ka ng Nasus, alam mo na papasok mostly itong Riven and Lee Sin. So ayaw mo nang disengage. So head-on ang hanap dito ng RRQ. No Zed for Haku. And it means that we're not going to see also Helios onto the Z. But yes, open yung kanyang Corki that we saw yesterday and even a Riven mid lane. And
Wait!
Yung set natin dito, hindi pa lumalabas at nagpapalit sila. So, ito, I spoke with one of the coaches na I was asking regarding the Karma and Nasus. He told me na Karma is just a sub for Senna. So most definitely, they wanted to take it away. But whoa there!
Seraphine.
Okay.
Interesting. So if ever this Seraphine would go to Exosen, so that means Helios is the one who is going to be using the Singe. So Seraphine with the Senna. So they want to poke out the bot lane as early as they can because remember, they don't have a lot of damage with Luna and Normal in the bot lane anyway. So might as well do just that. So what they're doing here is that if ever they're gonna go for the Corki, there's a lot of AP damage already onto the side of ROLSTER Y, which I don't know if it's good in the long run for them. Because if ever na magiging ganito yung composition nila, ang daling patamaan ng Encore nitong composition na to.
Yes, exactly. No? Ang masyado silang forward. Alam na natin na i-expect natin na once na pumasok ang Cease and Desist, Diretso Slice and Dice, you have also the Nasus, lahat sila maglalakad ng diretso for the target.
True.
So, ngayon, we have the Encore and then a Singe. It means how well do you want to chase? How well do you want to follow up with how the lineup would be with their pick target? Oh, grabe naman, nag-meditate, no? Tamang pick it lang muna sa Gedli. But RRQ, I think they answered it very well. Hindi naman ako biased, pero mararamdaman nyo naman na they really thought of this draft as what we saw also. But ang pinaka-problema ko dito, I think itong Corki that can poke everyone from RRQ before committing for an assault and cease and desist.
Yeah. Yeah, what's hard about this, right, is that RY only has one damage source. And that is something that RRQ knows how to play around with.
Exactly.
Whenever there's only one damage source, they're just gonna go and jump whoever that damage source is. And right now, RY does have it on Haku. So this is gonna be one of the biggest problems that they need to think about. Yes, they have a lot of tanky members. And yes, everybody's excited to how Chaz is gonna play this out. And also, I'm excited for Exosen. How is he gonna play around this Seraphine that we haven't seen for the longest time?
Yeah, and exactly, no. Alam na natin na in terms of how good they are in terms of team fighting, expected na natin that Chaz and Helios would do their part. Pero itong si Exosen, who has been consistently making sure to protect everyone, will be the ones who's going to have the call na baguhin yung laban. Pero ito na, papunta na tayo sa Rift. Malalaman na natin kung sino nga ba ang siyang makakuha ng unang panalo sa ating Game 1 as ROLSTER Y and RRQ will fight. At ito na, Kuya Dash, as we're going to witness Game 1 for the first seed. At tulad ng sinabi ni Kuya Autolose at ni Kuya Sphere kanina, no? Mga plantito. Anong seed nga ba sila mapupunta dito?
Oo nga, ang ganda. Ang ganda wala yung sinabi ni Kuya Otto at ni Kuya Sphere, no? Pero ito, ang maganda dito sa gameplay natin for both of our teams is that RY has one thing that they need to do. They just need to support the Corki. They just need to help Corki out until the time that this Corki would pop off. But the problem is, would that time really come if ever at 5-minute mark, mananalo agad yung RRQ sa first fight, sa first objective natin? It will decelerate Haku so bad if ever matalo sila sa first objective.
Yes, and kita mo naman na si Haku, medyo nabubuli ng bagya si Kuya Helios dito, no? And expected na natin yan as a Singe na melee. He doesn't really want to go in. Wala pa siyang poison trail. I mean, kung meron man, he cannot really plant it up front. So he needs to go back as he wants to respect yung poke na ginawa ni Haku and as understanding how the meta works. We are expecting 3-man ganks. So pink ward on the banana brush para lang ma-secure yung ganito mga klaseng rotation. And upon receiving the information of Do going around, si Hyde umatras na kaagad.
Okay, nakita na natin yesterday pero si Chazo,
Hoy, teka lang, masyadong kumukulit talaga dito si Luna pero alam na kasi ni Lei na andoon sa kabilang dakop. Pero maganda yun para sa ROLSTER Y kasi they know or they understand that Jazz will be moving on to the other side of the map and they got maintain the information, exhausted, tumama Sonic Wave,
Na-hold!
tamang big drop. As itong si Nomel will be the one who's going to body drop and mukhang umaray ka agad ang ROLSTER Y doon.
good drop, good answer sa side ng RRQ because we have seen this yesterday. Rattel and Do, what they do into the top lane whenever a Riven is spec'd against Renekton is that ikakamp nila to. Look at this, gagawin ulit nila.
Oh, another one. Pero cease and desist order para siguradong tumumba si Kuya Hyde and cannot hide enough for the aggression of Do. And ito na yung head to-head on junglers na ine-expect natin.
Ito yung na-expect natin rin sa top side, especially kay Do. Ito yung gagawin nila dito. Try nila i-pressure para si Chaz.
Uy, teka. Wala nga. At chill lang. Pero expected na natin na ROLSTER Y will make sure to put Hyde on his back foot as they want Rattel again and again to get those early advantage.
Oh no, isa na naman, gank. If ever lumapit tong si Hyde. Nako.
Wala. Ayaw na nila, Kuya Dash. Sabi nila, easy ka lang. Ako lang naman si Kuya Hyde.
Yan. Buti na lang hindi nila talaga tinuloy yun. Pero I really like what ROLSTER Y is doing here. No? And whenever that happens, talagang -1 yung team. Kaya ganun na lang talaga yung respeto nila dun sa mga nasa Baron lane dahil talagang tinatry nila i-shut down whenever they can. And that's why si Chaz gagawin niya rin yun.
Sige, returning the favor. Indeed, yun ang gusto nila at si Viper. At saka si Chaz. Di-discover yung galawan nila dito. Pero babackup na dito ang iba tropa natin sa ROLSTER Y. As we're looking at the movements of Haku and Do. Any moment right now, kinasanaan San Facto. Tamang pankay muna dito at tatamaan si Kuya Hyde with the Dominus. Gagamitin na Blade of the Excel pero hindi na muna sila mag-overcommit as they're going to back away.
Masyadong mainit si Kuya Hyde. Nagsa-start agad ng fight even though they're under the turret and because maganda yung call ng RRQ that they needed to back away. They knew that they don't have vision on where Haku is. Let's respect that. Back away muna and just wait for the objective before tayo mag-commit sa any big fights.
Yes, so nire-respeto nila yung kapasidad ng ating mga tropa dito sa ROLSTER Y. But RRQ also, they got the caliber to entirely answer itong ROLSTER. Pero parang yung rotation na nagkakapaan.
Talagang yung rotation nila, no? Whenever it comes down to it, Haku.
Teka muna. Last embrace na last na yun. Dahil the encore, Valkyrie na may kasama dito pero may kasamang iba. Dragon's Rage, isa na lamang, isang putok na lang at tatamaan nga ba at si Viper ang siyang kukuha. As they got another kill. Kuya Chaz is on a roll.
Okay, kuha pa nila yung tower. Kala ko makuha pa nila yung tower in the bottom side kasi if ever they caught that tower, could have been a great advantage before they start the Ocean Break. Now everybody's resetting. They got the vision that Chaz is in bot lane. That's why they're already starting on with the Do trying to take this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and ito na yung ina-expect natin, the combo coming in from the SS combo, kumbaga, Senna Seraphine combo. Now, once you have the last embrace, you got the encore, and then make sure to drop the, the bit drop itself to make sure yung put.
Ang ganda ng combo nila dito, no? Especially with how they can make this work. If ever they got a hold onto someone, that's gonna be an easy kill. But now, with the Rift Herald down for the side of RY, they want to start and try to take down some towers with them. But RRQ now starting it riskily, itong Ocean Drake natin.
Yes, and right now, slowly but surely, they are moving around. Pero mukhang ginamit na ang package, pero si EXO masyadong makulit at tatamaan naman. Kaso si Do, galit na galit. Yung support yung pinasok pero ginamitan na dito ng Sonic Shadow para maprotektahan pero wala pa rin siya sa posisyon. Tinamaan ng kamao ni Kuya Do. Pero syempre, hindi tayo magpapaawat basta-basta. RRQ, sisimulan na natin ang pag-aaklas susubukan na muna nila pumunta dito. Mukhang gusto lang nilang nakawin. Meron Spirit Fire. And they decided to respect this entirely. At sige, wag na muna. Paubaya muna natin ang Dragon sa ROLSTER Y.
Great timing, ROLSTER Y started the Dragon. The timing where Exosen was unexpecting yung package coming in from Haku because of the vision that they got there. Nasilipan nilang onte kung nasan si Exosen, and that's why na-isolate nila during that whole fight. Even committing the cease and desist against Exo was enough. Look at this. Nahiwalay si Exosen, na-force yung flash niya. Yes, naka-hold, pero dahil wala rin naman siyang pupunta ang iba, pinasok na siya ni Do, tinry na siyang i-kill, and walang nakuha yung RRQ doon sa fight na yun. Kahit yung HP nila, they're still so healthy, kaya hindi na nila tinry i-steal.
Yes, exactly. Pero sasagot muna tayo ng tower dito. We might lose a tower. We might lose a bit of those gold. Pero syempre, buhay pa rin ang pangarap dito ng RRQ.
Hindi pa rin tapos kasi start pa rin naman tayo. We still have the objectives. Rip Herald, hindi pa natin nakitang ibagsak. Pero yung mid lane, medyo bawas na for their side. Doon pala nila binagsak kanina. So this is gonna be good for RY. At least they're setting themselves up for success whenever it comes to the turrets. If ever, pero right now, no, ang bagal nila mag-takedown ng turrets here, no, Osiris, if compared to our other games. Kasi talagang pinoprotektahan nila pareho.
Teka, si Kuya Helios, mukhang may pag-aamban na gaganapan. Si Helios, yes, he had a hard time farming, pero he was really able to secure this Rylai Scepter. So, and hindi siya, actually mas ahead pa nga siya kay Haku. Kaso ang problema is yung moment na nakukuha na ng ROLSTER Y, yung momentum for now, at si Luna at Haku dito magkasama to box out si Kuya Hyde. Siyempre yung Riven, hindi rin naman nakaka-farm at sinabat nila maigi at cease and desist. Makatakas kaya si Kuya EXO, pero hindi sapat ang Gargoyle Stone Plate para magtuloy-tuloy. Pero si Gerchas, returning the favor. Kasama yung Valor na may stun, na may kasama Blade of the Exile, flash para mahayiwa na para ba si Batosay. Ngunit nagkapalitan lamang with a 1-1.
Good bangkay from High, pero still a 1-for-1 or at least make that a 2-for-1. Sama na natin yung kill kay Helios onto the top side. ROLSTER Y still getting the better end of the stick. I hope that RRQ would now find the answer for this because ROLSTER Y, especially Do, is playing this fight so well.
And right now, ROLSTER Y, fairly ahead sila dito, no? Medyo nagiging reactive yung mga tropa natin sa RRQ. Doesn't really want to have their own playmaking. Pero once na nakuha nila yung information na nag-engage si Do or anyone from the side of RRQ, pero teka lang yung pinasukan nilang brush kasi warded So, medyo hindi magandang ano to.
Ay, hindi maganda yung timing nila, pero takedown lang daw nila yung turret eh.
Uy, teka lang, masyado masakit, pero good, Dragon Strange para mapatay. Pero, ay mapatalsik, pero mapapatay pa rin siya doon ni Kuya Ratel.
Yun na si Haku.
4-man dito, hinati na ang base, ay hinati na wala ang daanan nila dito, no escape zone, kahit gamitin pa ang encore. And mukhang they want more. As the comes Nobel with the tower, the 4 members of ROLSTER Y under the tower.
ROLSTER Y taking the cake, and they are winning this fight. And they're gonna take down the third in the bottom, equalizing it against RRQ. Right now, it's looking pretty good for ROLSTER Y. RRQ has yet to answer what ROLSTER Y is giving them.
Yes, exactly. And kita mo naman dito, yung ROLSTER Y, they're not going to slow down anytime dahil kita mo naman kung gaano kabilis yung ginagawang rotation nila dito nahihirapan sa tempo. Hindi nila gaano magigalaw. Pero mukhang ito naman yung gusto nilang simulan o open yung mid lane. Pero Spirit Fire, Helios, nakikipaglaro sa Apoy. Masyado siyang marami na tangke. Kailangan mag-flash may Gargoyle Stone Plate. At mukhang ang sakit din ng mga rockets. Pero napasobra si Kuya Do. You don't do that to the Philippine team. Ay, teka lang, hindi pa pala tapos. Ayaw pa nila. Hindi pa nila gusto makipag-truce. Ayaw nila na peace. Gusto nila na kill.
Ceasefire!
Na makasamang rocket pero walang ceasefire as we are firing all cylinders. Natingin pa rin kita tapos dito ang ROLSTER Y. They want another kill. 3 members down. RRQ losing the fight.
No, could have been big for RRQ already. Nakuha nila yung shutdown gold against Do. Pwede na sana mag-back after nun kasi nakakuha na rin naman sila ng tower in the middle. Because look at this. Dahil nag-stay sila dito, tinry nila i-wave here, onti na lang rin naman yung HP ng turrets. They can tank it themselves and that's why nagkaroon pa ng opportunity yung ROLSTER Y to try and take them all down with them. And they took 3 people down. And that's a lot of gold given. And si Haku talagang nagsisit down na siya sa isang very confident amount of gold on their side. Kasi 8k na siya, 10k pa kayo. Laking advantage ito for Roster Y.
Oh, teka lang. Dahil Curse of the Black Beast. May pwesto muna sila dito at tingnan lang kung may masisilip sila. Masyado maingay kasi hindi naman warded eh. So wala silang idea. Pero si Kuya Helios, Deadman's Plate, mabilis siya dito at magtuturn sila para guluhin. Pero this is the opening na din para sa sa Infernal Drake. At makuha naman yun ni Viper. Fail out and goal para sigurado mapapagal sila dito. And Helios with the trade ng Infernal.
Si Kuya Helios laging sacrifice for the objective pero still, that's big. Nakakuha sila ng Infernal Drake pero Viper's load.
Loading lead as they really want to go in. Their soul being used, wanted to tie him up, but still, they got far enough. Pero second tier tower will be dedicated dito sa side ng RRQ. Si Kuya Hyde, kumakasan na, pero hindi mo na sila papalag dahil nga 4 members, they want to respect Rolster Y.
Yeah, I really like how Roster Y plays this. Kasi hindi sila nagpapatanggal dun sa pressure and that's why they were able to take down the second tier threat sa bot lane, which is big. So RRQ right now, what they're doing is they're trying their best to get something from the map kahit wala namang open na objective. Yun yung usual na nakikita natin sa RQ. Whenever they're playing at the back end, naghahanap sila, nagbubukas sila ng opportunities for themselves kahit na may risk na mamatay sila dahil shutdown golds naman yung makukuha nila against Roster Y.
Yes, exactly, no? And ito na nga yung sinasabi natin na 4-11 situation dahil nakakuha ng Rolster Y yung gusto nila at nakuha na si Kuya Viper, cease and desist kaagad.
Great timing again from Do. Now that opens up the possibility that they can go for the Baron because they lost their ADC. Viper is down and they're gonna be losing a lot in the damage department. They even used the package for the Baron.
Teka lang, masyado kumukulit si Kuya, doon. Sabi ko dana, Kuya Dash eh. Pero hindi pala magda-dash away. Si Kuya Chaz at si Helios ay ikipaglaro dito kay Ratel. But the Baron might be going down agad-agad. Walang response from RRQ.
No hesitation from the side of Roster Y. They went in for the Baron and they got gold. 8k gold advantage for the side of Roster Y with the Baron onto their side. This just gives them, oh man, this is a big advantage and they can push wherever they want. Maybe make it a 1-3-1. Yeah, exactly. Like what they're doing right now.
Yes, exactly. And Rolster Y with the bold play once again, making sure that they're getting what they want. Sila na ang nagsiset ng tempo, making sure that RRQ will not bounce back from what happened onto the early game. And once again, cease and desist
No
as you don't
hesitation.
want to resist. As there's no hesitation to punch him in the face. Helios tutumba.
What? Wala talagang hesitation si Do whenever open yung cease and desist. Kahit sino pa yan, kahit si Helios pa yan, gagamitin nila yung cease and desist. That's why right now, RRQ, they don't really know what to do against Roster Y right now.
Yes, exactly. And kita mo naman si Kuya Haku dito. Tamang chill lang, tamang push lang. At napapaligiran na sila dito as RRQ can't escape or can't really have those mga resources na kailangan nila. Vault Breaker, kinakasan dito. And pansin ko pala, no, this Conqueror's Buy nga pala. Kung hindi natin makikita yung Racket Slayer Buy. And I think mas gusto talaga nila for utility and they already got the damage that they want. Pero from downtown!
No!
Pero not respecting the cease and desist. Tatamaan siya kahit gaano pa kabilis. There's no insect for you. No insect play as there will be the follow-up from Rolster Y again and again. Double face sila dito, magkabilaan, transcendent embrace, at mukhang may even sila dito. They want the base as this is the game from Rolster Y, taking down RRQ.
Roster Y taking the win, though playing it so well. Not even hesitating whenever it comes to kills. Pag nakita siya ng opportunity, kahit sino pa yan, kahit yung pinakamakunat na member, gagamitin niya yung cease and desist. And so far, hindi nag-fail yun. Lagi sila nakakuha ng kill whenever he uses his ultimate.
Yeah, and talagang yung the moment na maglumabas yung kanyang ultimate is looking for the right targets and ang maganda sa ginawa ng ROLSTER is basically they played on the vision, no? Na whenever they wards the part of the objective, it kind of poses a threat for RRQ, and they need to ward. Someone needs to walk in, someone needs to face check. And the first person who's going to face check is, of course, will be used ng ultimate ng Vi. A quick season this season, even a Vault Breaker. And with all of those CC that they can layer, resolve, you also have the damage, the stun from Renekton. Alam mong may mabuburst talaga.
Yeah, and hindi talaga natin nakita yung a lot of damage from the side of RRQ kasi pinaglaro nila ng Singe din itong si Helios, so that's a lot of utility lang yung meron dito si Helios, and that's why we really didn't see a lot of them bursting the enemies out kasi you don't really expect the damage and coming from the Senna early on. So hindi nila nakuha yung early game, and that's why hindi nakapag-snowball si Chaz, hindi nakapag-snowball even si Hyde. So there's not a lot of damage going through. Look at that, diba? So there's not a lot. Si Exosen pa nga yung pinakamaraming damage sa side ng RRQ, which is not supposed to be the case. And that's why ROLSTER just made use of that advantage.
Yes, you know, and grabe na hindi natin na-expect. The early game, yes, on par with how Chaz and Do head-to-head sa kanilang mga roaming and plays. Pero wala eh. Talagang the better team for now is ROLSTER, while showing the Korean supremacy. Might be going back sa top team na ina-expect natin as time goes by.
Ang iniisip ko dito, Osiris, is this all planned? Or is this ito talaga? Yung RY versus RRQ.
It feels like RY talaga is completely stepping up the game. They already did their homework going up against RRQ. They have a good read na whenever they engage, and the moment na nakita nila, itong start ng fight na to is for the reason na nakita nila si Do, minamando ng mga tropa sa RRQ, and knowing that they don't have enough manpower, they don't have enough response, it will be an easy 4 versus 2. The same as how well they played their draft. The Spirit Fire, the pokes coming in from the Rockets will be a big problem, no, para dito sa side ng RRQ.
And also, I'm always scared whenever Ratel gets a hold. Look at that, diba? Yung mga highlights natin, puro siya season desist. Kasi ganun na lang gamitin nito yung mga season desist niya. Talagang cancel kung cancel whenever it happens, or at least cast lang siya ng cast. Kahit na si Chaz, tinry niya gumawa ng play doon, hindi nga natuloy dahil click lang ng click si Do whenever he has the chance. And that's what you need to have whenever it comes to you playing a buy on your composition. And also like to comment pala, si Ratel, whenever he picks the Renekton, pasok lang, Ruthless Predator, dire-diretso siya. Yung slice and dice niya, hindi papasok pabalik. Papasok lang, dire-diretso hanggang sa likod.
To the moon, yung slice and dice niya, no? Tipong
Totoo.
slice and dice niya, parang pizza. At kita mo naman kung gaano na nagagalit ang ROLSTER. Why the Korean hype train is back again. Are you going to ride the Korean hype train, Kuya Dash?
Actually, hindi ko alam kung magra-ride ako kasi I'm still at that part na RRQ pa rin. RRQ pa rin yung expect ko mananalo dito for this one, pero ang lakas talaga ng ROLSTER right now dito sa tournament na to. Ikaw ba?
ROLSTER, definitely. My eyes is on the prize sa KWANGDONG FREECS. I'm a fan of Korea talaga ever since ng Twice, joke lang. Yung yung pro teams nila, exactly, SKT,
BTS,
the Dynasty, di ba? So overall, I think they're catching up with how well teams right now as Wild Rift. And now, we are back onto the drafting phase.
Evolution talaga, no? Evolution of Korean Wild Rift is here. And parang feel ko, hindi pa ito yung parang apex nung power nila ng Korean teams natin. Kasi feel ko wala pa talaga dun to sa apex. Talagang pinapakita pa lang nila sa atin. Slowly showing pa lang sila nung kanilang mga strats, mga powers nila. And this is why we're saying rin before, no? The amount of coaching staff that they do have on Korean teams, it's really big. Because talagang when it comes to MOBAs, they know what to do talaga on Korea.
Yes, exactly. And right now, we're still getting the same bans, to be honest, from RRQ. This will be a Lucian, if I'm not mistaken, not unless they wanted to turn it away or play it into their favors. Pero yun nga, Yumi Shivana will not see the light of the day. Expected na natin to na talagang, alam mo yun, or sila pa pala ang magbaban ng Lucian. Yun nga, Casadin.
Totoo.
Ano naman, by the book, as we're expected na to.
Oh, ayaw lang talaga na makita yung Haku or even Ratel with a Casa din. Because honestly, pag umabot pa sa late game, magiging very big headache pa nila yon. That's why right now, RRQ, dahil na-miss out nila yung Karma pick, eto, gusto ko lagi sagot ng RY. Every time na, kunyari, pipick sila ng Jace, Camille, Karma sa other side, kukunin agad nila yung Renekton as an answer.
Yes, exactly, no? And I think yung Gragas, yun na nga, left open. So the disengage is present for RY and even the isolation. I'm thinking if Lee Sin didn't work, they can go back to the Kazakhs.
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Kasi right now, if ever ang gagawin dito ng RRQ is that Exosen, again, just picking up the... Kasi pwede rin si Hydrin naman yung kumuha nito para at least makalaban siya against the Renekton. Pero I really believe na pwede nila gawin nga dito is kay Hyde to, bigyan nila yung Karma kay Exoset and let Helios go crazy.
Yes, exactly, no? And as expected, Chazix will go back.
Yes.
But medyo nakakatakot din to, Dash, for the reason na you have the disengage. So you are expecting that the explosive cask will completely deny itong si Kha'Zix, and Nautilus is also open if they really wanted to target Helios tuloy. Chaz completely on the Kha'Zix. But right now, they're going to secure a third pick Varus, knowing na open yung Zed ni Haku.
True. Really scary, no, na hindi nila pin-prioritize nga yung Zed dahil sa pagkakakita rin naman nila kasi may Karma and also a set already, so they might pick some very tanky members, and yun na nga yung gagawin nila, papan na lang rin nila yung Zed ni Helios.
Yes, exactly. And at this point of the game, no, nire-respeto na rin ng ROLSTER yan at the Varus pick, medyo na nagtataka lang ako dito, but completely understandable if they really want to play on the poke once again. Dito kasi sila nag-excel nung game 1 with the Corki and the Nasus, Spirit Fire combo. They still want to strike fear in the hearts of those poking plays with the piercing arrow, and you have also the chains of corruption once na tumalon ito si Kuya Chad.
Yeah, and with this, even yung buy nga binan nila sa side ng RRQ because they know how Do played it so well during the last game. So there's not a lot of options already. Kaya rin nila sinecure to, or they can just use the Gragas of Do as their jungler themselves.
Yes, exactly. And Novi respecting sa side ng RRQ. And
Rengar?
sa sobrang aggressive ni Do, talagang tatanggalin mo ba the Rengar? Oh my G, Kuya Dash. What will be the play of Do? As it feels like he wants to play with his food. The Predator versus the Prey. The Alien pala. Alien versus Predator. Kha'Zix against Rengar.
Very classic matchup itong Rengar Kha'Zix. But RRQ with their last pickups, Exosen. Oy, yan na nga yung Nautilus na hinihintay kong lumabas. So, aggression against Gragas na merong explosive cast and body slam. So, how will this turn out for the side of RRQ later on? Pero, okay, bibigay pala nila kay Haku tong Gragas.
Yes, exactly. But, ang medyo nakakapagtaka dito, no? Parang ready na mag-head on. Ang RRQ, you have Karma in the side of Helios, so it means we have the shields, you have extra firepower na pwedeng pumrotekta once you want to jump over. Sila naman yung nakakuha ng Corki dito. It means the poke potential from both sides will be there. A piercing arrow plus the rockets, and then you have the depth charge. But once na makahuli ka ng dredge line, expected na itong Galio after Justice Punch into the hero's entrance. So, ang pinaka nakakatakot dito, Kuya Dash, is a Rengar invisibility and bringing on the hero's entrance.
True. Yun talaga yung nakakatakot. If ever na pumasok sila after the Thrill of the Hunt, yun yung time na kailangan matakot talaga ng members dito ng RRQ kasi they have to squishy. Make that 3. Sama na natin si Kha'Zix din. Na squishy members on the side of RRQ na pwede maging target ni Do dito. Pero most of the time, what I am really scared of for the Rengar is after going in, if he won't be able to burst anyone, that would be a big problem. And that's why I'm pretty scared for the Rengar.
Yeah.
Sometimes whenever the Rengar gets picked kasi pagkapasok niya madalas, tinatalunan lang rin siya ng maraming CC ng kalaban.
Yeah. Exactly, no? And in terms of CC, this might be a reactive play coming in from RRQ if they really wanted to shut down yung pagpasok ni Rengar or are they the one who's going to pull the trigger? With a good damage na pwede nilang unahin dito yung Varus just to make sure to lessen the factor of the damage coming in from the piercing arrow, or they can just entirely go with the front to back damage, considering nga na meron tayong Karma and Corki, so the AP damage will be more present, and if ever na makahuli sila ng dredge line, maraming follow up. So let's see kung makakabawi nga ba ang RRQ dito, or is it gonna be 2-0 para sa side ng ROLSTER Y. At ito na, Kuya Dash, a match point sa pagitan ng ROLSTER Y or RRQ, who will be the first seed of their group, as both of the teams really showing their power, their draft, and their skills. We are now here to see.
Yes, Korean teams really love their Gragas, and we have seen it time and time again. Jungler mid, they're gonna be making use of it, and that's why ROLSTER Y are gonna be playing this out of their minds, especially that they do have the Rengar right now against Kha'Zix of Chazix that we do have on RRQ.
Yes, exactly. And at this point of the game, nilabas na ang Chazix to change the tides of the game. Pero kay Helios, and yun nga, no, tulad ng sinabi mo kaya Dash, si Haku nga ang siyang gagamit ng Gragas. So this will be an AP Gragas. Explosive cast will be entirely painful para doon sa receiving end.
Yeah, yun talaga yung nakakatakot. Pero suntukan natin sa top side, parang medyo intense.
And right now, LIIV, we already saw him. Both of them already burned yung kanilang honey fruit. Pero expected na kasi natin na pwede siya biglang i-gank dito ni Do. So what he did is namahay muna siya doon sa kanyang tri-brush. Pero you have the information. And if you're going to check the pathing ng dalawang junglers natin, Chaz is already onto the top side and might be another play na manggagaling din kay EXO. Both supports ng dalawang tropa natin dito, both teams nag-roam na.
Okay, pumasok na sila and RRQ are gonna go!
Oh, teka lang, to win support dito si Helios magre-ready din. Pero flush being burned by Kuya Chaz.
Feel ko, it was not meant to be, pero parang lalaban pa sila uli dito sa top side.
Oo nga parang ito naman si Kuya Viper, ako po, pinagpapalaso. Pero teka lang parang may laban din dito. Si Kuya Exosen, medyo may ignite siya dito at sapat na yun para mapatumba. And ROLSTER Y, again, with the aggressive rotation, makakapit na sila ng support dito and the first blood ay sa kanila.
Yung rotation talaga nila, every time na nasa top side sila, talagang bibigyan nila lagi ng advantage si Ratel. And so far, that hasn't failed them since. And ROLSTER Y just wants to make this work, just wants Ratel to be in a very confident position so that later on the first objective, they're gonna be basing their damage onto Ratel. And that's why I really like this confidence coming from ROLSTER Y, especially the connection from Ratel and Do.
Yes, exactly, no, and it never fails, no. To be honest, this has been a textbook play that you can expect any moment. Kaso parang ngayon nawawala, parang alam na nila yung mangyayari pero napapabayaan, hinahayaan lang nila na bigla na lang mag-rotate si Do at mamando na naman si Kuya Hyde. Pero yun nga, no, parang sila yata yung nag-hide dito, si Kuya Nomel at saka si Do. Kaso, warded by CCTV upon destroying the ticket ward, umatras ka agad si Viper.
Okay, may Thrill of the Hunt na sila that they can use. Remember, this Thrill of the Hunt is gonna be very important for them whenever it comes down to fight. But Nomel,
Oh, lang at mukhang sapat na yata muna dito. Hindi naman na sila gusto pa ng sobra. Ano rin sila, may pagka-safe play din sila despite of them already pulling the trigger early on. They do still know na pwede pang mag-bounce back on RRQ and they don't really want to give any of those easy kills.
Okay, I like what I'm seeing. Again, look at this. Going topside na naman sila, Osiris.
Teka lang, naku, ito na nga, binabahayan si Kuya Hyde, magpapagawa ng mansyon. Showstopper pabalik, pero ito na, si Kuya Chaz, nagdunong balik, taste their fear, isolated ka. Masyado kang kumukulit, Kuya Do, hindi nasampal ka ng kaliwat kanan ni Chaz.
That's what I like about Hyde. No hesitation, mid lane.
Oy, teka lang, si Kuya Exo, dredge line, meron kaming angkla. Huwag ka masyado makulit. Barrel roll, wala na pagugulungin dyan dahil Kuya Haku na matataka muna dyan. Huwag ka masyadong mainit kay Kuya Exo.
Oo, pero si Rotel, talagang yung suntukan talaga nila dito. What I like about Hyde whenever he uses it is he can do those plays every time. Whenever it comes down to it, he'll pick the right target and go for the ultimate without any hesitation. And that's why right now, Chaz.
Teka lang, may invader Zin. Ikaw, mahuhuli muna kita dito. Ako yung alien na pinadala dito sa Pilipinas. Papagutan ng ulo ito si Kuya Do. At
What?
Uncle Freekes, tawagin mo kung dito dahil basag ka muna. At mukhang si Kuya Uncle Chaz, tatagos na dito ng ligtas. Walang problema. Kumuha ka na ng red. What? Kill. May take home. Teka lang, warded ni Kuya Nomel. Teka lang si Kuya Hako dito kumukulit pero mukhang gaganti muna sila dito, no? Konting galawan lang muna, Kuya Chaz, Kuya Exo, papasok na dito. Andito rin si Kuya Hyde. Meron tayo Showstopper at pinatalbog na nga. Showstopper, wala gaanong damage pero ang padala ng package si Nanay kasama si Kuya Viper para may take home. At papaulan siya ng mga rocket kasama ng flash at mababaril pa rin dito. Wala na si Kuya Chaz pero nakuha nga dito yung kills na kailangan. Kuya Hyde double up, face breaker. Wala yung support niya na itali ni Kuya Helios. May iwan mag-isa. Kuya Haku gagamitin ng explosive kasi mukhang sumabog din. Kahit si Kuya Viper kumulit yung 4K.
Naging equal pa nga yung trade for the side right here ng ROLSTER at ng RRQ. They're playing this so well. Look at this, Haku.
Teka lang, Kuya Haku, ako na matataka muna dyan. Ang kulit mo kasi, kanina ka pa. Pero si Kuya Helios, hindi siya gaano nakapagbato ng inner flame doon sa laban kanina.
I was expecting him to do the damage onto the side of ROLSTER during that time, but Infernal Drake is up in the air and ROLSTER is looking at it like it's candy. Are they gonna go for this or is Chaz gonna try and risk stealing this Drake on the hands of ROLSTER?
Yes, exactly. And ROLSTER doing a great job on making sure on returning the favor. Pero ngayon, kita mo naman, a bit of a damage. Viper, ang sakit ng Ludens ngayon ni Kuya Haku. Ito, fair damage of barrel roll. Viper needs to go back and Luna is ready to rain some arrows. May tatamaan dito. Chain of corruption. But a good job, leap, para makalayo dito si Kuya Chad.
Frog, pasok pa ata sila dito for the steal.
Yes, and right now, wala nang magaganap na steal pero low si Do. Low ang lahat at Haku, Diyos ko, dahil makakaligtas pa rin siya. At si Exo pa ang mabibiktima ng karahasan.
Hala ko si Exo yung, or at least makakuha sila ng kill because they were healthy on the side of ROLSTER or rather RRQ. But right now, it's looking like ROLSTER getting the better end of the stick during the whole fight because right here, it's a 2k gold lead. They do have the towers in their favor. And I just hope that RRQ will know how to answer these problems that is imposed onto the second objective.
Yes, exactly. And right now, ROLSTER dominating this early game. Not entirely as one-sided, but if you can clearly see, yung kanilang team comp, you have the Rengar and the Renekton and Haku already getting his damage. Medyo nahihirapan yung RRQ with the one explosive cast. You know that many people will bleed sa side ng RRQ and this is Do and Ratel to go for a cleanup.
Yeah. RRQ looking to go for the top side. 4 people are rotating. They want to get this kill as fast as they can. And I believe itatry nila i-dive to.
Yes, at mukhang hindi lang basta-basta itatry dahil susubukin na with the 4 members na uhulihin dito pero si Ratel sapat yung kanyang kalakasan at kailangan pa mag-flash ni Kuya Hyde dahil alanganin Helios. Hinarap dito si Kuya Do. But the rotation na pwede mabuksan dito ang second tier tower or the first tier tower dito sa mid lane.
Oh no! Parang hindi yata maganda yun kasi magbasag lang yung tower, Helios.
Masyado kang sumobra doon, Kuya Helios. Pero Chains of Corruption, meron na rin chain backup na magagaling dito. Chain gang ang dating nila dito para sigurado maprotektahan ang tropa nila.
2 towers on the side of RRQ, or rather, ROLSTER Y taking down towers from RRQ. So far, they're taking the advantage dito sa mga laban natin, no? Even though na si Don, nakikita natin si Don, no? Na 0-3 siya, it's still okay kasi look at that, he still has 7k gold on his hands, kahit ganun.
Yes, exactly, no? Nakukuha pa rin nila yung much needed play nila at or the farm para lang ma-secure yung ganitong klaseng mga team fights. Pero ang problema natin dito is lumulobo na rin kahit papaano yung advantage ang na ginagawa dito ng ROLSTER Y. At hinatina yung escape zone. Wala ka munang gagawin, but the Gargoyle Stone Plate ay makakaligtas masyado. Oh my goodness! Body slam na may kasama explosive gas para mapasabog dito si Kuya Chaz and the flash even bird. Pero si Do, thrill of the hunt, and you will be added to my trophy. At the bone tooth necklace na makukuha niya dito. Matatot na rin malayo dito si Kuya Hyde na paiikot-ikutin na kasi si Kuya Ratel and check, rattle and roar. Dahil nga, mag-roar dito itong alligator. Dahil napakasakit na kanyang damage, Kuya Chaz.
Good ace from ROLSTER Y, taking the wins from the fight. Look at this replay, everyone. So, ang ganda ng setup nung RRQ sana kasi yung Transcendent Embrace pa na yun, nakuha pa sila. Pero yung ginawa ni Haku, nakita nyo ba yun? That's the reason why na disassemble yung formation sana na front to back doon ng members ng RRQ. And that's why ROLSTER Y just capitalized the ace, took them down one by one. That's it. Free Ref Herald pa kasama nun.
Yes, so meron pang take home. Napakarami nilang nakuha dito. And once again,
sama pang Shanghai.
RRQ, yes, Shanghai. And gutom na gutom si Kuya Dash. Ito ang kailangan na nating sabi ng ROLSTER Y. Tapusin na natin kung dinner time na eh. Pero si RRQ, syempre hindi kami papatalo sa inyo. Who you? Who you kayo? Kung pag nanalo kami, pero kita naman natin. But we can separate the fact that ROLSTER Y currently is really doing great in terms of the team fight. You're checking Luna standing on a 204 with the Muramana and Cyrilda's Grudge. So the slows from the Piercing Arrow will be easy, no? Kumbaga madali yung setup ni Kuya Haku, and even though with a good reach, even at Justice Punch, napakadaming follow-up once na mas-slow ka ng isang long-range Piercing Arrow.
Lalo na kahit nga isang chain of corruption from Luna, enough na yun para ma-disrupt yung formation dito ng RRQ kasi when that happens, pumasok kunwari si Hyde, showstopper siya, tapos ma-chain of corruption yung backline, hirap silang pumasok. And so far, pag pumapasok pa sila, may kasama pang heroes entrance. So they have a lot of things in their mind. That's why nahihirapan si Chaz mag-pick up ng targets. Kasi with how ROLSTER Y is playing, nagdidikit-dikit lang talaga sila para po nang ma-isolate.
Showstopper para ma-isolate dito ba na double slice and dice. Ito na yung sinasabi mo, Kuya Dash, yung nagbago na yung slice and dice niya.
Pabalik na.
Oo, pabalik muna kasi lagi na lang siya pa-forward eh. Medyo challenging talaga, no? Yung nakikita natin dito. But so far, so good. Thrill of the hunt, tatalo na si Kuya Chaz. At tinamaan ng bonus strike. Makakapag-stealth naman siya dito. Transcendent Embrace, pero medyo kalat-kalat ang mga tropa natin sa RRQ habang ito namang ROLSTER Y, dikit-dikit lang. At mukhang kailangan nila munang sagutin itong defense sa mid lane, and this will be a free mountain break para sa ROLSTER Y.
Nakuha pa nga yung tower nila sa mid lane. That is unfortunate for RRQ. RY just taking all the W's when it comes to objectives. 5k gold lead already. And right now, RRQ is having a big problem on their whenever it comes down to fights. So far, ROLSTER Y knows how to play around their objectives, and they know how to, alam nila kung paano bugawin si Chaz.
Yes, exactly. And hindi lang basta-basta yung si Do na pwede siyang patayin with the Thrill of the Hunt. The moment na mahuli din siya ng explosive gas, pero Haku playing with fire dito dahil si Exocet sumobra sa dredge line. Pero ito na ang backup, Luna kinasa Piercing Arrow, pero sabi naman siya dumalayo. Kaya ginamit dito ang Inspire para makatakbo sila na mas malayo. Showstopper para kay Do, Zonia, Triple Man ang taunt dito. Si Viper ang backup, pero yung package, sapat nga ba yung damage? Dahil tila ba yung ibang package, pauwi sa face nila. Nakalikas naman siya, pero si Haku nag-aris lang naman sa Sobra siya.
Oy,
Patay.
Hyde.
Si Hyde dito. Napasok pa rin siya ng tuluyan. Meron pa siya mga shield. At si Gilio, si Chaz, ready for the engage. Running low. Pero si Ratel, nagdadahan. Kita mo naman.
Boom!
At mukhang
What?
tatamaan pa rin ng palaso na ugatan si Kuya Hyde.
Nabasag and mapapasok pa nila yung tower pero feel ko may laban pa dito Osiris.
At mukhang hindi pa talaga sila magpapaawat dahil kinuha na nila yung tower at sabi nila, okay na, nagawa na natin. Mission accomplished. We good, we out, we Gucci.
Buti naman natapos na sila dun sa fight na yan. Pero si Charles gusto ata i-risk i-take tong Baron. Wala man lang anything. Pero dahil in-smite niya na, mas mahirapan sila i-take dito. Talaga bang maganda ba tong Hail Mary play na to? Kasi if mamatay si Charles dito, ay hindi, good timing. 4k HP, kayang-kaya nila to.
Yes, exactly. Kayang-kaya nga nila yan dahil nga the isolation target and at the same time si Kuya Helios with the Inspire, with the AP, scaling ng kanyang shield. Kakayanin. Rolster, why under their noses? Nakakuha pa ng Baron ng RRQ.
Surprising, no? Pero ito, yung kaninang start ng fights natin, it looked like it was working well for RRQ or rather for RY. But because nag-survive ng sobrang tagal, tingnan mo si Hyde. Si Hyde yung sobrang tagal na nandun sa fight na yun and that's why they had a really hard time against them. It's because nasa front lang lagi si Hyde, hindi makamove forward yung members ng RY.
Yes, and kita mo naman dito na sobrang hinaharangan talaga. Any moment na may mataste their fear dito at kita mo si Luna, pinapaikot-ikot yung arrow niya para hindi ma-predict ni Kuya Hyde at harap-harapan siyang pinalaso. Pero depth charge, oy! Binalibag! Ang sakit naman nun! 1/4 kaagad yung nawala dito kay Luna. Pero sapat na rin yung damage nila doon para tumumba si Hyde at saka si Kuya Exo, 2 members ng RRQ. Nagtila ba? Nag-bye-bye muna.
Kasi kulang sila, pero si Chaz, aabutan ba? Oh! Wala ko aabutan eh.
May Baron recall eh.
Pero still, no, yung ginawa ng RY doon, it was very smart sana for Hyde to try and go for a fight there. Pero yung damage nilang tatlo, kahit isama pa si Chaz, against them, feel ko hindi talaga nila kaya pasabugin pa yung RY at this point. If Viper was there, sige. Pero si Chaz lang kasi nandun na damage potential ng RRQ during that time.
Exactly, no? Yun yung malaking ano dun eh, na panggagalingan nila ng damage. And yung dalawang frontliner natin, masyado sila nag-overspeeding. Kumbaga, hindi naman basta-basta makakasabay yung ibang members kasi nga masyado malayo. And that's a tower dive. Ilan din yung naka-ready doon na members ng ROLSTER Y to answer yung ganong klaseng dive. You need to respect a lot itong ROLSTER as they can burst you any moment with a Rengar and even itong si Luna. Pero si Kuya Chaz, nakikipaglaro lang, nakikipagkulitan, humaharot siya dito, sweeping lens para mabantayan ang bawat isa. Mukhang makakatakas naman siya ng tuluyan, pero the hull breaker from Natel will cause a lot of havoc para dito sa split push.
Even better, no, na meron pang package na hawak-hawak si Viper right now. So, later on, hindi natin makikita tong package na to from the side of RRQ dito sa Ocean Drake fight natin. So, that's really unfortunate for RRQ, pero RY, they're just playing around this top side.
Teka lang, si Kuya doon naman yata yung mag-overspeeding dito, pero mukhang sapat naman, kaya na ng damage niya. Andito rin si Luna at saka si Kuya Numel, pati si Haku, upang bantayan ang kanilang tropa. Pero si Kuya Exo, nalaban sa likod, dredge line, si Haku pa talaga yung napili ng target, pero body slam over the wall at konting piercing arrow para lang umaray dito ang RRQ. They're not going to entirely push further.
3 items on most of the members, so this is gonna be good. Lalo na si Viper, mas nagiging scary yung damage niya the longer this game goes. Kasi remember, he's the only quote-unquote marksman na meron tayo kasi si Luna is building a lot of this armor penetration. So, mas malaki yung chance na makarry yung RRQ ng Viper sa late game. So that's what they're waiting for here sa side ng RRQ. But RY, looking at the Ocean Drake.
Yes, exactly. At kita mo naman si Kuya Chaz, galit na galit. Pumasok agad, Jinx of Corruption, hindi tatama ang Luna. Nagpapaikot-ikot na may kasama. Palaswan! At flash over the wall. Patay na naman ang ating alien at ang Predator na to ay siyang magwawagi sa bakbakang ito. Mukhang hindi na yata nila kaya pasagutin itong Ocean Drake dahil man down tayo. Man down.
Pati Baron, pwedeng-pwede nila kunin after nito. Kasi wala si Chaz eh. So wala silang threat na merong magsisteal nito against them. And looking at that damage from Luna, half HP yung binato niya kay Chaz. So that's why, ngayon, makikita natin how scary this virus is right now. So now, debate sila. Try nila to.
Oh, bait indeed, but the Chains of Corruption will connect and Hyde will go down again. Death Charge isn't going to be enough for them to disengage. There's no fear na nanggagaling dito sa RRQ. Wala nang kailangan pang katakutan ang Rolster Y and a Death Rush na may kasamang Justice Punch into the Flash na may kasamang Taunt. And this might be it as another slice, another kill coming in from Do, taking down EXO-SEN.
Good baits, 10k gold lead for the side of Rolster Y. They're just baiting out the Baron call from Rolster Y, and that's why RRQ is forced to react every time. And right now, Rolster Y is at the helm of the ship and RRQ is just following through whatever they're giving them. And this is not what you want from a team like RRQ. RRQ, you're expecting them to be the ones controlling the map, to be the ones controlling the face. And so far, Do has found the answers against Chazix right here.
Oh, exactly. As the Alien versus Predator will be contested again ang tatlong Brusco. Pero the ankle breaker kay
What?
Kuya Chaz once again. This is not the guy that you want to catch and not an easy catch. Pero mukhang magbabago ang sitwasyon. Chains of Collapse once again, pinaikot-ikot, pinaglalaroan ang palaso. Ngunit hindi yun sasapat. Habang si Kuya Chaz, umiikot na dito na tila ba awok to remember yung ginagawa niya. Pero tatalon si Kuya Do and Chaz might be there. Pinutol na ang escape zone ni Kuya Viper dito. And once again, Ratel with the damage. Hide with the flash over the wall. Rolster Y and Y, Kuya Chaz and Kuya Viper. Die talaga sila dito as a Rolster Y isn't going to stop. Will look for more targets but hide completely. Hides to go back home.
Will they finish the game though? They can take an inhibitor turret and maybe take the Elder in the battle, but they're gonna go in.
Oh, another one. The disrespect inside the base. There's no safety zone because Rolster Y will make sure to finish this game.
Want to end
Kahit
it?
pa meron pang face breaker, this is the deal breaker. Definitely Rolster Y, the game changer, the new trendsetter, as they are the ones who's going to take the game as the first seed for their group.
Rolster Y taking the win against RRQ, making it a 2-0 on this series. And that was such a great statement again from the Korean teams. And this is how they play Wild Rift. So far, no, ang ganda ng development talaga na ginagawa ng mga Korean teams. And nakita naman natin yung pag-set nila ng mapa. Even though na si Do, wala siya masyadong kills during that game, his presence was felt throughout the game dahil lang sa pagkuha niya ng mga objectives.
Yeah, and at some point na nakuha nila yung kanilang advantage, they didn't really let go of the momentum. It feels like they are the ones looking for the fight. They provoked itong RRQ that kind of puts themselves back onto the Hail Mary play ng Baron as the comeback kings. But you know, the Baron power play, hindi siya na-maximize. There's no tower as much as being took down nung nakuha nila yung Baron because Rolster Y, they are everywhere sa mapang ito.
Yeah. Sobra-sobra talaga. Yung side ng RRQ dito, I just hope na yung members dito ng RRQ, again, second seed sila, they can fight still, mapupunta pa rin naman sila sa playoffs. Pero Rolster Y, looking at this graph, the gold graph, we have seen them just taking over the advantage slowly but surely talaga. And sa nakikita ko, so far, no, very big etong Renekton pick sa Rolster Y. Kasi Ratel plays it so well. Pinupuntahan niya yung backline talaga every time na meron siyang tsansa.
Yeah, and ito yung talaga yung nakikita natin na aggressive pick. You have the Rengar, you have the Renekton. So, sure ka na in terms of burst, in terms of reaching the backline. But I really love how also Haku maximizes yung kanya explosive cast at yung dual dragon lane natin na itong si Luna at saka si Nomel na nagawa nilang i-land yung kanilang mga skill shots that definitely pushed back RRQ for any potential comeback. And you can see the match result as of now, another 2-0. Rolster Y taking set 1 and set 2.
Yeah, and I like na si Haku rin, especially with the Gragas, no? Kasi whenever it comes to the Gragas in the mid lane, hindi natin madalas nakikitang effective. Pero yung mga plays, kahit onti lang yung nakita nating plays from Haku, very, very explosive.
Exactly.
Yung mga ginawa niyang plays with the explosive cast, yung mga body slump flashes niya, it was Rolster Y all together. Parang nag-bond all together talaga.
Exactly.
Yung team nila together for that victory.
Yes, and at some point no, nung game na yun, it feels like na meron tayong nakitang shine of hope opening, but in the wala eh. Hindi tayo umabot doon sa exact part wherein you have the power overwhelming of RRQ, and much respect, of course, coming in from the Korean juggernauts as they are the top one. You gotta respect them, and at this point of the game, Kuya Dash, all possibilities are open. We saw a Rengar sa Korea.
Yeah, and yun na nga. Rengar na pinang-answer nila dun sa Kha'Zix pa talaga, no? Kasi yun yung usual na nakikita rin natin, pero still, ang ganda ng performance ng mga teams natin here from this one. Kasi right here, right now, nakita natin who's the better team against them kasi pareho silang 2-0 eh. Parehong 2-0 ang RRQ, parehong 2-0 ang RY. And that's why in the end, nakita natin na mas malakas pala ang ROLSTER Y right now at this moment compared to RRQ dahil dito sa group stages natin. Pero still, makita naman natin onto the other side, we do have FREECS and Team Flash naman dun sa kabilang side. So, yung seeding natin, excited ako kung paano natin makikita yung playoffs natin for this season.
Exactly, no? And I'm really excited more sa Korea dahil nga ito talaga yung naramdaman natin, yung alindog nila, no? The power of Korea is completely rising, and as we saw also that they can play on par with RRQ. They know, they understood their assignment, and it was Chaz who's completely being denied again and again. So at this point of the game, they know how Helios work, they know how Chaz works, so dun sila nag-focus.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, no, hindi natin nakita si Helios more on the playmaker playstyle sa side ng RQ kasi ang dami nilang binan against Helios during those games, and that's why hindi nakapag-flaunt ng skills si Helios that much during the whole games, pero still, may chance pa naman sila kasi meron pa tayong playoffs na incoming rin tomorrow and sa Friday. So, excited ako kung paano natin gagawin yun. Pero still, no, yung evolution talaga ng Korean team sa Osiris, talagang kitang-kita natin right now with KWANGDONG FREECS and also ROLSTER Y.
Yeah. And totoo, no, na makikita na nga natin yung kalalabasan nitong nung group stage na yon, and meron pa tayong day 4 for knockouts, and at the same time yung ating last game Friday, no? And I think overall at this point of the game, any team can be the champion. Any team will be much respected if they are the one who's going to take the tournament as a whole, kasi talagang talagang well-deserved, and everyone did show their character development. So at this point of the game, ikaw ba, Kuya Dash, sino sa tingin mo with the 4 teams remaining na nakita natin, kanino ka magbe-bet on? I mean, no bias, pero alam ko iboboto mo, tatanong ko pa rin.
Syempre. No bias, pero I really believe na parang na-convert na ako dun sa Osiris, sa Osiris meta. Yung Korean meta. Feel ko, I believe in KWANGDONG FREECS with the way they performed during the whole tournament. Parang kailangan abutin pa ng ibang teams to yung kung ano yung lakas ng KWANGDONG FREECS right now.
Yes, and let's check on the results na magagaling dito para sa ating mga teams, and it has been a wild ride of Wild Rift. As so, the whole day, it's raining 2-0s, Kuya Dash.
Sobrang daming 2-0s for today. And sa nakita natin, KWANGDONG, BRU, TF, and even RY got a lot of 2-0s in their groups. And that's why, everybody, 2-0, ito yung last day ng group stages natin. Tomorrow would be the playoffs and the start ng mga best of 5s natin sa tournament natin today. So this is gonna be interesting to see all around, and this is it. Ito na yung huli. Ito na yung huling results. Sila na yung mga nakapasok.
Kuya Dash, kita mo naman ang papasok sa ating playoffs sa KWANGDONG FREECS with a 3-0. You can see 5 points. Grabe naman. Team Flash with a 2-1. And then sa Group B, ROLSTER Y, the undefeated team, habang ang Rex Dragon Kono, ang RRQ, makikita natin sa ikalawang seed. So it means that they're going to proceed further. But ito na ang umaatikabong at nakakapanabik na schedule for tomorrow. We're going to see match 1, KWANGDONG FREECS versus RRQ. And for the match 2, sino ba to, Kuya Dash?
RY versus TF ang makikita natin for the last games for tomorrow. And yun na nga, check the time out everybody kasi yan yung time na magsa-start tayo dito sa ating mga tournaments for tomorrow. And excited rin kami to see who's gonna be moving forward sa ating playoffs.
Yes, exactly. And I do understand, no, na talaga magiging tall task to for RRQ, as they already got a taste of ROLSTER wise meta, and it will be a different type of approach towards the game. Korean teams already understanding how hyper active this Southeast Asian teams. And this a bit odd that we didn't able to see itong Flash Wolves na consistently delivering their blows dito sa Southeast Asia. So ngayon, medyo iba muna, ibang Flash, and consistently naman ang Team Flash na nagpapakita sa mga top 5 games, and we're going to witness again their prowess going up against ROLSTER wise. So 2 Koreans and 1 Philippines, and as well 1 Vietnam, tong FANAX.
Yeah, and yun na nga yung gusto natin makita for this one. Kasi so far, no, etong mga teams natin today is we do have a lot of these teams, especially right now with the playoffs in November, single elims lang tayo. So pag natalo na sila, they're just gonna go to the third place match. And wala na. So kailangan talaga manalo ng team natin, ng RRQ, against KDF tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm more excited on how we're going to witness and see the full circle ng bakbakan dito sa the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. But for now, we need to end the stream and have, of course, our much-needed rest for tomorrow's balagbagan, for tomorrow's action-packed Wild Rift. Once again, I am Osiris, and with me is Dash. In behalf of Autolose, GGsphere, and Crazy Apple, we'll be signing off for now. But see you tomorrow for more Wild Rift action.